is it. Championship Sunday. 50 of the best duos from around the world will battle it out. But only one duo can walk away global champions.
Gde ste, braćo, štima? Pozdrav svima, dobrodošli u veliko finale koje se održava danas. Ovo je jedan od najvećih, ne, ovo je najveći turnir nakon World Cupa, definitivno. Danas gledamo FNCS Global Championship Grand Finals, $4 miliona prize pool. Pozdrav za sve ljude, dobrodošli na live. Danas gledamo 6 gejma. Prvi game kreće za 32 minuta, ali pre toga ćemo gledati šta se juče dešavalo, koji playeri će danas igrati i dosta toga. Tako da bit će stvarno jako interesantno da vidimo ko će uzeti tih $1 milion. Evo tu možete da vidite ljude koji trebaju ući, mislim ljudi koji trebaju ući unutra da gledaju i ko će uzeti trofej. Pozdrav Ahmox, pozdrav Đole, pozdrav Smoki, pozdrav Rengar, pozdrav Urke, pozdrav Kristijan, pozdrav Rengar, pozdrav Anastasija, pozdrav Luka, pozdrav Marko, pozdrav Gile, pozdrav Petre, pozdrav Tarik, pozdrav Nikola, pozdrav Beli, pozdrav Mario, pozdrav Adem, pozdrav Pro, pozdrav Kuzi, pozdrav Teo, pozdrav Karki, pozdrav Dorek, pozdrav Kristijan, pozdrav Leonko, pozdrav Noa, pozdrav Relja, pozdrav Sparkli, pozdrav Marko, pozdrav za sve ljude, braćo, štima. Bacite like, bacite subscribe. Ovo će biti... Ne, znate šta me zanima? Šta vi mislite ko će vinati FNCS? Napišite mi u chatu ko će vinati FNCS. Šta vi mislite? Ja iskreno bi volio da vine neko sa Balkana. Pozdrav Vipex, pozdrav Janko, Kvizi, Buga, Kvizi, Buca, Pinku, Kvizi, Mr. Sević, Vaske, Vadel, pozdrav Andrej, pozdrav za Miloša. Svi Balkanci su hvalili, braćo, da znate, svi Balkanci. Veno, Acorn, pozdrav Đole, pozdrav Andrej, Rit, Peter, pozdrav Vuk, sećam se Luka, Moneymaker ako vina doniram 100 eura. Može, brate? Zašto da ne? Šalim se. Koliko gejma se igra? Igra se 6 gejmova i kreće za pola sata. Sević. Braćo, gledajte ovo. Gledajte trofej. Kanada ili Kvizi? Pozdrav, Steven. Hvala na pitanju, kako ste vi, braćo? Kvizi. Kanada. Noa prvi uzima 1 milion. Cijeli ukupni turnir je 4 miliona. Pa Amire, vajda je. Ovo je Fortnite. Ovo je Fortnite što nosim trenutno. Ovo sam namerno danas obuko zbog toga što gledamo jedan jako veliki turnir i morao sam. Tako da... Kanada ili mali buca? Pa vidjet ćemo, braćo. Vidjet ćemo. Ja mislim... Znate šta je, opet kažem, ja bih volio da vina neko sa Balkana. Tako da. Pa Đole, brate, Vidjet ćemo sada. Pozdrav, Aco, samo nemoj sa velikim slovima, brate. Svi igraju sa Balkana, braćo. Znači svi koji su igrali Opense su kvalili u Finals. Vidjet ćemo, braćo. Kanada buca i Kanada se kontestuju, da znate. Vaske će biti top 5, to bi bilo dobro. To bi bilo dobro. Kvizi vina. A Kliks ne igra. Pozdrav Filipe. Ne igraju, braćo, kvizi. Mislim kvizi, Kliks ne igra. Evo izvolite da vidite price pool, braćo. Prvi uzima milion.
Think about the difference. A single point could be the difference maker in $350,000.
A single point, a single game, right? I already mentioned.
Jesam, Luka, da. Jeste, braćo. Vidite trofej. Od 1 do 10 kako vam se dopada trofej? Ali iskreno, gledajte ovo, braćo. Wow, vidite vi ovo. Ne mogu da vjerujem. Gledajte ovo, braćo. Sija. Teni koga si ubio je možda i... Pa brate, vidjet ćemo sada. Stojka, kupio sam bundle sa tvojim sacom. Hvala ti od srca, brate. Hvala ti puno ako kupujete nešto iz shopa kod Stojka, braćo. Jel oni trofej nose kući? Braćo, znate šta mi nije jasno? Idem ja da zaključam vratu. Znate šta meni nije jasno? Ko će, ako vi na primjer Vade Alisević, kod koga će biti trofej? Vraćam se da zaključam vratu, bacite like. You know, some of their best players from there still representing, still getting a chance to show up on this stage.
Love the fact that you're bringing up the representation from other regions. 23 EU duos, 18 NA duos, 4 Asian duos, 3 from the Brazilian region,
1 na pola. Pa ne verujem da će tako biti.
Looking at this list, the thing that I love the most about the format, right, throughout the entire year is that every duo story.
Ma, vidjet ćemo, Ogi.
100%.
Vidjet ćemo Casey možda. Kod boljeg na turniru. Igrali Buga. Igra Buga, braćo. Igra Buga. Brate Đerko, to stvarno ne znam. Aha, vrata, izvinjam se, vrata. Ne, Stankel, ovo ti je samo prvi, kako se ne varam. Ako se ne varam, kao prva slika koja je tu. Ima još, pokazat će sada.
What it would mean for me when the FNCS Global Championship would put us on the map as one of the best teams in North America and represent our region on a global stage.
Koliko ima gameova? Danas ima 6 gameova, braćo.
And they are favorites even for this weekend as well, the global championship, and for good reason.
Danas ima 6 gameova i danas od ovih 6 gameova kakva bude tabela tako će se završiti na kraju zbog toga što nema kao prošli put dan 2 i tako do. Hvala Marko, hvala ti, pozdrav Davide, zamisli Buga da vina. Brate, ne znam, vidjet ćemo. Jel ima jedan Balkanac koji igra? Ima dosta Balkanaca, brate. Mislim da ima 10 Balkanaca. Malo manje. Kada počinje? Kreće prvi game za 24 minuta. Pozdrav Miloš, pozdrav Stipe, pozdrav Marko. Bacite like, bacite subscribe, braću, još malo kreće prvi game i da vidimo ko će zapravo vinati prvi game. Ja mislim da će prvi game, eto, vinat Kvizi. Ne znam, ja mislim da uvek Kvizi vina prvi. Šta vi kažete, braćo? Ja uvek kad sam gledao kapove, prvi vina Kvizi i onda se, ono, i drugačiji ljudi vinaju. Menjaju se. Pozdrav Davude, iskreno ja se nadam. Pa vidjet ćemo, brate. Tu su sad svi najbolji duosi na svijetu. Evo ga Kami, Seti.
What would it mean for me winning the global championship? It would mean really a lot because the prize pool is like
Pozdrav Petre.
higher than it was the last time, and we would win back to back, so it would be really nice to win it again.
Braćo, vidite razliku od ovog lika desno i od ostala dva. Šta mislite, koja je visina lika full desno? Skroz desno. Ja mislim da je više od 2 metara, iskreno. Prvi meč kreće za 22 minuta.
The answer is a resounding yes, as long as they are contested, right? I think coming into this competition, people who thought they'd be uncontested
2 metara.
considered them probably the favorite.
A nije 180, brate. 188 nije 100%. 188 nije 100%. 200, 217, 212. 212. A iskreno ima više od 2 metara, 100%. I vidio sam da brat je u chatu napisao nešto kao da ja dijelim ljude. Moram ovo sad da kažem. Moram ja ovo sad da kažem. Neki brat je u chatu napisao kao da ja dijelim ljude po boje koži. Ne. Nego hteo sam da kažem full desno pošto ne znam kako se zovu. I neću da kažem gledajte ovog lika. Kao po boje kože. Tako da nisam ja takav i ne dijelim ljude po boje koži. I zato sam rekao full desno. Tako da znate, braćo. Petre, ja sam trebao da kažem gledajte na C. Ili je bolje što sam rekao gledajte desno. Evo ga Venu i Kvizi. A ništa, braćo, igra Buga još. Buga je kvalao, tako da. Kvalo isto i Moneymaker. Gledajte, braćo, situaciju od prošlog Invitationala. Kada su Venu i Kvizi landali na Kamija. A ne, tu je miso Veno. Znači, jedan shot može da promeni sve, braćo. Oni su bili drugi, braćo. Bili su drugi. Vidim da braćo pišu udalji mikrofon, ali ne mogu da udalji mikrofon, braćo. Meni nije problem da smanjim mikrofon, a onda se ja neću čuti, razumete?
Just nobody had an answer to what they were doing, and of course, if you do watch competitive Fortnite, you know these guys are a high ground team. They like to soar in the skies, and it's very hard to stop them when they're up there. But I think the key to what's made them even more, dominant force this year is the fact that they are more comfortable.
Pa Milić, nekih problema je bilo, brate.
Because people do, everyone tries to anti-strat against them on height because you expect them up there, but now they're even more comfortable if they don't get height.
Actually, yes, I love the fact that the points that you are making right there. Give a shout out.
Ne, ovo gledam na Twitchu. Hvala na pitanju, Luka, kako si ti? Kliksu 4 poena falilo. Jeste, juče je Kliks bio 27.
I mean, it does.
Pa Bok je neću o tome, brate. Koliko je Balkanaca kvalilo? Svi Balkanci koji su igrali Open su kvalili u Finals. Svi.
So guess what? Frankie is standing by with the duo right now.
Evo braćo, sad će raditi intervju sa Quizim i Venom.
Let's just talk about Raleigh last year. Second place, not normally spoke about, but it's been talked about constantly ever since. Are you keen to close this chapter out today, Veno?
I mean, what's keen for us is to show that there's no rivalry and, you know, show the world what we're made of again.
What do you think, though, when you see Cami and Seti on the high ground now? They were even going for it in the upper bracket on day one.
I mean, they've been practicing on the high ground this season, I think, and if we're up there, they're going to be on low and they're going to place bad, so that's the plan.
And what about you? Do you still feel like a high ground king, or are you now the flexible kings?
I'm the high ground king, 100%.
Ne, Boka, brate.
Someone comes to your high ground today and tries to anti-strike you.
We're taking it off.
Zbog toga što
I can't wait to see players
da ne
try
pričamo
to
svi.
put any duos off going for you today. Now, talk to me
Pozdrav,
about
brzi.
your victory
Quiz i Veno
royale.
vinaju. Pa nadamo se, brate.
Early, but you came second overall. Are you hiding things from us?
I mean, we've definitely hidden some strats, so you guys are going to see in an hour or so. But
Nisu Casey, nisu,
we're
brate.
going to show the world, like I said. I mean, we've definitely hidden some things.
Hvala Bogu, nisu.
You're going to be surprised how far ahead we are.
A Rope danas igra finals, brate. Danas gledamo ko će uzeti $1.000.000 i ko će uzeti trofej.
Maybe.
Pozdrav, Viktor. Pozdrav, Knez.
Definitely a rough time, but I think we will learn from it and hopefully we can show it now.
And you know what? 6 victory royales in the grand finals of major number 2. That's no joke. These boys, they're coming for you.
I mean, you talk about Venom
GG.
being confident. Queasy's right there with them. Now, of course, they discussed this rivalry between
Zamisli Moneymaker postane milioner. Vraću nije ništa čudno. On je isto najbolji player svijeta. Tako da. Pozdrav, Svapi, hvala ti Marko. Hvala na pitanju, kako ste vi, braćo? Hvala Bogu, Casey. Hvala Bogu, brate.
But yeah, for them, I don't think they think there's rivalry. Veno just said it there. He's trying to prove there's no rivalry. We're just better than those guys.
Ko je Moneymaker? Moneymaker je najmlađi igrač koji je tu, braćo. On ima samo 14 godina. Mislim, 14 godina nije malo. Ali opet, tu svi imaju iznad 16, iznad 17.
And some of them have a little bit more than others. I wonder how that's going to play a factor. Well, why don't we listen to them?
Evo ga Buga.
Win the global championship. I think that there are certain factors that separate winning online and winning at an actual LAN. The biggest one is just your nerves and being able to control them.
It's obviously different than winning something online because there's crowd, there's people cheering for you.
Just be comfortable at your seat, you know? Like, if it's not comfortable, find a way to make yourself comfortable.
You gotta be able to reset and compose yourself.
For me, it doesn't feel like a difference anymore. Playing at a lot of LANs now, and I think I'm one of the most experienced players.
I think for most pros, everybody plays this game to win.
Pozdrav, Tonix. Gledajte vi ovo, braćo.
When I won in Saudi, it felt surreal. The feeling, it just felt like a dream, I'll be honest.
Definitely winning a LAN gives me a confidence because I know I can do it.
The best moment of the last year was obviously winning Invitational. When you win a LAN, your reputation is just, it's just higher.
Pozdrav Marine, pozdrav Miloš. A Kliks nije hvalo, braćo.
But I feel like they have a lot more pressure than everyone else. We feel really comfortable and we think that we have...
Braćo, to vas nisam pitao, znate?
I don't think there's any pressure on us of winning this global championship because we don't need to pressure ourselves. It's either we win or we don't win.
Pričao sam ko će vinati. Šta mislite ko će biti drugi?
No matter what tournament you play in Fortnite, people are always going to have expectations.
When you get a taste of winning at LAN, you always want to chase it again.
I want to make sure I just go out there, be confident.
Kanada, Trulex. Kanada, Moneymaker.
Missing piece I need for my Fortnite career.
Buca.
Came here for one thing only, is to win.
Trulex, Quizzy, Moneymaker, Buga.
To whatever happens, good luck to everyone.
We'll see if their experience.
Pa dobro, braćo, svi imate različita mišljenja Evo, ja ću dati sad predikciju za top 3, jel može? Evo, ovo su mojih top 3. Moj top 3, mislim, playeri koji će biti top 3 tima, će biti ovako. Prvi će biti, ako Bog da kvizi, vjerujem u njih. Prvi dan kad su bili najbolji ljudi, su kvizi bili drugi. Mislim da će kvizi biti prvi. Drugi će biti... Drugi će biti... Ko može biti drugi? Drugi će biti, ja mislim, Thomas Hade. Thomas Hade mislim da će biti drugi. I treći Trulex. Eto, to je moje mišljenje. To je moje mišljenje. Eto, to je moje mišljenje, braćo. Evo, poene. Ne, Pinku je... Ne znam odakle Pinku. Nemo jaco sa velikim slojima. Peterbot četvrti. Prvi Kvizi, drugi Acorn, treći Toma, četvrti Trulex. Dobro. Theodor, svi dobijaju pare u finalsima. Ne, Casey, hvala Bogu pravi ljudi. Pozdrav Vasilije, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, brate? Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe, upalite zvonce, za 12 minuta kreće prvi game.
Y'all are crazy. So let's talk about some of the, we'll talk about a couple of the contested POIs. What are we expecting to see here? So
evo da vidimo gdje će landat ljudi. Pozdrav, Ceha.
These yellow circles you're seeing, that means there's 2 duos at these spots. The red, there is 3. Let's go ahead and make this easy. Racetrack, Thomas HD.
Koliko para dobijaju zadnji? $4,000. Igra se 6 gameova, braćo.
Now we get the run back.
Evo ko se grifa, Kanada i Thomas se grifaju. Iz 6 gameova šta mislite koji će biti rezultat, braćo? Nakon 6 gamea. Prošli put je bilo 3-2 za Thomas, ako se ne varam. Znači 3 puta je Thomas uspio preživjeti, 2 puta Kanada.
Is that Thomas HD and
3-3
are comfortable, or at least more comfortable than the NA boys when being contested. Thomas said it on Friday. No disrespect to you, Canada, or maybe full disrespect, who knows with Thomas nowadays, but I've played better players than you off spawn, right? And throughout the year, throughout the majors this year, we've seen them be contested at the racetrack, and they've still managed to put on incredible performances over 6-game formats. And so if you're just thinking, okay,
4-2.
when we get the chance to play a game, we're going to be spectacular. For Canada and ages though,
ne može promeniti, brzi.
What there has been for them to learn almost, right? Because they're going right back into the ringer again here today against a top team that will be relentless every single...
Nino, niko osim ti ne piše, brate. Znaš da te poštujem i sve, ali... 6-0. Pozdrav, Niksa. Kad će room tour? Pozdrav, Nedeljko. Pa ne znam kada će room tour, vidjet ćemo, brate. Pa dobro, Nino, 2-3 lika, brate.
Well, we had this interview lined up on day number 1 of the upper bracket, so let's relive this moment again. Frankie is standing by with the duo. Over to you.
Vidimo ko će sada biti. I jao, braćo, gledajte ko je na intervju. Thomas i Kanada koji se grifaju na landu.
Cheer for birthday boy Canada, please. It's interesting because I can hear a few boos. Are you enjoying the idea of being the villain today?
I mean, like, I can't do anything. Thomas is playing home court advantage. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hopefully I got the French guys on my back today. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I feel like what you're also saying is racetrack's his home. So why are you dropping there?
Listen, like, I got nowhere else to land. But, you know, that's just how the game is. Like, I'm just going to have fun today. I've already accepted not winning, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just going to see what happens.
You came second, though, in the lower bracket. 40th on day number 1. Thomas, you came 14th. And we need to clarify something here. When you guys had your off-spawn battles, what was the score?
I would say it's 3-2, but Canada is arguing that it's 2-2 because he died out the air. But yeah.
So I feel like you still won them because he got eliminated in the air. I think he technically gets the victory there. Kanada, you're saying the game's easy when it's uncontested like yesterday. So why on earth would you want to go back to racetrack today?
I mean, like, to be honest, I don't have the respect that Thomas does in like an international land, so I can't like just go somewhere else and be uncontested, right? And I've already been landing here, and I really believe that I have the best drops at this spot. And I mean, if Thomas really could land, Thomas could land anywhere, I think, on the map. Like, unless it's not like the best teams, he would get uncontested 100%.
So you're actually backing him for the win today?
To ne znam, Mico, brate. Jeste, moraju svaki game na istom mjestu lendat.
I'm just gonna try my best, right?
Prvi game kreće za 8 minuta, braćo.
And Thomas, what about you? Because I know you've said second place isn't good enough after you missed out on winning major #1 this year by 1 point. So what are you gonna give this competition today?
I mean, we'll just try our best, like try to get as many late games as possible and try not to get elimed off spawn. So yeah, we'll do our best.
Copenhagen, would you like to see Thomas and Kanada do their best today? Boys, I know you're going to give them a show. Shake hands as we head back to the...
Pozdrav, Vejko. Evo, pozdravili su se, braćo.
Kanada treating it somewhat lackadaisically.
A za 8 minuta će se trebat fajtat u Fortnite.
I don't buy that, Kanada. I feel like this is a
nije krenuo prvi game, braćo, tek kreće prvi game. Jeste, kaj, brate?
And I think for anybody who doesn't really understand, that just shows you how good Thomas is, because Kanada is one of the most confident and one of the best players in the world, and he thinks against Thomas HD is over, so that just goes to show how good Thomas really is.
Ako ti nije problem, Matsu, nemoj sa velikim slojima, brate, hvala ti.
Maybe we just take it slow. Kanada, maybe we take it a little slow, but let's shift gears.
Dobro da vidimo gdje će ljudi landat. Vidite, braćo, gdje će sve ljudi landat. Acorn, Cold, Viko i Pinku se grifaju. Jeste, Kolev, da?
And it's one that I'm not sure how differently it's gonna go, Vivid, because Acorn and Cold, even
Iz početka, braću. Uroše, nemoj da spamuješ, Kanada ne znam odakle.
Listen, me and Levin were talking about who we think's gonna win the global championship, and I was like, gosh, I really want to say
Pa to neće, moraju imat loot, aga.
You know, my competitive side is like, oh, that's...
Šta misliš ko će pobediti?
A lot of these scenarios for the teams, but then Everyone's like, well, I mean,
Stvarno ne znam, brate, vidjet ćemo. Voleo bi da pobedi neko sa Balkana.
They won the upper bracket by 70 points, and it was the same situation.
And Pink was in disbelief almost by how impressive those guys were, because coming into the competition, Pink and Vico, they had cooked up so many different strats to try and nullify Acorn and Cold. Pink and Vico are used to being contested in this area of the map throughout the year. Acorn and Cold, on the other hand, haven't been, right? So the mentality for Pink and Vico is like, let's make it as uncomfortable for them as possible. They won't be used to it, right? They won't be able to know how to...
Ko je sa Balkana? Pa svi su kvalili sa Balkana.
Using the strats he had cooked up.
Hvala puno, Urke. Pozdrav, Mihajlo, FNC skreće za 5 minuta.
Somebody that you are contesting, but I mean, like, Acorn and Cold deserve it, right? Cold always talks about Acorn being the best IGL in the world, and then I think everybody knows Cold is definitely one of the best fraggers. Sometimes you can just be like, hey, can you go find me an elim?
Jel kvalo Vaski jeste, kvalo je?
If you were going to make like a player of the year award and you had to have a top 3 shortlist, Cold 1,000,000% would be in that top 3 throughout the course of the year. This guy has been on a whole different level.
Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe, upalite zvonce, prvi game kreće za 5 minuta i evo sada gledamo intervju sa Pinkom, da vidimo šta će da kaže Pinku.
On day number 1 they came in 33rd position, but day number 2 after an epic victory royale in game number 4, they managed to race up the leaderboard to 12th, and now they find themselves in Championship Sunday. Pink, tell me about the momentum you found to take that victory royale yesterday.
It all started with the kills off spawn. So we had kills off spawn and we were feeling confident. We knew we needed a change in, I guess, confidence. So we just kept getting kills, and then it just, once we have confidence, it's kind of...
Tako je.
What happened
Junior.
Day one? I remember you telling me that Acorn and Cold were griefing you. Did you think that maybe once that was out the way, you could just focus on your game?
I mean, day 1 and day 2, it didn't really change. Day 2, we had a team landing north of us and a team landing south. So I'd say day 2 was even worse than day 1, but we still managed to make it happen.
All year you've had the same drop spot. You call it pink split. In fact, the community in Europe calls it pink split. Why do you think that teams are contesting you on it at the moment?
I mean, it's just...
Maru i na YouTubeu i na Twitchu. Pozdrav Stefane. Uzvičnik DPI, uzvičnik Sense.
Sometimes you get lucky and you get uncon. It's nothing personal, things happen.
Do you feel prepared for off-spawn battles today?
Yeah.
And do you feel ready for the victory? Because there may be some people out there who are underestimating you, given the results so far, but it looks like you're on an upwards trajectory.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's 6 games. Anything can happen. If you have your day, you're $1 million richer. So I hope God's with me.
Well, hopefully you are going to have a fantastic day today. Thank you so much for talking to me, Pink. Now, we need to head over to the Creator Lounge because I know Kelly Link is there with a very special friend of
Pozdrav Almire. Ajde, sad ću popustiti malo, braćo. Jel dobro ovako sada? Mislim da je sada dobro.
Hey, listen, it is great to be here in Copenhagen. Give it up, people!
Pozdrav, IC. A ja se sad ja čujem. Pošto sam popustio, braćo.
Ooh, listen, beside hanging out with you, Kelly, I have to say the Duke 1v2 clutch, beautifully done. Or maybe that Savage Vidal finish yesterday. I don't know. So many great moments going on. I can't wait to see what's about to happen today.
Čuješ se dobro. Dobro, to je to. Ne kasniš, Vol.
This is not difficult at all, guys. It's Queasy and Vino. They're going to take it, redeeming themselves from the Invitational, baby. It's going to happen.
All right, Panda, any last words that you have to say before we send it back to the desk?
Well, one massive shout out to my wife.
Hvala, Nixa.
3-year wedding anniversary, and we are here in Copenhagen. So shout out to her for letting me be here.
Panda,
eto, brat kaže da će vinati kvizi.
Let's head on back to the desk.
Happy anniversary, Pandas. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us on your anniversary, of course. But, you know, he makes some bold claims.
I love Panda.
We all love Panda. Queasy and Veno, that is a bold claim.
Is it? Is it really bold? I think a lot of people probably expect Queasy and Veno to come out strong, right?
Iz Makedonije sam. Bacite like, bacite subscribe, braćo. Game kreće za minut i 15.
The point where we put in our official predictions. Oh gosh, listen, I have to go Acorn and Cold. I really cannot doubt
Pozdrav za Sašu.
Day 1 upper bracket performance. I think they got it.
Okay.
185.
Well, you hear what their thoughts are. Why don't we introduce your casters, get their thoughts on up to them.
Tu sam, braćo.
Thank you, Zeke, and yeah, absolutely. I'm standing with my NA boys as well. I'm a big Acorn, Cold supporter and fan. I do think I'm leaning their way as well. Jacob, you have any hot picks?
I mean, I was on the Acorn and Cold train, but there's so many people are shouting them out. I'm going to go ahead and go with Iyamzo and Rise. They've been so consistent throughout the entire year. I call them one of the most dangerous duos in Fortnite right now, and I think they're going to show that today.
Braćo, izvinjam se.
Enough of our picks. Let's go meet these players down on the stage.
Pa Kolev, ako Bog da, to nam je u planu. Evo, braćo, kreće. Ajmo da vidimo šta su nam spremili za dan 3. Tu victory. Evo ga trofej. Braćo, gledajte ovo. Gledajte koliko publike ima, braćo. Evo tu su PC-evi. Sad će krenuti ljudi izlazit, vajda. Ili ne, vidjet ćemo sada. Gledajte koliko PC-eva. Puno je sve tu. Nema prazno mjesto. Gledajte ovo.
For the past year, hundreds of Fortnite duos have been competing for the chance to stand here on this stage in Copenhagen.
Gledajte trofej.
And now just 50 remain in the running to lift the trophy, to own the Axe of Champions and call themselves the best Fortnite players in the world.
Ne, lepo kaže, braćo. Ko ovo vina? Taj je najbolji duo ikada u Fortniteu. I trenutno. Na svijetu.
And I know you can't wait to give these players your all. So, for the final time this year, please, Copenhagen, please welcome your players!
Ulaze, braćo. Ulaze playeri. Ajmo da vidimo. Snazy i Podisai su prvi.
For nothing but the top.
Give it up for Cooper and Miro. This duo have shown they belong on the big stage. Will they be able to break through and hoist that trophy?
Yumi, Source, they're here. These two mean business with great performances. They have secured their spot here at the grand finals, but it is time to lock in.
Evo ga Rezon.
Let's welcome Janice and Reason. The German powerhouse team is here to show what they got. This is time to prove it to the world.
Let's hear it for the Brazilian duo, Nutsi and Gabsera, with a great performance at the lower bracket. They are ready to represent.
Vidite koliko ovo puno, braćo.
Goal time.
Datus and Stain, ladies and gentlemen. These guys got the skill to perform on the big stage. It's time to bring the Brazilian flair to the finals.
Let's welcome Bryce.
Evo juče koji su vinali game ljudi, braćo. Juče su ovi ljudi vinali jedan game.
Good work. The sky is the limit. What a day yesterday.
Batman, Booga and Rapid have arrived.
Evo ga Buga, ali ovo je Batman Buga.
With a great performance yesterday, but it's time to do it again.
And now, Steno and Lucy.
Steno.
The Danish Dynamite is here. They're at the home turf. Let's hear what you got for them, Copenhagen.
Ovo je, braćo, kako su ovo oni uradili. Ovo je prvih 10 duoca, braćo, a ima još 40. Pozdrav Sokol, baš mi je drago, bit će sve u redu, Daki, bit će sve u redu, brate.
These guys are OGs. They've been here. They've been at the top. They've been to the mountaintop. They've seen it all. They've done it all.
Da, počinju 55. Kao što je Nixa rekao juče, isto. Isto i Stefane, ali samo će oni ući sada, brate. Uskoro. Pozdrav Ivano. Vex, Bog ti pomogao, Nikola. Okis igra sam zbog toga što su mu diskvalifikovali teammate, braćo. I mora sada sam da igra.
As we showed that little drop map earlier, right, where we were expecting a lot of the early game action to show. and there was a red area. That means there are 3 teams up there, and unfortunately for Janus and Reason.
Hvala na pitanju, sve je u redu, brate.
That's right. That's just the first end. I want
Zadnji dobio 4000
jump right into it.
dolara. Evo ulazi, braćo, ostalih 10 timova. Sljedećih u stvari 10 timova. Tayson i Mersač. Pa prekršio je pravila, zato, braćo.
That they have what it takes to perform at the highest levels, and now the trophy, it's so close.
Give it up for Hvala and Peterbot, 2 of the most dominant players on NA, with a championship already under their belt. They're looking to perform that here once more.
Let's welcome
Noxy.
Crisp and Noxy. These guys have showed great consistency for a long time.
Pokiša, evo ulaze sada timovi, brate, nije krenulo još.
It's showtime.
Sada kreće, braćo. Još nisu ušli ni playeri. Pa neću o tome, brzi.
The Brazilian champs are here. They know the feeling of winning. Can they do it again? We know the Brazilians are cheering you on.
Nije Noa, nije. Jeste, Bokiša.
They have accumulated momentum all weekend long, and now it's time to give it your all. Good luck.
Pinku i Viku. Mislim Viko.
Coming all the way from NA. Let's
Kai.
give it up for Quanti and TK. They have showcased amazing skill for a long time. They are here for the finals, and that trophy is waiting.
But wait, we have Blaha.
Evo ga Plaća.
Mixon, the Polish duo.
Ili Blaka i Mixon. Ovo je isto jedan brutalan duo, braćo. Očekujem i od njih danas dobar place. Minimum top 10. Stvarno su brutalan duo. X-Force.
Making sure they only needed the upper bracket to qualify to the grand finals. Can they keep up the momentum?
Now let's hear it.
Evo ga Buga.
And threats. These guys aren't playing around and do not plan on leaving empty-handed tonight. But will the trophy go home with that?
Hvala je menalo.
With every 10, it's starting to get more real and real. The duo we wanted to highlight here was,
Ne znam, Nikola.
your World Cup champion, Buga. You know we
Evo ga,
had to
Buga.
talk about it, Vivid. Imagine the World Cup title and then slap a global championship title on that. That would be crazy.
Kad će Balkanci? Pa vajde uskoro, brate.
Buga has had teaming up with threats for this year, coming in major number 2, a 5th place, closing out major number 3 with a 2nd place. Not to mention Buga himself has 3 FNCS titles. I mean, what can't he do?
One of the GOATs of this game. And I personally, as a fan, just want to see him lift a trophy on a major stage again. It would be amazing.
I'm hoping, man.
Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe. Sada imamo još 30 timova i sljedećih 10 možemo sada da vidimo. Možda sada budu Balkanci. Ankor i Cold. Vajda neće onda. Čuvaju Veno i Kvizija za kraj.
Now let's make some noise for Peppo, Clip, and Zagu. Representing for Asia, they are ready to fight for the trophy. It's time to bring your A game.
Representing the Middle East, Mshari and Rue might be the only team from their region, but that doesn't stop them from winning. These guys will do whatever it takes to succeed.
From NA, we have Thoric and Bolts proving that they can take home FNCS wins. They have championships under their belt, but can they do it
Jeste,
one
Koni.
more time?
Evo ga Teni.
Misha and Teeny, ladies and gentlemen. Do not feel safe regardless of where you drop on the map when these guys are in the lobby.
Zadnji game je u 10 uveče.
Here we have iDrop and Mappy, the Scandinavian duels, now ready to bring the trophy home after qualifying hot out of day one. Let's go.
Stojka je klip od Tenija. Jeste, braćo, ja sam klip od Tenije i sad je evo ga tu.
Slowly been climbing the ranks for seasons. Now is their chance to make it big and solidify themselves among the best.
Evo ga. Legzi, pa Stroki.
Kylie, they have landed. They are here, dropping right in from the upper bracket into the grand finals. They are making an impact on the leaderboards.
A big round of applause from
Kreće, braćo, za nekih 10 minuta. Prvi game.
And they only needed day one to make it here. Now it's time to finish the job.
Vade Alisević.
Making the lower bracket look easy. It's exciting to see if they can do it again here for the grand finals.
Braćo, ovo je puno sve. Ostalo je još 20 timova.
Mr. Savage and Vidil, you know we got to talk about these guys. They ended first place after yesterday's lower bracket. First place from the last chance.
Juče su bili prvi. Sević, braćo.
And they're here to show it.
Talk about clutching up when it matters. I mean, I've talked about it multiple times. It's just a duo that makes sense. They're so smart. Mr. Savage has so much experience, especially on the big stage. More than 10 in-person event appearances, and then Vidil teamed up with him. The mechanical prowess, it's all there.
Savage has played on stages like this as much as anybody else in the world.
Brate Boka. Kvizi izlazi sada, uskoro.
Crunch time this year that has really put the performances in to seal the deal. And even though there'll be pressure on him, Vidil will be ready.
I'm ready. For more duos, let's get the next 10.
Evo, braćo, sljedećih 10 duosa, da vidimo da li će biti Kvizi sada. Ako ne bude, onda ga čuvaju za zadnji put. Mislim za zadnji, 10. Evo Mzu i Rajs, vaj da ga čuvaju za kraj. Za kraj.
It's the time to finish what they started.
Let's hear it now for
Vorti.
Alex and Worthy. As the only OCE team in the lobby tonight, this is their chance. And the
nešto im laguje, nešto im laguje.
The land title.
Please meet Trulex and
Trulex i Chicho.
FNC experience and titles are plenty here. However, a land title is still to be secured. The opportunity is rare, but it's here. It's now.
And this is Shari and Giros coming smoking hot out of day number one. Now they're focusing in on today. There's no time to waste. This is it for them.
Da, Fleki. Baš mi je drago i zbog toga, brate.
For Bobby and Larpex. First Asian team to make it to the grand finals, but they are not done yet. The trophy is within their grasp.
To je to. Vasketa i Kvizija čuvaju za kraj, braćo.
Solid performance in the upper bracket. These guys have to be ready now more than ever to take it on in the grand finals.
Here we have him, Ashedev and
Striker.
Brazil is not to be messed around with. These guys are here to prove they can challenge everyone on the international stage.
Još nije Moneymaker bio, čuvaju ga za kraj. Evo ih, Kvizi i Veno.
Second in the upper bracket, but now it is time for a first place finish.
And here we have Kemi and Seti. These guys are
Kami Seti.
trophies this weekend. They are looking to add another one to the collection. Of all the duos here, we pressure.
This is getting real. Every single wave, man. A duel we wanted to highlight here from OCE, Alex and Worthy Levin. We kind of have been talking about this every time we've seen them. Worthy, a phenomenal player. Then you pair him with someone like Alex, who OCE as a whole are just like, this is our guy. I can't wait to see how they perform.
I am so excited about this duo, right? You know, it's rare we get to see some of the smaller regions step up the way they did in the upper bracket finals. 6th place is no shabby feat at all. And personally,
vidim Kylix.
Alex, man, one of the most electrifying players there is in Fortnite. When he turns
sad će biti Vaski Moneymaker, bačo.
He's getting another.
Evo, sad će za minut.
In every single game on day number 1, can they do it again and represent OCE?
Absolutely. Arena, make some noise. Let this last wave of players here.
Evo, braćo, ulaze sada. Evo ga Rit isto će brutalno playsat, vidjet ćete. On je bio u top 10 prvi dan. Evo ih Vacke i Hen. Bravo.
Age doesn't matter for Moneymaker and for Nyan. Young.
Evo ga Moneymaker.
Are keywords for these guys, and now they're here to give it their all.
Vanyak and Carmi, ladies and gentlemen, fighting their way back out of the lower bracket. They are now here to prove themselves worthy as a grand finals team.
Put your hands together for Duke and Edgy with an NA Major 2 title in the books and a
Moneymaker ima 14.
It's time to add another one. Tonight is that chance.
Jeste Jelić. To je jako lepo od njega.
This team right here has popped off, making their region proud, but they need to continue to make their mark.
Welcome, Kaizen.
Evo ga, Clement.
Making it to the Global Championship Grand Finals is an achievement in itself. However, there is still plenty up for grabs for this team.
Pozdrav Aleksa, pozdrav Kylix. Polarized. Evo ga, braćo.
Experience has been put to use. It's now or never for these guys, and here they are to show it.
This is Canada and Agers.
Agers i Kanada.
Region, and now ready to dominate Denmark. Eyes are on the prize for these guys.
Last but not least,
Thomas Hade.
make some noise for Marabuka, Thomas HD. They are holding the fans high, and they're missing only one thing. That's an FNCS title. Copenhagen, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all are losing your minds. You guys are in the same place as we are. We want to see games. We are so close, but man,
Svi koji su u finalsima će dobiti pare. Čak zadnji će dobiti 4000 eura. Bili su treći. Prvi dan treći. Zamislite da iz prvog dana budete treći. Rit će dosta uraditi. Rit će biti u top 5, vidjet ćete.
10 and 11 respectively for a combined total of 21.
They were popping off, right? And that's the kind of thing, especially when, you know, we want to see controller players represented. You know, he's a controller player. For the throwback on for that one every day. But look, I think when it comes to how they play in this server, they need to stick to what was working with them. Be aggressive.
Controller player.
That's right, guys. I'm getting word we are so close. So let's kick it on up to Jacob PR and MDF to keep this moving.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Let's keep this show on the road. I'm so excited here. It's game
King
one
nije
in
hvala,
just
jeste.
a few moments. The expectations
Pa ja navijam za cijeli Balkan,
That's
brate.
right, and you already know it's going to be
Pa da,
explosive. So
brzi.
as we start to gear up now, let us do it because game one is ready.
Braćo, prvi game kreće. Napišite u chatu šta mislite ko vi na prvi game.
Game number one of the grand finals is upon us. We already know what is in store. Nothing but
Buga.
explosive action.
Bacite like, bacite subscribe, braćo. Što više lajkova, više šansi da vina neki naš Balkanac. Buga, Kvizi, Sević, Trulex, Buga. Braćo, ja sad neću pričati toliko puno, da vidimo ko će vinati land, Tomas ili Kanada.
Kanada said it. He has the best drop. He's always going to touch first, and they do just that. But Thomas HD does have a weapon as well. Kanada has a side angle here onto Thomas HD, and he draws the first tags. It's a true.
Ubili su ih.
He gets the full finish, and he will get.
Kanada se dere, Kanada se dere. Izgubili su 1-0, Kanada buca 1-0, gubi, buca. Buca je umro prvi game.
They're looking to mimic that type of play. Cammy and Seti, even though they might have been contested to start day number one, they were able to pull through. They pushed that team away, and now they have claimed Frenzy Fields as their own.
What an incredible set of eliminations over at the racetrack. But look, Seti and Cammy have to as well. Who would have thought they would have been contested here on the drop? So the Frenzy
Seti chillaju.
Field is not safe at all.
This is a little bit of that replay. That's Datus and Stain and a monster.
A uzeli su na početku kill, ili? Jeste!
He finishes that one.
Seti se dere. Ubili su tima na početku, na landu. Ti ću uzo kill, da?
And vamos for Kitos and PH Zin also sitting at 2 eliminations here. That means the Shady being fully contested. They win their off-spawn fight. What a grand finals this is! Already multiple teams going.
Čiču i Trulex su preživjeli land, da znate, braćo, ubili su tim.
Carmi and Vanyak there.
That is huge. Sphinx, he gets both of those eliminations. Even though Poyo did go down, he has a chance to bring him back. But in the minimap, you already see 2 hungry teams looking at that direction. That's third-party opportunities. One of them is going to be Reet. The other one is going to be Rituals. All over the map, these teams are going to hear these fights, Monster. And they're going to try to third-party as fast as they can. They know
dobro, imaju sve Rice, nisu kontestani.
This is the fastest we have seen 14 players go down of any game we've watched over this entire
Farmiju mat sad. Tu su sad chill, braćo, nisu kontestani. Mogu farmat dosta, vidimo replay.
Eliminations here. PH Zin took on Axe Force and Robot from down low. The ankles were so good. And this is how they converted.
Ubio i drugog lika, vajda.
A little game of hide and seek with Roban, Axe Force trying to do
A tamo se ne može buildat. Jel moguće?
PH Zin looking like a Christmas tree ornament at the top, and he definitely uncovered his presence, and that's 8 points.
Eye drop, but hold up, hold that.
Pa da sad je uzeo još jedan kill. A ne, ovo je prvi kill. Dobro.
An elimination here. They're just going to hold on to the down body, and we already know what they want to do. They want to
Nose
keep this
body
up and healthy to try to farm as much surge as possible. That's the way you play it. MA Podesite, MA Snazy have worked so hard to get here. We saw
A što nose body, to mi nije jasno.
hurdle that they have to overcome just to get here.
Yeah, I think they're looking for some barrels, anything that they can use to try to keep them alive. We've already seen this strategy on day 1.
Što nose body, braćo?
It was mimicked in day 2.
Ko je prvi? Još ne znam, ovo je prvi game.
Know that surge is going to be a hard thing. They're med misting the down body. They're doing everything they can just to give themselves a little bit.
Aha, za surge, da, u pravu ste, bravo. Jel moguće šta oni rade, gledajte ovo.
Hey, listen, we know that pro players keep strategies hidden, but my gosh, everyone is putting this to use, and we have to honestly give all credits to Peppo, Clip, and Zagu for revealing it early, but I think they put this strat on the map.
Yeah.
Jel moguće? Koliko su pametnu stvar uradili? Evo ga Buga. Srč je damage koji vam je potreban kad ima puno ljudi u maloj zoni.
They're just trying to farm up. They're just trying to get their loadout set and ready so they can make their first rotation when the zone begins to pull.
Let's not forget, Peterbot did used to play with Buga as well, you know, so there is some history there as they're going head to head, but Kaizen, Clement right now looking pretty solid here, just trying to get their rotation down packed.
Then he was the kill.
Right on their heels. Meanwhile, Teeny potentially up against Thoric out there in the feed. We get to jump on.
Moneymaker, Majke, od Moneymakera teammate je dead. Polarize fightaju teammate-a, mislim Moneymakera, trenutno.
Game 5 where Moneymaker and F9 were able to qualify for this stage itself. Sentin and Polarize did it by brute forcing their way through with already one knock. It's a 2v1
Da li će uspeti Moneymaker ovo preživjeti sada?
Trying to regain as much real estate as possible. All those pieces are theirs, and Moneymaker's doing what he can to bob and weave in and out of these covers, but his back is up against the wall. He's getting trapped little by little. The first elimination is going to be cleaned up.
Ništa.
And they finally get the second. Moneymaker goes down.
Moneymaker je pao, braću, prvi game. Nema veze.
Explosive, quick, easy.
Jel moguće? Oni imaju već 2 killa. Mislim, dobro, ubili su ovaj tim. Već imaju 8 poena. Evo ga, Maz fajta. 6 gema se igra, braćo.
A duo region champion from both OCE and NA teaming up with Paper. Paper's probably a very, very aggressive player. He knows how to play smart as well. Just a full-on balanced play style. They switched up their drop spot from Breakwater Bay. They wanted to be uncontested, but quickly find themselves.
Slučajno, izvinjam se. Braćo, 100.000 ljudi gledaju trenutno. Da vidimo replay. Kako je Tenny uzu kill. Mislim da Tenny imaju isto 2 killa. Ako se ne varam. Ne, 1 kill. Teammate je pobegao.
Yeah, in upper bracket 1, they went ahead towards the north side of the map. They tried to go against Baka and Pars. They got pushed off, and then they went into their bag of tricks. They did exactly what they did.
Gledajte šta oni rade još tu. Ne mogu da vjerujem. Gledajte vi ovo.
That surge onto Striker. These guys are setting the bar high when it comes to Storm Surge. There's going to be very few teams that will be able to keep up with them if they keep at this pace.
Yeah, they're trying to get themselves well and far ahead of the competition. It's an excellent
Drulex je na 120 HP-a. Tu možda vidimo fight između Tayson i Drulexa.
You have to respect it, but this is high-level Fortnite. Here we go, though. Burst dash, Tayson. Big fight here, Chicho and Trulex on the other side of the Slappy Shores. Already gonna need a move here shortly, but Metal gotta cap out first.
Yeah, and this was another drop, or at least the south side of Slappy that was contested. Trulex and Chicho versus Quanti and TK. Either Quanti and TK rotated out fast, or they got dropped off very, very quickly by Trulex and Chicho.
Colt je u bushu, ako se ne varam, da, gleda za search.
One of the most dominating performance in the upper bracket. In the international stage, for all that matter, they're looking to try to continue that.
Živjek vidzi, braćo.
We knew they were contested by both Pink and Vico, and it looks like both of these teams might have decided to split the drop. It's only game 1 of 6, so that could change very, very quickly, but they're trying to feel this lobby out. It's a much different set of players than they faced in that upper bracket.
Jeste isto i Vaske je živ. Evo ga Kvizi.
Have been able to put together with their rosters. The
Veno gleda za search.
Are amazing, and again, grand finals, of course, is what matters most. We'll see where everyone ends up, but
Flexi fajta, ili? Da. Sević je dead. Vadel je solo, da vidimo da li će Vadel uspjeti klačati ovo. Ništa. Vadel i Sević su pali, Flexi je ubio njih. GG.
Major qualifiers to major grand finals. Flixi and Gripey You know what? I think they're a little underrated at this point. I think everybody who qualified for this lobby is dangerous. They need to be able to come
Chitin je juče vino game, braćo. On mislim ako se ne varam vino treći game juče.
At any stage of this game.
There's two regions I wouldn't want to go toe to toe in an early box fight with. It's anyone from the previous NA West, now of course NA, but also EU players.
Nije treba pedati. Ja ne znam što je pedao.
Those questions. Pixie and Cheatin, however, though, are going to fend off several pair of EU ones themselves. This is match one of the grand finals. Things are already heating up. 81 players from in the lobby, and
Pixie je 1 HP.
That's a huge
I njegov teammate isto 1 HP.
Luckily for them, they do have the med miss at the very minimum, so they can get themselves up to tip-top shape. Mixon and Baja are the ones dealing a lot of that damage. They have the early game high ground, and they're willing to stay in Storm a little bit, even though they don't have any HP heals, because they realize how hard it is for Surge. You can find bandages, you can find berries, you can find a leftover med kit, but it's that Storm Surge that you're not going to be able to find for free.
They're very behind on material, so we'll see if they can bounce back. Duke and Edgy, what a performance we saw.
Mislim, Maz.
Arguably stealing away a moment
Ovo je prvi game, braćo.
The clutch from them, honestly solidifying their position, their placement here amongst the best. What are they going to be capable of here?
Oni imaju brutalan loot. Imaju ove brze splasheve, to će im pomoći za rotaciju. Rotacija će njima biti lagana, ako uđu u endgame s ovim lootom. Pošto imaju 6 onih brzih splasha, to će biti lako za njih. Brzi, to stvarno ne znam.
Quickly trying to rotate. They're one of the teams. They just don't want to get stuck too far out in the zone. And I think if any of these 2 days have shown you anything, is you don't want to get stuck behind the rest of the lobby when they're trying to hold you out. It forces you to waste
Braćo, 20 različitih država trenutno igra FNCS.
Super proud of Worthy and Alex again representing for OCE, the only team and duo from the OCE region to make it to the finals stage here, and they already have an elimination. Something to be extremely proud of. They're on the move here. Gonna get dead center zone 3 right now. They've scored 30 plus points in every match coming out of day 1. And day 1, by the way, was the most
Alex I Vorti su uzeli 30 plus poena svaki game u dan 1. Znači svakog gamea su uzeli 30 plus poena.
And I believe Alex and Worthy were somewhere like 6, at least into the top 7. Reason and Yanis here. Over towards Breakwater Bay, and they've been traveling a lot.
Pa brzi gledamo zajedno, brate. Slobodno I vi gledajte I pratimo zajedno situaciju. Ko igra od Srba? Vaske I Kvizi I Trulex su iz Srbije.
Yanis picking up the steady hands augment there as well, just waiting
Bobby
to really decide what direction he's going to take his augments in. You have to also now look to study those decisions moving forwards. But here we have AJS Bobby, AJS Larpex, of course, joining up together here. The Rumble Ruins is their home at the moment. They're just looking around for surge tags, nothing yet. NA options in the distance. EU options here on the mountain with Vask. What's it going to be?
Vaske je tu. Možeš li sada pokazati Vasketa? Ne vidim Hena. Rift Island daje 15 I Forecast Tower daje 3.
Everybody wanted to join, and it does look like Hen and Vaske might be the first ones to try to contend it. They did get it in game 1 of the lower bracket, and that was a huge part of their success very, very early on.
Aha, tu je Hen živio, dobro je.
Keep up the pace and eventually
Da li će uspeti Hen I Vaske uzeti Tower? Mislim Island. I da uzmu 15 pojena.
Players that are going up towards Rift Island, so that might be a free 15 points and very, very valuable slurp juices.
Exactly. For those of you in attendance here, for those of you looking back at this island is worth 15 points if you can secure the objective. It is going to draw in
Mero je dobio 70 damage od Hena, uzo je Hen dosta srđa.
Of 3 or 4 eliminations worth of points there, so it really can set you very far ahead. This becomes a very interesting time to play the game now for Miro and Cooper because they have decided they want to fight for it, and they are a very dangerous team when it comes down to them making a decision and sticking to it. They'll commit.
Yep, does look like though, Vasquez and him were able to capture it. They were there first. If there's two people going ahead and
Nice,
capture
Kenny uzeo
it goes
50
much
damage-a.
faster than if it's just a solo. So Cooper and Miro, they're ready for that extra prize, the alternative, the height, the elevation. That way they can get surge. But Peppo, Clip, and Zaku in another fight against Rue.
Jeste, Mero nema pump pošto je kontroler.
Just battling for those pieces. Mshari just sitting high up on that mountain. He's not really worried about his teammate. He trusts him to play safe. And that's a massive amount of trust in a lobby just like this.
I can't believe it.
A Lujo dosta, brate.
Didn't go down there to try to support. He says, hey man, you have this. Defense comes out of Rue, plays very well. And now they're above this surge as
Samo hoću da vam kažem, Kenny je ubio Kanadu. Kenny je ubio Kanadu.
475 damage above the surge. They are in an excellent position right now.
Bacite like, bacite subscribe, braćo.
Yep, in the feed though, I did see Kanada go down. I saw Mishi go down.
Ooh, here.
Yeah. And that's the battle that they were having. You see Agers is solo against Teeny over on the other side. Steno and Lucy might possibly be looking to take advantage of this opportunity, but that's Acorn and Cole down their sights. They know 23 above the damage threshold. It's enough to not have to worry about Storm Surge actually doing damage, but it's not enough for comfortability. So they're on the hunt for even more, but they're just on the receiving end of so many other players trying to put their hand in the cookie jar.
One of those duos is Acorn and Cold. Agers here, of course, trying to extract revenge now.
A ti si ubio njega, jeste, ja sam ubio Tenija.
He still finds himself very comfortably in the safe zone here, so he'll be all right. Even has some extra heals, of course, remaining. It's going to be pretty tough to play this one out. Yes, they have two elims.
Tenny je tu, Agers čeka njega. Aha, da vidimo kako je Tenny ubio Kanadu. I 120.
For tags and low on HP. Teeny and Misha waste no time finding that one.
Immediately, and they are well above the damage threshold as
Evo ga
well,
Kvizi.
giving themselves a good and early start. But
Kvizi prvi put, drugi put
Venom,
pokazuju
they know how to
danas.
play almost every
Njega.
facet of the game, early, mid, and late. They made some quick rotations over towards Kenjutsu Crossing, and they're probably one of the most deep teams that land on that side of the map. They're over towards Shattered Slabs now, 193 above the damage threshold, and you can see that they're not necessarily going over towards Rift Island because they know in these next couple of zones, it's going to pull away from
Bekire, ne ide to tako, brat. Koji game, prvi? Pozdrav svega, prvi game.
Hard west, full west, right? Really giving teams on this side an opportunity to
Tenny, da li će Tenny uspeti rebootat Mišu? Mislim da će ovo biti teško pošto ima 79 ljudi živo. Ali možda uspe, vidjet ćemo sada. Vidimo levu mapu, da su dosta ljudi više već u zoni.
Not crossing my fingers here. It's a very difficult thing to bounce back when you start off with nothing.
Yeah, and they're just outside of that
Uspeo ga je
rebootat
rebootat.
position where the majority of the lobby already is.
A sad Miša ne znam da li će imati dosta luta. Evo ga Pinku i Viko koji su juče vinali jedan game.
So they need to be looking for some heals so that way they can go the long way around, find some safety, and just simply get into the zone. But Pink and Vico here, you can see the split. We talked about a contested drop, but they actually choose to go their separate ways. They're 200.
Hvala na pitanju, kako si ti? Pozdrav, Viki. Taj Grom je Search. Jel Viko uzeo kill? Ne znam da li ovaj kill Viko uzeo. Nisam siguran. Uroš, ako ti nije problem, nemoj da spamuješ. Opominjem te drugi put, brate, jeste kontroleri. I Viko je one pumpo. Lika, ne znam kog, ali one pumpo ga je. Liv će, ako sam dobro pročitao. Pa ima dosta, Nikola. Ko je Tyson? Ovo je prvi game. Vidjet ćemo nakon prvog gamea. Buga je pao, braćo. Trulex je ubio Peter Bota. I Bajlak je ubio Trulexa. Pinku je uzo kill. Mislim da je Čiču solo sada. Tu je Mičo. Vidimo šta će uraditi sad teammate od Buge.
A lot of players on the move right now. If you look at that right map, all of those arrows flying. Our teams trying to navigate their way to the new.
A da, Moneymaker je pao na početku gamea, da. Gledajte kakav kill.
Acorn is there to back him up. But Rise slips out of there without getting taken down, so he finds Cold and gets right on out.
I feel like that was perfect timing.
Pozdrav za Aleksu.
Trying to plan an escape.
Moneymaker nije naš.
Bulldoze their way right in. You could see why.
Vaske uzo kill.
118 above the damage threshold. At that stage of the game, they were probably below, so they needed to go ahead and pad that stat. Now they have Cammy and Seti in their lines of sights. They don't have to move far. They got the half.
Quizy i Veno su pored njih. Veno je dobio crack, treba biti pažljiv. Hen je pao, teammate od Vasketa je umro.
Quizy and Veno are to their right, so this is a dangerous area of the map to be in. But I think it's a little bit more safer than all those players just to the north outside of zone.
Yeah, looking pretty dicey right now for sure. But if you're Yamzo and Rise, you're pretty happy that there's not that much going on around you. They can kind of determine who they're going to battle next. Alex and Worthy also comfortably positioned at the safe zone here.
Seti je jako chill, ima leđi loot, ima jedan slurp, medmist. To je jako dobro za heal i vidimo da su ispod mog facecama u zoni. Oni su u mid zoni, u centar.
Just nestled so nicely here. And look, they can look down on players trying to come out the low ground.
Yeah, so many big names are already out of this lobby, and we haven't even
Mersa će uzo kill nad Maza.
So there's still so much work to do.
Imaju malo srđa, treba će im još srđa.
Is Cammy and Seti feeling like they're comfortable in their position for now, waiting for all those players to try to rotate in. But MK, Papa, and Shalom looking like they might get a sneak attack onto Podesai and Snazy.
Pozdrav fanele, gledamo prvi game.
Be patient here. They go for the 3-2-1 onto the cover. No shots actually go through to Podesai. That gives them information of where they're located at. So they're going to about face and go a little bit of a different direction now.
It's like Rapid lost his teammate Batman Bugas.
Smreki ako nemaju search, Quizy je uzo kill. Ako nemaju search, onda će ih udarati jedan grom. Izvinjam se što se tako izražavam. To je search i oni umiru, brate, onda. Pošto ih to hita 25 na svakih 5 sekundi.
Heal situation, I'd say they're middling in the pack. Material count-wise, is it enough for them to play for high ground?
Evo ga, Quizy.
I think yes, and they're probably thinking we should go for it.
Yeah, they're probably just gathering all the information around the map for now. Figure out what's the best position, who's already on height, how do we chop
Čičo
them down,
kao solo je iznad Quizija.
happen to start our tournament on Friday. They grabbed high ground, they looked down and never looked back as they took the game. They actually qualified off that game, 93 points when 91 was the threshold. They kept playing out because it's all about bragging rights, proving that they are the best, just like Iamzo and Rise. And they quickly move to the front side of the zone, so that way when it gets moved, they secure their spot and they look back and try to hold anybody out and get eliminations.
Well,
Placementi kreću, još jedan tim treba da umre samo. I placementi kreću. Kami i Seti imaju jako dobru poziciju gore visoko na haju.
The base is wide, the base is strong, and they get the first dibs already. There are other teams cranking up though. They don't want to just give them all this elevation.
Čujete publiku u pozadini, viče Kami, Kami. Čičo, da vidimo da li će Čičo uspjeti da klača koji poen. Ima samo 0 buildova, ima trenutno. Treba ubiti lika, definitivno, što brže.
Trying to do it by himself. He's trying to play patiently, waiting for anybody to run past him, not knowing that he's there. Try to hit a little bit of a peekaboo, and that's going to be a massive refresh because not only is it hoping it gets the Siphon mats, it gets the Siphon itself to get his heals up, and that's going to be big. Duke by himself, though, on the other side, which honestly, I don't have too much of a worry. We saw a
gore desno možete da vidite za sada tabelu.
Yesterday. We know anything is possible here this weekend. And now placement points are
Pozdrav Karlo, pozdrav Agent.
Very few for now, but there's still more to come if you can survive.
That was an excellent time.
Dobro, evo ga tu Flixi.
Updating in real time right now. So from here on
Flixi ide
out,
high layer.
placement points will be rewarded. It is really about surviving this gauntlet of action to come right now. The Surge is equally active. Worthy's going to find the solo Mshari. Big pickup for him. And Flixi and Gripey leading here with 5 eliminations now. Front side of the zone, team gets right in front of him. He tries to see for the box up, but no, it's more important.
Gledamo prvi endgame za danas.
Look at the rotate
Čičo je još živ.
excellently done.
Uzeli su ultimate, low. Seti i Kami. Kami i Seti protiv Quizzy i Vena za high.
Vino and Queasy with the bounce pad, the fadeaway shot, unsuccessful from Queasy and Vino. So the kings of the FNC
Quizzy je pao, nažalost. Ubio ga je Kami.
As Kami's looking to come crashing down, he's built a little bit of a
Kami i
tower, so he
Seti
doesn't
su
go too far.
uzeli high.
So all the battles being forced lower and lower, down in the mud. Duke trying to fight with his back up against the wall by himself. Multiple duos beginning to surround and hound him. Top 17, though. All these points as a solo are massive for their run here in this competition.
This is a battle for ego, undoubtedly. Duke looking to see what he can set up. Turns around, breaks everyone off. Fight.
Down goes Cammy.
And down comes Cammy. And then he's looking to target him. Duke is the destruction here in the lobby by himself with the knock.
Cammy je pao.
A beautifully timed landing spot there, but Cooper hot on his heels here next door. They know he's here. Miro comes in. They're trying to hunt him out, but he's off to the races. Finds Pixie. Big tag. You know Duke wants to finish this one. Can he get it? In he goes. It's only going to take a single tag. He's under the ramp. Goes for it. He gets it there. Nicely done.
Takes out Cammy. Takes out the next one as well. The list of eliminations keeps on climbing before he finally falls.
Solo.
Into the top 10 we go with Flixie also a solo in this game. There's 4 total solos still left alive. No builds. He's trying to make a play, but from the outside of the zone, he goes down.
Eyedrop je gore na haju. Seti još živ kao solo.
Seti is still alive. Playing the backside is excellently done here, but the high ground comes down a little early. He has a true chance.
Da li će Seti uspeti ovo? Seti je sada na haju. Rit je uzo kill, nema veze, Rit je umro top 5. Mero još živ.
The only solo left alive, well, you saw him moments ago. It is going to be Seti. Cooper and Miro almost won a game yesterday. It was stolen away by both Bryce and Chubbs. Now they're going for some toe tags on Apoyo and Speaks. NA counterparts going at it. I drop on the other side, but he gets taken down by the NA duo. Huge shot by Miro, trying to go back to back, but they fall down the mountain. That's going to allow Apoyo to survive momentarily.
Cooper uzo kill.
On the chase, he sacrifices himself to go for the elimination.
Seti je pao. Da li će Mero uspeti ovo vinati? Mero 1 na 1. Ima samo 6 buildova. Da li će uspeti ovo vinati protiv Kvica?
Incredible that NA will secure this here, but talk about the turn of events here. Miro taking down Seti, putting his name in the conversation.
Mero jedan od najboljih kontrolera na svijetu. Da li će uspeti vinati ovo?
Miro showing, hey, I'm the big dog of the region. Sphinx says, I want to prove that I can do it. We already know he's got the mouth in him, but can he put the bullets where they need
Dva builda.
He needs to put some respect on his name. Miro running out of builds. That's his last chance.
Ne. Nema veze, nema veze. GG. Drugi Victory Royale. Svaka čast. Ja sam rekao da će ovi ljudi biti brutalni. Ja sam vam rekao, braćo, da očekujemo njih top 10. I vinali su sada game. Svaka čast. Svaka čast. Ne, Anon.
Boys, you proved you can get a victory royale on LAN in the upper bracket. And now you proved you can get a victory royale.
Oni su meni favoriti, ja sam vam rekao. Jako dobri, jako smireni. Ja sam rekao da će oni biti u top 10 minimum.
I think my comms are more clear.
I mean, you were having to come for yourself in that 1v1. How did you manage knowing someone was above you on the high ground?
You know, I just have the best awareness at this LAN right now. So, like, obviously I know there's a man above me, you know. I'm just like that.
But what are you thinking though? Because he can jump on you at any time.
I'm thinking I think like 25 builds about, and I'm, you know, I'm best fighter, best piecer. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna just go up 200 pump. That's what I did.
And you waited, and then he fell down, and he did the job for you. Boyo, what was it like starting out today with this man?
I was dead. I didn't really do much that game, so he actually went crazy there.
Pa ne, ja sam rekao nisam moju predikciju da će na kraju minimum top 10 biti.
I just told him.
Sad su vinali, prvi su.
Now,
Vidjet ćemo.
going forward, you've got to try and maintain this consistency. You've managed to get your way through an aggressive lobby, but can you
Ima 6 gameova danas, braćo.
the competition again?
Yeah, we just need to live off spawn. I think we can do good at literally every game.
All right, well, good luck in those off-spawn battles, boys. Congratulations. Everyone give it up for Sphinx and Poyo!
GG!
Poyo and Sphinx looking to set the tone on
Jeste prvi game.
If there's anything I learned from game number 1, these next couple games are going to be chaos.
I mean,
Nice.
that game was pretty much
GG.
everything that we wanted, right? We saw the matchups.
Gledajte u sredini kako ljudi, mislim, djeca plešu.
But it was the clutches, right? We always talk about being on the global stage. It
Evo da vidimo kako je
requires
Twist
you to
odigrao.
go ahead and clutch up
A
when
tu je
it requires
Twist preživio, da.
Sphinx right here,
Tu je
this
ubio
shot on the
Coopera.
This was the one that sealed the deal.
Yeah, that changed the tempo of the end game completely. From that moment onwards, it's like he said, he's just like that, you know? He's going to go through and win the whole thing. And I mean, it wasn't an easy finish, right? They were going back and forth a bit. It was only the materials that was able to let Miro
Do
down.
koliko traje?
Sphinx
Do
was
10?
had a bit more left in the
Drugi
tank.
game
But
kreće za
he
nekih
had none. He
20
just played
minuta.
around with the stairs, and it wins him the game as well. Of course, again, a team that has already shown they can win on this stage, and they do it once again.
Just being able to stay calm, cool, and collect in that situation. Many duos would look at their material count, what they have in the tank, and just go, this is it. They'd start Hail Marrying. I don't know anymore. But Sphinx just said, no. I've been in grands before. I've been in these types of situations. Take a step back. We know they're up top. Let's break those builds. Let's bring them down. And unfortunately, Cooper and Miro did fall, but still a
Evo tabelu, braćo. Prvi je Polo, drugi Mero, Seti, treći Aydrop, četvrti Viku i Pinku, peti Rit, šesti, Flexi, sedmi, Rezon, osmi, Edge i Duke, deveti i Snazy, deseti.
Good luck to everyone, but my son's gonna win. I want my son to win, a supportive parent as you always love to see. And right now I'm sure
Dobro, za sada je dobro, za sada je dobro.
to see his son sitting in first place.
Absolutely incredible game number 1. But listen, we got to talk about some of those higher profile duos. Of course, Cammy and Seti coming in.
Pa voleo bi bilo ko od Balkanac, Akmox.
I mean, it wasn't right, but they did so well, right? We tuned into them, we see them with 2 limbs, and I think everybody sort of knew what that meant. We weren't expecting Dadas and Stain to contest them. They had said they were going to land somewhere else.
Od Balkanaca mislim da trenutno niko nije u top 10, ako se ne varam. Idući game je za nekih 15-20 minuta.
Which is very
Evo da vidimo šta je Kami uradio.
Actually, usually most of their points,
Tu je Kami
high percentage
ubio
of them
Quizija.
actually come from when they are a duo alive, right? Usually their points fall off whenever there's a solo clutch opportunity, but Seti's showing up.
Yeah, you don't associate either of them, as great of players they are, you don't associate either of them with mega solo clutches, right? You look at some of the other elite EU names.
Hvala je Chris.
You think of them and you think solo
Luka nije hvalao, on.
You know, Veno, even Queasy, you know, these guys you expect to solo clutch. Cammy and Seti showing us right now, yeah, if one of them's a solo in these games, they will step up.
And I think for them, like obviously Seti's a little disappointed there. He wanted to take it farther. But ending
Trulex 17, Quizzy 18.
on this stage and ending 3rd place, my bad, Seti. I mean, I know you're king of consistency and stuff, so if you just do that a couple more times, I mean, we are in for the running. Queasy and Veno as well performing. I thought it was interesting. Like, I love seeing how all of these players in the lobby kind of act. We saw there in the mid game, Seti, Cammy on the high ground, Queasy, Veno on the front side of zone. So all these duels are just looking for those windows.
Evo, Quizzy, da vidimo kako je umro Quizzy, braćo. Mislim, znam da je umro od rakete, ali hoću da vidim, evo ovo, kad su pokušali ići na high.
He wanted to put an end to everybody's game that he could as a solo as well, right? So a bunch of really sick solo clashes. Ooh, that's painful. I didn't realize that's how Queasy went down there. The 4 damage getting everybody so far in game 1.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, that was pretty much the head-to-head battle that we
Pa mali buce za nje zbog toga što je umro na landu.
Cammy and Seti picked up more points for that.
Umro je na landu, Kanada 1-0 vodi trenutno, vidjet ćemo u sljedećem gameu da li će uspjeti izjednačiti Buca. Pozdrav, Pixara, bacite like, bacite subscribe, braćo.
There is quite a bit of first game jitters, right? Even coming from upper and lower bracket. The stakes were maybe a little bit different, right? Now you're saying, okay, we have 6 games to show up. The stadium is packed. Every single elimination that happens on that feed, the crowd is going crazy. That seems to be playing a bit of
Možda Ogi je blanko, ne znam.
And so I feel like the players that can kind of hold on will kind of make it farther.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's all about, you know, soaking it all in. You really got to use the crowd to your advantage, right? Kind of play off of that, but then in those key moments, you really got to be good at blocking them out as well.
I mean, one person that got to hear the crowd more than anybody else throughout that game would have been Thomas HD and Malabuka, right?
Moraju Bera.
That was the first fight we saw, right? Up against Canada and Aegis, they went down not the way you
Nemoj to
started
Magis,
the
brat.
competition, right?
Evo ga je Omzo.
Especially with all the cheers Thomas and them were getting coming into things. Again, when you go back into that Osborne fight the next time round, how do you now come into it mentally? You don't want to have to sit there and watch the whole game all over again.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight very quickly just a couple of these strategies where we've been talking about these secret pocket strats. Portisai, Snazy coming out.
Nisam Bera.
Let's go ahead and
Nisu
take the
pokazali.
connect block all the way across the map. Let's take this body. Let's get Surge. Absolutely crazy.
Igra Anon.
More about this, but I'm getting word. We are ready to get back into the action. We have game number 2 upon us. So casters.
Braćo,
Games. That's all.
Game 2 kreće sada.
More games. And that first
Šta mislite ko sada vina drugi game?
It was perfect. EU versus NA and the big
Pozdrav Klendi, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti? Vidjet ćemo, aj si.
So already the early story starting to begin, but most importantly, 14
Kreće game.
early game. Let's see it here for game
Kvizi. Sević. Buga, Kami, Seti. Veno solo clutch. Hvala na pitanju, pozdrav Jakove, kako si ti? Braćo, kreće game. Nije menalo. Dobro. Da vidimo sada da li će Kanada uspeti zadržati svoj pozitivni rekord ili će Buca izjednačiti.
Thomas, Malibuka, Kanada, Agers, let's get it.
Let's watch it. Sphinx is going to be able to watch in the distance there.
Da vidimo, braćo.
Who's going to be the first to touch down? Who's going to be the first to land? Shots coming in this time. It's Malibuka who gets tagged.
Buca drugi tim.
So both sides already.
I nice.
Agers with a huge tag. Kanada's already.
Bravo.
And they're finished.
Thomas 1-1 protiv Kanade.
That was a huge start for Malibuka. Gets that Havoc suppressed and immediately goes to work. And it was him. It was actually him who was getting tagged out of the sky. I thought that was going to be a huge advantage for Kanada and Agers. They weren't able to clean that one up.
Yes, Dicey.
We saw the contested fight in the replay. The first game, Kami and Seti get pushed off the actual barn.
Kami koji je trenutno treći na tabeli.
A little bit of a split drop here over towards Frenzy Fields.
It really shows us that they were caught off guard game 1 for the 50-50. Here's TK, here's Quanti over at the Slappy Shores. They are also contested down in this area by Tayson.
Chicho je pao, Trulex je pobegao.
Chicho and Trulex as well.
Koji game, drugi?
There's like about 3 teams here actually. Slappy Shores is just not big enough.
Everybody's trying to go to the beach someday, but for now, the actual south side of Slappy is going to go to TK and Quanti. They have access to that vault. It isn't the most massive vault with Mythics, but you still are able to get a ton of loot. And Misha and again, they switch up their drop spot once more. They go on over to where Baka and Pars is at, and they're going to go and they haven't really looted up at all. Will Baka and Pars take the bait?
This is a very interesting position to be in, of
course,
because you have the chest here as a potential option. So you have to think about it. Anything can happen here.
I feel like everybody at this stage in the game has been conditioned to know this is a viable strategy. Because like I said, in the lower bracket, or in the upper bracket, they were contesting Baka and Pars. Didn't work out for them. They switched up their strategy. They started doing exactly this, playing roulette with their
Luka još 5, ovo je još 4.
Teams. That inevitably was what got them across the finish.
Da vidimo da li će uspeti Misha i Teni.
It's a matter of time before Baka and Pars go in this direction. No matter what the result will be.
And this is what we talk about, teams hiding strategies, teams really sitting back and thinking about, okay, what haven't we tried yet in the upper bracket and lower bracket that we're sitting on, that we're waiting on, that we can then put into play to give us the advantage on Championship Sunday.
They have some sorts of feeling. See them hopping over the covers. They know they're around here somewhere. They probably already seen them drop just a little bit. But the
Jel moguće šta je uradio? Ne znam zašto ovako. Proverio je na početku i onda ušao, a čuo je chest. A proveravao je tamo gdje nije bio chest. Jel moguće?
Was a tough one, but take a look at that. Misha and Tini, 2 games in a row. Surprise, surprise. They have made so much adjustment from the upper bracket to today. It really has shown so far in the last 2 games, but now
a sve je proverio. I kad je bio chest nije proverio.
Yeah, they went from 2 builds to 53 thanks to Baka and that elimination. Pars is trying to fight with his back up against the wall. Shots also coming in from the third party. Everything comes crashing down. But Pars is still able to put up a good defense for now. Matini's hot on his heels. First shot.
Pa da, Anele, ali on je proverio svugde gde nema ništa. I kod česta gde najviše može biti ljudi, on tamo nije proverio. Evo ga, pinkuje tu.
Their draw spot split by Acorn and Cold. You can see that they have lost a fair amount of the advantage of the general area, but it hasn't affected them that much. They have still maintained a very
trenutno je prvi polo, treći je, ako se ne varam, treći, ako se ne varam, Kami, a drugi ne sjećam se ko je bio. Cold se tu fajta sa Polarizeom. Nixa vinao je Buca. Panele sad. Pozdrav, Strexy. Koji game, drugi? A ne znam ko je Tayson. Da, Mero je drugi, Mero je drugi. Me nalo da se ne čuje publika koja je na 5 metara od njih, brate. Puno ljudi ima.
Cooper steals that one away.
Man, that's the worst feeling right there. You put in all that work, all that damage, and 4 points slip away. Meanwhile, Poda, Sai, and
Nisam Sekulić. Kad je zadnji game? U 10 uveče.
Oh no, but they couldn't
A nisam našao, brate.
this time, so lost damage, but the strategy was still there. The idea still potent.
They've been performing so well this weekend. 90% has to be them, 10% has to be the crowd on their side, fueling them. Anytime they feel like their gas tank is empty, you see a loud cheer from the crowd, and that's a little bit of a refresh in its own mind. But with 1 eliminations, they get their surge plan started over towards Shattered Slabs. There's at least one team towards the north side.
Krenuli su rotirat.
We got a little bit of a listen-in of an off-spawn battle.
Braćo, gledajte kako je sada Puca uspio da ubije njih.
I got this gun. 6 white. 9 white, other one. 6 white. Good job, mate. Good job.
Big set of eliminations right there. You can hear the comms clear and concise. But for a second there, they didn't know where they actually were.
Yeah.
That's how tough a 50-50 can actually be. Slight, bus route deviation, all of a sudden, you're coming in from different angles.
Evo ga Twiz I Polo koji su vinali prvi game, braćo.
Everyone's going for the same weapon. Malibuka's the one who won out, which forced Kanata and Aegis elsewhere, but our game 1 victors, Boyo and Sphinx, who probably got a front row seat for that
Palim metal, sad će ići vajda metal farmat. Samo trebaju paziti da se neko ne skempa kao što se tenis skempa onim ljudima na početku.
8 slap splashes, 3 big pots, and that's just on Boyo alone. They got a free rotation to where they want to go.
A ne znam da li je Moneymaker živ. Evo ga Kami I Seti koji su treći na tabeli.
Contested over towards Frenzy. They won it in game 1. They choose to split it in this next game. And they're going all the way over towards the western side as somebody gets beamed from afar. That's just helping their surge.
Pa Luka prekršio neka pravila koju neću da pričam o tome.
Where they think it's going to go to where the least amount of teams will try to huddle up.
Meanwhile,
Noxy je tu.
right now. Chris severely damaged in this battle here, but does manage to find stable ground here. This is going to be a tough one to close out if they allow.
A Kviz je 18.
It does seem like he's got a chance to do
Ili 17. Nisam siguran.
We've seen so many teams and players make magic happen. Noxy and Chris, they see him kind of run away. They got to question themselves, is it worth going ahead and pushing forward? You continue the game plan, which you set out up into this point. This zone for now has pulled over towards the western side with a little bit of a north lean. And that's why you see a lot of these teams hovering over towards Shattered Slabs.
Pa neću o tome, Luka, brate.
And you can see, this is actually pretty unique. You see Kit's Boombo in his inventory. That's something I don't see very many people pick up, but if you have the accuracy, you can do a ton of damage on players nearby.
Evo ga, imam gleda za search.
Option has always been there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't see it coming to
Pa
play.
Luka na Twitteru, brate.
Already starting to turn online. We'll see what he's capable of with that. Yamzo and Rise. Pretty strong game 1. Had some late game appearances there. Another western pull here. This time we're going a little bit more north, up towards the Eclipse State. We'll see how this influences the majority of the lobby, but North teams are pretty happy right now.
And this is
Nije Vule.
Cammy and Seti rotating
Trulex je 17. Quizy 18. Je u redu.
Yamzo and Rise just sitting on top of their normal spots of the castle and the gas station, trying to pad up on Surge, and there's going to be a lot of opportunities from teams
Nemojte o
trying to
tome,
rotate
braćo.
from the eastern portion of the map.
Evo ga Cooper.
The zone
I Mero
continues
je
to
tu.
pull on over towards the west.
Preživjeli su Lent.
Cooper. They got that early
Ko je vinao prvi game? Prvi game je vinao Polo.
elimination from Acorn and Cold, who did the brunt of that damage. So for now, it's
Ten
just
je
about
uzeo kill.
farming up. Miro's the one that's in charge of trying to get those tags on top of that building.
So impressive. We jump
Vanjak.
in with Vanjak and Karmi here.
Danas igra 6 gameova. Ovo je drugi trenutno game.
To pounce in crash pads, but all in all, this is a pretty tough spot to be in. It's gonna be difficult to turn this, situation around. It seems like there's been a drawn-out battle, and Lucy and Seno have been on the losing side.
See that already 7 teams down and out. It's not as active as it was in that last game up until this point, but it's definitely very, very close. You see the augments all out. Fast Fisher, Glider redeploy, Keymaster if they're able to come around to it, and then that first shotgun. It's going to be
A nakon drugog, Aki? Cevu, brate, pokazat će tabelu sada uskoro, pa ćemo vidjeti. Jeste, ovo je drugi game. Živ je Quizy, da. Gaming, već sam odgovorio. Tu je Buga. Igra se 6 gameova, ovo je drugi game.
Definitely important to have those quick heals. Threats on the move right now. They're not happy
Aki,
being on the
to ne
outskirts
možemo
of the
znati,
zone
brate.
here. They want to get a little bit more center before other teams start moving in and decide to do so. In the meanwhile, though, they also have to bounce back with some material here. There's a metal reservoir down low.
Živ je Moneymaker, da. I, braćo, Trulex i Čičo fajtiju Savage'a. Da li će Čičo uspjeti klačat protiv Savage'a i Vadela? Vidjet ćemo sada. I Savage i Vadel su ubili Čiča i Trulexa, nažalost. Ne mogu da vjerujem.
And this is big because we already seen at least one of the teams in our top 5 go down, as I drop and Mappy. And as long as a couple more of those teams at the top of the leaderboard go down, that opens the game up wide open for any of these teams to overtake that spot, since it is
Ovo je drugi game. Hvala, pitam, kako si ti? Mario.
Showing what they can do out of naughty nets, which a lot of people don't necessarily like that spot, but that just goes to show how good they actually are. Not only are they on the low ground, they have to cross a river. There's a couple teams they have to get through, so they're doing everything right up until this point.
And already we've seen our first team inside the top 10 fall, which was Janice and Reason there. Getting caught on this
jeste
rotate
živ je
here,
Quizy?
seeming like the west pole
A Marine neko je živ,
wasn't
neko
good
nije.
enough for him. You saw Buga's HP there as we were flying by, very hurt as they were coming just past Oyo and Sphinx, but
Rift Island daje 15 pojena, Forecast daje 3.
a team that absolutely needs to make a comeback.
A danas dolazi FNCS skin. Ako kupujete nešto iz shopa kod Stojka, braćo.
Will they go for it?
I already see that they captured a weapon cache with the slurp juice in his inventory, throwing a bush directly on top to cloud their space. That way they can fire freely. Not very many players able to kind of tag them back. And you can see the teamwork. Stain's there to try to break the build. They're timing it right, so that way a sniper shot can try to sneak
Profi
his
neću
way
o tome,
through.
brate. Da, mora sada Quizy da klača.
It's going to be big as Batman, Buga, and Rapid are
Mora
actually going to be the
Quizy
first
klačat
team
ovaj
on
game.
top of Rift
Da uzme
Island.
minimum top
We
2.
saw
To će mu
last
biti
game,
jako
the
potrebno.
team that was on top, they were able to capture it because they were the first ones there with nobody really contesting the actual flag. Let's see if that'll change around this time, now that's more than halfway full.
Rapid and Batman Booga are well on their way to securing it here. I think it will be theirs. Pink and Vigo probably have considered it, but when you're just late to the punch, why jump in? Why take that risk?
Evo ga,
It does seem
tu je
like
jedan od
already
najboljih
now 2 for
playera
2 on
na
teams
Europi,
that
Viko, sa
snatched
Pinkom.
it up first. But again, the Rift Island is going to be 15-point swing in any direction if you can grab it.
Like you said once before, that's almost 4 eliminations without actually having to put yourself in a risky situation. And what these other teams are doing, even though they're not trying to contest it, one, probably going for scraps as soon as Batman Booga and Rapid.
Vizija je trenutno u top 20. Pozdrav, Kosar. Ako hoćeš, Vuk. Ispoti se, brate. Pa s Trexi nikad nismo bili duo. Ovo je drugi game. Ja mislim, jel vidite, braćo, gore desno? Malo je sa malim slojima, mislim da se vidi. Match 2 piše. Mislim da se vidi. Mislim, meni nije problem da odgovorim, ali ako hoćete, eto, sljedeći put, možete gore desno da vidite, pošto pokazuju koji je meč. Jeste, Kviz je živ. Vidi se, vidi se. Dobro. Duke je imao 46 solo poena. Kao Duke imaju 70 poena. On je uzeo 46 solo. Kao solo.
Malibuka and Thomas well above the damage threshold. Even though they're falling, they have more than enough surge to where they don't have to worry about it. For them, they're just trying to see where these teams are positioned.
Hvala puno, Anele, hvala ti od srca, hvala, brate. Naravno, ako si uzeo stacom Stojka, hvala puno.
Over towards Eclipse Estates. So if it stays there, this one could get dicey because there's some unbreakable walls.
Mislim da je tu teammate od Duke, samo što uzima search.
That we saw Cammy and Seti use early on in this tournament.
Nije Uroše, hvala Bogu, super je live. Pa Mario, ovo je custom account. Izvinjam se. Hvala ti, Mixi, hvala puno, brate. Pozdrav, Marine. Dobro, svi gledaju za search sada.
You saw yourself for a moment, the punishment comes in, it's Pixie off to the right there, who has made it further this game than the last. Meanwhile, Yamzo and Rise potentially taking a fight, but no, they are out. Booga has not been able to secure the health.
Anele, zahvalio sam se.
From getting this far.
Karlo, drugi.
Wow.
Hvala. Ajnure, hvala ti. Jeste, Moneymaker je živ.
He's not able to get the HP up, what makes him an easy target through the sky. Now he's a focus that they know the knock's there. This is 4 points that the team is going after. And then if they're daring enough to move over, that's loot as well. And you can see Booga handing over some of his resources.
Pozdrav, Nemanja.
Just trying to pad threats.
Nema veze, Anele, hvala ti, brate. Tu je Colt.
But look who's knocking on that front door. Trick or treat. In comes Acorn and Colt.
I Colt je uspio da uzme kill. Nice.
All treats as they get those eliminations.
Yeah, they knew they had the knock. They had to finish it right there. They were in the perfect position, and with the zone going south, hey, we got to go this way anyways. It was well timed and executed on their part.
Booga je pao.
And it puts them at 2 eliminations.
Acorn je uzeo I Colt su uzeli 2 killa.
In the game, and the full refresh to really set yourself up for success. It doesn't get much better than that.
Prvi game je Vino Polo.
On the move right now. The M8 boys playing deep outside the storm circle here. There had to be something worthwhile, but it looks like it was just a late rotate.
Gore desno možete da vidite, braćo, leaderboard.
Gone bad.
Yeah, probably that early game strategy. If they're not able to get that surge off of those players that they can get the knocks, that puts them behind on not only timing, but on materials and resource gathering as well.
Vizija je umro od zone.
Podesai needs to be able to get in, but he goes down.
Marine, već sam odgovorio. Stojka će Uroše od Okisa, brate. Gledam na Twitchu. Ovo je drugi game, braćo. Drugi game. Imate gore desno, match 2 piše. Evo vidite opet tabelu, braćo, tu. Trulex su nažalost pali. I Kviz je nažalost pao. Ne mogu da vjerujem. Tadić, kakva su to pitanja? Nikad, brate. Igraju, Harper, igraju. Pozdrav, brate. Izvini, ali ne mogu, Miloše, zbog toga što je zabranjeno reklamiranje. Da li ima šanse Booga? Evo ga, Vaske. Hitali su basketa, treba biti pažljiv. Moneymaker je pao.
That's helped their position on the leaderboard, and being able to survive here a bit longer will be huge. We saw Duke in his solo points in game 1. Vasquez looking to mimic that here in game 2, but he really does need at least 7 players to go down before he gets a single placement point.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to make him uncomfortable here, as he is really dependent on the heals here, and he's got a long rotate to make no one's move just yet. It's just tough all around. Meanwhile, he gets punished by Tayson and Mustache here. So if it wasn't already pretty difficult, now he's surely on the back foot here. He's going to have to use everything he's got. Meanwhile, players around him looking in his direction, they can tell that some damage is happening here. They can hear the sounds. They're wondering, where is this player? Can we find elimination?
It's a big opportunity.
Basket, treba srđ basketu. Basket je u lošoj situaciji. Savage je solo. Aki ne znam, brate. Pa treba im dosta, Casey, da. Hvala puno, Tadić.
He's one of those players that makes the sneaky plays, trying to make sure that nobody spots him out. More than enough materials, but he has to figure out where he's going to get.
Da li će Mr. Savage sa 58 HP-a uspeti? Pozdrav, Mladene, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti? Marine sa Henom. Dobro, ništa, pao je. Rit je uzo kill. Polo i Twiz, koji su vinali prvi game, su živi.
Placement points just moments away here. 27 duos remaining in the lobby. This is it. Match 2 of the grand finals is now starting to approach its end. Things are going to turn up now. Boyos fixed down on the low ground. If they make another big splash inside the top 5, they will surely start to take away up towards the top. Gripey flicks here, not trying to make it easy though. They find Sphinx, a great knock there.
Nisu resetali poene, braćo, nego svaki game ulaze kao sa 0 poena i to se onda ukupno zbroji. Ljudi koji su vinali prvi game su pali, nažalost.
And honestly, without Queasy and Vino in the lobby,
pa nadamo se, Tadić.
We set our eyes onto Cammy and Seti. They made that daring play in game 1 to go for height. They defended it successfully until Duke had crash landed, taken them all down, and Cammy with them. They're trying to make up for it here yet again today. They're trying to move their way towards the front side of zone. See the briefcase turret as well over on the other side. Information is important. It's not about the damage itself. And you can see he's just he's on the other side of that cover. Just trying to see if there's an opportunity for him to strike. 39 above the damage threshold. He's comfortable for now, but he knows that time where he's gonna need to fire a shot is gonna come soon.
And it makes you wonder what went wrong this game for Cammy and Seti. Low on the surge damage, low on the heal options.
Ne znam, Vaske je imao problema sa surgeom, ne znam da li je preživio.
The zone went very far from where they land. It's just a little north into the west here, so something must have went terribly wrong in that outskirt rotate.
Luka, evo gledamo, brate, finals.
A little too strong. Meanwhile, on hike, it's Striker in his duel. Asha from Team Monaco here. Asha's looking pretty solid right now. I do like the position that
Panon ima još 4 game-a, vidjet ćemo. Ovo je još 4.
Who's daring enough to go ahead and contest them? A lot of our heavy hitters are either weak or out of the lobby, so it could be free taking for them.
Sada
Fortunately enough, there isn't a twin mag. He just had that suppressed Havoc AR. It could deal some fast damage, but it's not as fast as some would think. 148 above the
Šta misliš ko vina, ovaj game ili cijeli FNCS Finals, pošto je danas finale?
But they are so healthy right now in terms of materials and in terms of resources.
And if you weigh their game versus Kanada's, they
are
going far and beyond better. They have 4 eliminations. They're actually in the end game, and they have everything they need to succeed. That is what you want after you survive a drop, but let's look at Peterbot. Peterbot forced to play by himself. He's known
cijeli FNCS, pa iskreno ne znam, brate. Volio bi neko sa Balkana.
Especially when it comes down to fighting. He needs to finish this here. He's already got the knock onto MK Papa, but no, he says, I have to play for myself here. Goes around the outskirts, reading this perfectly, but he is running low on material. There's another elimination. It falls through, so the points will be his. And he's on the hunt. He's like, where is
Kambi
that solo?
ako se ne varam.
He's just trying to figure out where he's
uzeo seti kill. I Kambi je uzeo kill.
As it is the material, because he's running dry. Cammy, Seti, they don't got the high ground yet, but they're going around the outskirts, trying to bypass a lot of the teams, recycle some of those builds. And if you look at them, they're going towards the front side of the zone. With Thomas down, that leaves the pressure of Malabuka of the entire duo on his shoulders. But he's another one of those mechanically skilled players that sometimes when you lose your duo,
Vidimo šta može Buca uraditi u ovoj skafanoj situaciji, ali dobro ima 2 slrpa. S obzirom da ima 2 slrpa, to je jako dobra stvar što se tiče slrpova. Vidimo gore levo. X-Force je skroz gore na haju.
Potentially in the exchange in the full finish too. Peter Bot has shut down Cammy's dream and hopes of making it far, but Seti is still up. Once again to left to clutch. Malabuka turns things around here, goes for height, even though he's by himself. What is happening right now?
We saw X-Force by himself on height. Malabuka's taking a page out of that playbook, but he instantly drops down low into the mud, trying to go ahead and survive as a solo, and he gets to the front side of zone yet again. Now this is his chance to look back, but a whole different page. Also a solo, but less heals, less material to work with. Peter Bot is continuously on.
Peter Bot ubio lika.
A monster of a shot on
Da će uspeti u zoni, uspeo je. Peter Bot ima 5 killova, ne mogu da vjerujem.
With that, he tries to hunt him down. Peter Bot is on a slither of HP, barely anything. The siphon finally comes through, and now he's in a well-fighting position. Meanwhile, Malabuka still doing it. This is the game of solos right now, and there is just a single duo in here, potentially. It is Cooper and of course Miro there on the front, but Malabuka's got work cut out for him.
3 solos left in the game. One of them is going to be Malabuka, continuously dropping down low. He's letting all those players above him fight it out for him to try to survive, but Cooper and Miro are ready.
Buca je još živ. Ništa, pao je. Chitin i Pixi su gore na haju. Mero je još živ. Mero koji je bio drugi u prvom gemu je još živ.
Miro, Cooper, try to do it again here, looking to make the redemption run. They got a hurt team in front of them. Off to the side they go. These are points that need to be earned. Cooper is earning his strike, but Miro is here to back him up. He holds it down. The siphon comes in now. This is it.
This is a 2v1 situation.
2 na 1 situacija. Da vidimo da li jedan od najboljih kontrolera na svijetu može uspeti ovo. Svi su solo. I kada će Mero uspeti vinat? Ništa. Mero, prvi game bio drugi. Drugi game, opet drugi. Ne mogu da vjerujem. Mero je prvi na tabeli. Mero je prvi na tabeli.
Excellent performance indeed. Let's see how they're feeling. Frankie, take it away.
We're seeing duos come back to prove that their victory royales were not a fluke
GG.
in the past couple of days, and they're doing it again against the toughest.
Bacite like, bacite subscribe, braćo.
How does it feel?
Upalite zvonce.
Yet another win.
It's feeling really great, bro. We are full stacked again, like yesterday, and we just played it out again.
Do you think that these duos are letting you have it too easy?
Yeah, of course.
It's interesting because you guys were not a duo at the start of the year. You were with different partners. You had to find each other.
Pozdrav, Tony.
Why do you think the two of you have come together and managed to dominate this LAN so far?
We're both really smart, good fighters. That's all we need.
Do you not need brains as well?
We have enough brains.
You got enough brains.
Bogdan, iskreno ti kažem, teško, brate.
Listen, I want to
Mislim,
give you the
jedino ako vinaju
opportunity to talk to
2
your fans right
minimum.
now. I know that
I onda
you've
dobro
got
da
quite a
odigraju.
few in the audience as well. Have you got anything you'd like to say?
Problem je, ja sam rekao i to juče, što nema kao prošli put, dan 1, 6 gameova, dan 2, 6 gameova. Jedan dan 6 gameova.
Thanks for my family who is watching right now and everyone who is supports us.
Well, thank you guys. Congratulations. Let's see if you can keep it up as we head back to the desk.
GG.
Big congratulations there. Cheatin and Pixie finding themselves yet another.
Koji game? Sada kreće treći.
This is now the second time.
Nikakav problem, Tony. Sve najbolje.
Picks up another. But man, this all coming down to solos.
A Marko, brate.
Any which way for a moment.
Al Mero, brate, najbolji kontroler na svijetu. I da vina ne bi me čudilo. Ja sam rekao kad su ulazili. top 5 će biti Mero. Za pola sam rekao top 10 za Mero, top 5. Mero je najbolji kontroler na svijetu. Tako da, vidjet ćemo. Stojka, kupio sam danas sa tvojim kodom Gold Troopera i Skull Troopera i Eho Bundle. Hvala ti od srca. Puno znači. Hvala, brate. I ako kupujete nešto iz shopa, kod Stojka, braćo.
You love to see
Yes, the games.
If you're just tuning in, you've never seen Fortnite, or maybe you just don't know. Victory, of course, even coming down to second place, if you don't get the Victory, it's not that bad, right? A Victory is worth 65 points. Coming second, third, still a massive amount of points as well. But again, congratulations, Pixie and Cheatin'. There's so much that happened in just that game.
Veron, ja sam Stojka, nisam Stojke. Evo gledamo finals, brate. Evo, braćo, kako stoji tabela. Mero je prvi sa 160 poena i beži 39 poena u drugo mjesto. Pixie, Viko, treći, Kami, Seti, četvrti, Noxi, peti, Polo, šesti, Polo koji je vino prvi game.
By Miro solo clutch into that point in time. And Levin, whilst we were watching that game, right, we were getting close to the end of it. You asked me a question. What was that question?
Pozdrav, Lovro, hvala ti od srca, brate.
Miro about to win globals? It's looking like it. They're sitting up on the leaderboard looking comfy. 2 back-to-back second places. I mean,
Pa Martine, svakoga različito zove. Ne ide tu niko dalje, Simone. Tu je finals, ovo je finals, tako da. Pa ne znam, lots.
They very well could walk away champions. I did want to take a look more at the stage.
Hvala Kosta, hvala ti, brate.
Two more duos up on this board.
I'm looking at Vico and Pink. They're in third place. I mean, with how their weekend's gone so far, I think a lot of people in here were obviously supporting Acorn and Cold after how well Acorn and Cold did in the upper bracket finals. I don't think many people would have expected Vico and Pink to be above them, let alone sitting in the top 3.
Sada ću iskoristiti vreme da vam pošaljem naš Discord link, braćo. Znači, evo ga naš Discord server. Ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, izvolite link, uđite, braćo. Izvolite link, uđite ko nije ušao na naš Discord server. Hezge, nemoj to, brate. Pozdrav, Jeftović.
Element where they're a bit more comfortable, and of course, again, another instance of Seti getting the job done.
Oh, of course, you know, they had to come into the higher ground meta, right? They had to kind of learn it, so they still have all of those other playstyles in their back pocket. Just makes them so good.
And what terrifies me the most.
Aha, u redu, Aleksa. Hvala ti, Toni, hvala od srca.
That's not where you want them to be. They're way too close to striking distance.
Hvala ti puno, Eldare. Veliki pozdrav za tebi i hvala puno, brate.
On the stage right now with Lois.
That is right, Z.
Hvala.
Fortnite veteran
Amire.
and Danish native Lois joining me here right now. I gotta ask, you've been competing in Fortnite for so long. What is it like to be here at the Global Championships in Denmark?
Ne znam.
I mean, normally I sit here with the players, but the fans have been absolutely incredible, especially the French ones, and I also hear some Polish ones over here, so big shout out to the fans.
I mean, it's been an incredible weekend so far, from the fans to the players. What has been your favorite moment out of the competition?
I mean, it was first day here, so I mean, the fans is probably the most important thing here, and I also like the game.
Pa Johnny, ne znam da li ste, ne znam braćo ko je gledao dan 1 i dan 2, pošto ovo je treći dan kako streamujemo FNCS. Naravno da, brate. Znači juče, prekjuče, nakon FNCS-a smo igrali rank. Do kad stream? Do 12? Svi Anele imaju 0 kad uđu.
Just means so much to me to be able to talk with you. I've been watching you play for so long. And what is it like to watch just all 50 duos here competing on this stage?
Ne znam, Uroše.
I mean, it's absolutely insane. Like everyone from the other regions, I normally only play in EU, so to see people like Asia region, Middle East, and also shout out to the one
Johnny 6.
Thank you so much, Flois, and I can't wait to
Danas igra 6 gameova. Sada treći game kreće uskoro.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Fortnite fans, if y'all are up in here, please go say what's up to Flois. He's absolutely amazing. Super wholesome.
F17, brate.
As much as I want to talk more about what happened in game number 2, getting word game number 3 is ready. We're getting closer and closer to the halfway mark, so don't miss out. DJ producer, 2 friends will be here for the halftime show right after
Hvala
this
puno
next
games,
game.
hvala
So,
ti.
let's get on into this next one. Casters.
Johnny, da, ovo je finals. A da, Stankel, da, to si u pravu.
Game 3 in just a few short moments, and it's been an impressive performance so far by both Cooper and Miro.
I must say, man, if Miro does it again, the strike back, the potential, the explosion that we've seen come out of him so far has been incredible. Let's do it one more time. Game 3.
Game 3 kreće sada, braćo. Evo ga trofej. Šta mislite ko vi na treći game?
The grand finals is here. It is time to see how this one's going to play out already.
Da vidimo sada ko će preživjeti land, Kanada ili Buca. A mislim da će Thomas preživjeti sada. Da će Kanada pasti. Mislim da će biti 2-1 za Thomas.
Kind of make yourself one of the best in the world. This is the last game before that halfway point.
Ko je prvi, Mero?
As high up on the leaderboard as possible. You don't want to leave it to those final moments. But you know what it is from games 1 to 3. Kanada and Agers, Thomas and Malabuka yet again. You even see shots coming in, but Kanada takes damage. Thomas is already half health, and the fight has barely just begun. Kanada gets the first strike. Thomas goes down. Malabuka by himself. He's on the chase for Agers. Agers doesn't look like he has a weapon. It's all over Kanada, and he strikes while the iron's hot.
Je moguće? Pali su. Kanada 2-1.
Now to potentially run away with it. The problem that they have though is how far can they take it when the
A Smoky u rumu traženje teammatea.
I already see Baka that's down. Giannis and Reason. They go for that 50-50.
Da čujete publiku u pozadini, braćo.
Pars, he hasn't even been able to launch pad over, and that's not going to be an option. They both got ARs and SMGs to go ahead and take them down if they try to make that a part of their game plan. Now it's all about the hunt. They even get a shield briefcase. Uh-oh, this is a very, very daring play. Pars goes his way through. He's trying to make magic happen. Shots on the both players. Almost does it. Takes down.
Za malo da Pars klača 2v1.
In the final moments, you wouldn't think it would be possible, but he does do it. Here's Chicho, here's Trulex. They have TK
Tu je Trulex I Chicho su tu.
That explosive entrance coming out, of course, that lower bracket. They managed to turn online and already.
Ovaj put nisam video. Ovaj put nisam video, Đorđe, ali vidjet ću nakon streama. Hvala ti puno, brate. I opet ti kažem, nadam se da se ne mučiš, brate. Hvala ti puno. Marine ne mogu. To ne znam, Manele.
Global Championship. They
Pa da,
qualified
Amire,
to
trebaju.
the grand finals over towards Breakwater Bay, but sometimes you got to be adaptable in the bush, trying to go for a hide and seek style play.
Maz je tu.
Paper getting taken down low. Muzz there with the bait and switch to try to go ahead and save the day, but they got to be careful. Misha and Tini yet again, all around the map, all around the world. They're ready to take
Ten je
that top
kreko Maza.
Misha and Tina might be the most flexible duo in this lobby right now, and they are showing how it can be effective even while you try new strategy. But no, Bryce comes in. He's got his attention to put on the matter. Where is Chubbs here? Will he back him up? Misha now has to back out of here. We have spoken
To ne znam, brate, Aleksa.
Paper will get the final finish, but Bryce got the knock, so the rewarded points will go.
Hvala, Harper. Hvala, brate.
Everybody this weekend, you can join the party if you want to. If you want to take that chance, but Paper and Muzz get taken down. They get cleaned up by Bryce and Chubbs, who already have 4 eliminations so far. Impressive way to start game 3.
What a great spot to be in right now for Bryce and Chubbs. Bryce and Chubbs,
Buga je tu igra.
lower bracket duo that definitely performed, I would say, above average, finishing up towards that top 3 by the end of the day, putting themselves in the conversation.
Juče je Bricix bio top 3 na tabeli. Evo ga Mero.
Right now could be their chance to turn things around. 4 eliminations.
Gore desno možete da vidite tabelu.
Our first 2 games were decided by teams who already have a victory royale
Lux to ne znam.
throughout the weekend.
Stvarno ne znam.
Chubbs have one as well.
Chicho je uzo kill.
As TK goes down to Chicho, he gets cleaned up, probably trying to go for Quanti's reboot card. So they're going to be out of this game early on. But Cooper and Miro, I like this. They go ahead and get it uncontested. They loot up.
Ivo top 30.
Figure out who's going to go for the early surge, who's going to go down into that vault and try to clean up all that loot.
Jumping over to Batman Booger. Rapid. We've seen so far
Rapid je tu.
having to play solo a fair amount, losing Batman Booga a little earlier than we would have liked the last round or so. But this drop spot, man, Mega City is obviously highly contested, plenty of action to unfold.
Pa ceko, brate.
Then if you just peer off to the outside, you have
Hvala na pitanju, kako si ti AKX? Hvala Bogu, sve je super, brate.
Inside this big
A ne znam, braćo, ko je Moneymaker. Stvarno ne znam. Pošto nisu dali cijelosnu tabelu, dali su top 10.
Little dangerous here.
And you can see his streak. He's the only player in the world to go for 20 for 20, reaching a grand finals. He won his first one in the FNCS Major 3. He's looking to go back-to-back in some ways and take this global championship by storm, but this game needs to count.
Wait, let's just say that one more time. Kanata is the only person in the world to have made every
Moneymaker je 38, dobro.
FNCS Grand Finals and also perform extremely well. His top 10 performances, by the way, you can hold a candle to it.
Eldare, ne znam da je
Kylie is gonna fall here to
Buga, bro.
Fastroki.
Vaske je pao.
To the hands of Datus and Steen. So from the Frenzy Farms, they come south and they influence Kylie and Fastroki with the quick finish.
That's huge. This team has been slowly but surely upping up their firepower game after game throughout the weekend. It's only a matter of time before they hit their final form.
Stvarno ne znam.
But Reet and Ritual,
Jeste, Mero je prvi.
they've been out of this
Tu je Rit.
world so far, consistently performing at the top level. Not only online though, they brought that skill here to the big stage. And see if they can keep it up, but they're close by, neck and neck with both Edgy and Duke. I think a lot of these teams know the risk of taking an early game fight. And so continue on with their rotation. They're trying to not take too many risks early on. We'll save those for the late game.
Tayson snika ljudima i Mersa snika ljudima. Možete dole desno da vidite. Buga je isto pored njih. Tri tima zajedno. Pozdrav za Savu.
A 3-2-1 is all it takes, and Kaizen
Pobili
is
su
caught
lika.
out. And that is what a professional duo will do to you. A moment is all it takes. If it were me, if it were you, it'd take forever to line up those shots, but they make it look so easy, so quick, so deadly.
It was more than just a two-player 3-2-1. Threats and Buga on the other
Ozren u
side,
Danskoj.
who actually were the ones able to steal that one away.
Evo ga Buga.
If I thought two players were hard to survive, four players is literally impossible. I feel bad for Kaizen, but luckily for him, his teammate is still left alive. You see him floating around in the mini-map, ready to make an attempt at that reboot card.
Stipe, ovo je match 3, game 3. Nemam Strexi. Kami i Seti imaju karticu za forecast koja daje 3 poena, to će im super biti ako uzmu. A Kliks nije kvalao. Ne znam da je Moneymaker, nisu ga pokazali. Prvi je Mero.
Oh, they were trying to get that forecast tower themselves, but no, caught out in the open. They get burned.
It's just one of those things, man. You don't necessarily plan for another team to just be hiding in bushes all around.
Evo ih Kvizi i Venus
I feel like that's one of the most simple strategies you'd see some of these teams do, but it's honestly the small things that you tend to forget on the biggest stage. We talk about rotations. Queasy and Vino moving on over toward the west before they're going north towards Frenzy Fields to try to find their spot in towards the zone. They're easily one of the teams that can pick up multiple VRs throughout the day and kind of make up for lost time, boost up that leaderboard. But Vanyak and Carmi are going against their EU counterparts. I drop a Mappy on the other side. Getting denied piece control a few times. A quick peek view opportunity coming out from iDrop. He gets denied yet again.
Pozdrav za Savu.
All of that real estate going over to Vanyak.
Pa ima jedan je Batman Buga, drugi je Dig Buga. Dig Buga je taj Buga koji je vinao World Cup, a Batman Buga je isto player sa na centrala. Da, Luka?
They close it a little faster. I wonder, they are drawing the attention of teams nearby. Should wrap this up quickly. Back he goes. Not many other options going on here now.
Buga, World Cup. World Cup buga, ja mislim.
I drop best case scenario. Let another team come in this direction. Start to fight off both Vanyak and Karmi. That way he can try to slither his way out, but no opportunities are coming. A big shot fires through, running out of resources. iDrop has to think outside of the box and get out of it as well. Multiple angles as Karmi finally goes in and finishes the
Dori,
job.
taj duo ne znam ko je.
Go through. It's a huge way for them to kind of start their own game.
Tayson and Mustache.
Tayson i Merster su ubili Vadela i Sevića.
Waves of a deal. Unfortunately, Mr. Savage now has to back out of this drop here. Mr. Savage and Vadil have been staying late into Slappy Shores, but I don't think they expected Mustache and Tayson to still be here.
Jeste, kazane. Vidimo replay.
Let's take a look at that one more time. Mustache swings around the top. They're already hurt. Into the box he goes. Vadil wasn't quick enough to defend himself there, and it was a very clean pickup.
Tu su Pinku i Viku koji su top 5 na tabeli.
Karmi there. Vanyak. And Vico inside the top 5. Chilling around 4th place at the moment. What a different story compared to the upper bracket. Also taking their learnings
Ne znam, Marko.
out of the lower bracket into
Pozdrav,
today.
Viktore.
Yep, and that's one thing I feel like for some of these players, you know, Vico probably one of the more
Ovo je
mechanically
treći game,
skilled and
braćo.
gifted players on
Mislim
the
da je
EG
živ
region.
u Easy.
Think one of the best IGLs. Sometimes it just takes a day to warm up. You know, you got the jitters, you got the nerves, different
Petre,
setup,
prvi
different
put sam
desk
čuo za
height,
taj
different
tim.
chairs.
Ne znam ko je.
Sometimes you have to go through the ringer against a team like Acorn and Cold before you go ahead and say enough is enough.
Hvala puno Strexi, ali ne dajemo moderatori i zabranjeno je pitat za moderatora, brate.
Stazy and Podesai, they're kind of making a very, very similar rotation that they have in games past, going on over towards the creaky.
Jeste, Isko, jeste. Ako kupujete, braćo, Skull Troopera, jedan od naj-OG skinova ikada, koristite kod STOJKA i to je to. Ili bilo šta iz shopa. A ne znam, Luka, stvarno ne znam. Volio bi neko sa Balkana. Ne znam, Petre, pozdrav, not. Prvi na tabeli je Mero.
Seti, of course, wrapping things up at the Frenzy Fields. Still danger nearby, though, so you always have to be careful. With that, let's get a word from Mini.
Thank you so much, Monster. Now let's take a little look at Cami and Seti's off-spawn.
Evo gledajte, braćo, kako su odigrali off-spawn. Uđite na naš Discord server ko nije. Izvolite link, braćo. Hvala, Urke, hvala ti. Nikolić kod nas na Discord serveru.
Thankfully for them, they actually get access to this forecast tower. Hopefully for them, it'll be a good game like game number 1.
Thank you so much for the pivotal information, Mini. My zero build carry, I should say, when me, Vivid, and Zeke all squad up. And it's just very, very sure
Ovo je treći game i prvi je Mero.
They're one of 3 teams in this lobby that will have
Mislim da se gore vidi desno, gore desno, match 3 piše.
And if you're one of those teams that may have seen them, may know that it's a chance for Cammy and Seti, you might want to try to follow them around without getting targeted.
A oba su super, Smoky. Hvala ti, Alexa.
This has been, and now Mshari and Rue are going to be one of the first teams going up to it, and that's been the trend throughout the first games. If you make it to the island first, you more than likely capture it and get those 15
top 30.
points.
You really have to. Way to turn the game around for you right here, and honestly, Mshar and Rue kind of
Treći game, da.
They've been struggling here. They've had a couple moments of
6 mečeva.
really put them right back up toward that top 15 bracket now, potentially even edging their way to top 10.
To je to, Daki, baš mi je drago.
15 points. If you can secure it in time. We jump on over to Duke though for a moment here. Edgy is hurt and hasn't quite recovered just yet. I wonder what's happening. As he's getting pushed by Chubbs and Bryce. A little too much happening. Down low, Duke comes to the rescue though. Great tags there and finally.
Šta misliš ko vina? Pa iskreno, nadam se da će neko od naših vina. Mislim da je svako živ od naših trenutno.
This is what they do best. They're just slithering by for now. You know they can fight in the biggest moments of them all, but it's about using your brain, using your smarts, using a lot of the strategies that even got you to this point, and then very many more tricks up your sleeve to keep that train rolling. Ari and Giris 531 damage above the threshold. You see them currently
A
positioned
nisam
in 12th
primetio
place
koji
on the
ima
leaderboard.
pick X Duke.
And this being the last game before the half, I feel like it's pivotal for a team where they're positioned if they want to be in the conversation and not force themselves to have massive games to do well here in this third game.
Looking at that top 10. Now into the top 15. Look at how close it is. Points barely separating one another. Mr. Savage finds himself in a little fight. Some action here.
Savage is dead.
An incredible shot. How do you hit that before he even can realize? And now Vidil has to clutch up here. Vidil cannot allow him to wait this one out. And by the way, they need this damage. They actually have to force these fights here. So should he save up? Should he clutch up here? It'll be okay. You know, Fnajan wants to turn things around and get the full finish. So Vidil does have to be careful.
Ooh, even third-party shots coming.
Oh, he saves him just in time.
Outside of the zone and inside as well. The breacher for Fnajan is going to be the huge money maker here.
Da li će Vadel uspjeti klačati? Nije mu pukao shotgun. Nije mu pukao shotgun. Jeste vidjeli? Nije pukao shotgun.
Gosh, that was the grossest shot of the day by far. Watch it one more time. Look at how quick this was. You think it was over here, but he hits it just in time.
Really didn't even let him pop the slurp juice. He didn't even give him enough time to heal. He just went in trying to finish it off.
Sević
But those are the risks you take.
I Vadel su umrli tu i van.
You're forced to get surge yet again. That's exactly what happens when you can't control your own destiny. But an actual contested fight for this Rift Island.
A najviše su Hen i Vanske uzeli bonusa u dan 2. 21 bonus.
These teams, if they don't have enough heals, you can only stay up here for so long. You see the zone is pulling away from Rift Island, so it might be one of those teams that have the heals down that are willing to expend it.
It makes sense that Vask and Hen are here, as this is a part of their strategy. Secure these drops, secure the Rift Island, get these other points. These extra points.
Pa Anele od, kako se zove, uzeli su 2 Forecasta i 1 Island. To ti je 15, 18, 21.
So far, so good. Gripey and Flixie are alive. Kanata and Agers are just nearby as well, so trying to make do, trying to make the best of this game.
57 above the damage.
Jeste Loc?
It's just enough. It's just enough for some of these teams to rotate in, trying to go for a sneaky sniper shot. Narrowly misses that one. Probably saw the glint coming off of it as soon as he scoped in, allowing him to kind of watch out. You see, they don't want to go all the way to the side of that mountain. They want to keep some elevation just in case it does pull in this direction. You don't want to have to battle back.
Source may have found an important elimination onto Seti, so you may know where
Kami
the
je
zone
solo,
is,
ako se ne varam.
but it doesn't mean you're absolutely safe.
Da, Kami je solo.
Turns that story around, potentially finding his elimination, putting up just enough defense, but for how long? Now Cammy has to play this out by himself.
Yeah, I don't know how possible it is going to be, but if he does have that reboot card and he holds his position, he's not too far off from that reboot van as well, but it is going to be out of zone. It is going to cause a lot of attention in your direction, but the possibilities are endless. We've seen things like that happen before in the past. He's just
nemoj sa velikim slojima, brate, živje.
This moment. Forget about those later plans, but for now, I think it's going to be go for that rocket ram. Forget the reboot, forget all the loot, and even that team I was fighting. Let's just go ahead and go in towards zone, and you can see it's the least congested side as of now. Nobody's really become their rotate.
Bog ti pomogao, Urke.
What's crazy about this as well is Cammy was considering taking more mobility in crash pads, but because he was spooked out of his spot, he actually couldn't even secure it. He couldn't change his loot up. He had to just leave. So this isn't even the most ideal situation for him as of right now, as he was fumbling through his builds. But Cooper Miro, the problem children of NA right here, setting up shop. Forget that. The problem children of the Globals right now. They are second and second back-to-back. This is by far the toughest game for them, as they don't have much of a material count to play with.
Jel moguće, tu se ne može buildat.
This is big, because if Miro and Cooper end up with the top finish yet again, they're 39 points ahead of the next best player in team right now.
Nice, za sada chillaju.
Points have not even begun to set in.
Moraju
So if they
rotirat.
continue that trend,
Nice,
they
imaju ovaj
will
glider.
be the team to beat in the
Glider
second half.
redeploy.
This is kind of crazy though. Take a look at how this situation is playing out. There's not a soul on this side of the map. Very rarely this
Na
time in the
Bavsu.
game will you even have a chance to
Gledajte dole ispod, ispod
competitive lobby.
na mapi, ne znam da li ste vidjeli, braćo, niko nije na levoj strani. Svi su na desnoj. Gledajte ovo.
If they somehow win this game, get a top 5, you have to rewind the tape and think of that moment
Vaske i Hen
right there.
su
That
tu.
chance to breathe and
Viko su
stabilize,
pored njih.
reform up, just like you're saying. It is going to be huge, but there's even teams rotating nearby
Pa Vulkaši
in
ne
their
svi, brate,
direction.
naši.
But from outside of the zone
Trulex
to
i
the
Čiču
inside
mislim
of
da
the
nisu
zone,
živi.
Pink and Vico, they're waiting for them to go down because they're one of the teams that is at the top side of
I ne
that
znam da li je
leaderboard
živ
as of
Moneymaker,
now,
nisam siguran.
waiting to take away that spot. And honestly, consistency is key, and they've been one of the most powerhouse teams.
Luka, juče smo na live-u gledali.
Well, if you look at that top 10, there was definitely room at the top.
Kviz je top 30.
4 teams have fallen just beyond 5th.
Čujemo u pozadini, ne znam, Mićo. Čujemo u pozadini, braćo, publiku.
They're just right there. This game already 2 eliminations, put them inside the top 10. That solo run from Peterbot in game number 2 was incredible.
This is exactly what we came to see and came to know out of Peterbot overall. The Invitational played with somebody who isn't Byla, and I feel like that's the thing. It's business for them. Every time they go and try to do it with someone else, the results aren't necessarily there, but every time they reunite, they impress everybody watching, and they're looking to do that once more here.
It's not a better way to make $1 million over a weekend.
True.
To be the best. That's going to be something to celebrate, but no celebrations here for Miro and Cooper. Not looking good right now. Just a couple builds here. They're going to have to force the agenda, force the fight. They find one on the other side.
Da li će Mero uspjeti uzeti kill tu? Neki mi u boksu. Koliko ljudi tu?
Puts it all on the line, doesn't quite find it, and Miro's here to back him up, and the finish
Nice.
goes in. The refresh was
Uzeli su kill.
massive, and they're right back in the game. But do they have heals? Did Cooper find anything there?
It's the little details that matter. Now that
Mislim da da, Lazare.
Lifsh
je uzo kill.
Another one.
And able to heal on up. Oh, there goes his teammate as well. Gears goes down.
Mero koji je prvi na tabeli uzima trenutno loot i je u dobroj jako poziciji, iako nemam koliko puno maci healova. Ali opet, bitno je da su živi i imaju dobru poziciju.
Cammy and Seti still finding a way to stay alive. Then of course Pink and Vico.
Well, after the material split, there's still going to be a fight in front of them. They're not stopping there. They are literally continuing, but on the other side, Cammy is still a solo. He is still playing this one out. Where once he was going high ground,
Da imamo Kami šta će uraditi kao solo. Kvizi je gore na haju.
Top 25 is here now. Placement points have been earned. That alone is something to celebrate, but Cammy's here to put up more.
Pa već bi trebao dobiti, Lazar. Da vidimo šta će uraditi Kami sada kao solo.
And since he's so far below the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge, he immediately goes to work, looking towards the backside of zone. Mixon's going to be the first one in his line of sights.
Pinku je pao.
No success, able to shoot through. Pink goes down in the feed. That's Miro yet again, out of nowhere, trying to come back. But Cammy's not really finding any success when it comes to Storm Surge. Eventually, he's going to have to just get into one of these boxes.
It's really starting to heat up here. We get to look at that one more
Da,
time.
da.
Don't forget,
Otvoreno.
the reason they were hurt was
Da, Marijane.
Pink
Da vidimo replay.
was looking at him from before, and they finished him just like
Prvi
that.
lik koji je trenutno na tabeli je ubio Pinkova.
But more importantly, it's more points, and that's a top 5 team. Pink and
Nikola, nova sezona je 4. novembra. Lažem. 3. novembra i zajedno čekamo novu sezonu.
force at the moment in this lobby.
Now they've made it to the point of the game where you're getting placement points.
Pa ko bude prvi je pobedio FNCS.
And this is where Cooper
Imaju
and Miro
700
really
bav.
do shine the best.
Dobri
In
su
these
za sada.
end games, being able to be a little bit more aggressive and take those risks. Peterbot and Byla, I can say the same thing about them. They were in the situation that Cooper
Dobro,
and Miro
tu je
were in
Kanada.
not too long ago. They have to take a page out of their playbook, but that's Kanada and Agers over on the other side. See Peterbot trying to take the space.
Mero je pao, Viko je ubio Mero.
Reunites. He hears a lot of teams crashing in. He doesn't want any part of any.
Kreće endgame. 9. zona, 40 ljudi.
Peterbot is finding more and more. He gets the finish, but there's duos down low. It's not safe by by any means. Starting to run thin on material. Plenty of teams down low. He's got to get out. That's Duke. He takes down, so fragmenting a team there. While Iamzo finds Edgy, high ground, unsure. Cooper by himself now as Miro's fallen to the hands of Vico. And they are on a run right now. The point lead is insane. And as teams fall,
tu ima jako dosta luta.
a team falls right
Dobro je.
Cooper's got to be careful.
Moraju gore.
That was a close call, but Miro just trying to go for the mats. He needs those
Ken je živ.
resources. Wasn't able to really
Kviz je
grab
solo.
much. Kviz still alive as well.
Kviz je solo da vidimo šta može Kviz uraditi kao solo.
In contention, so they don't leave it up to the last moments. Quickly redeploys on over to the other side and goes for the shot, but narrowly misses his opponent. He's able to escape, and we're quickly into the top 15.
Chubbs and Bryce are online right now. 7 eliminations and almost the top 10. Chubbs and Bryce may be one of the most impressive duos to pop out of NA right now.
Trenutno top 5 tabeli su živi, top 3.
An in-person arena.
Ako Mero win ovaj game, onda ima najviše šansi da... Ok, Mero je dead, njegov teammate je živ. Uzo je trenutno kill. Vidimo šta može teammate od Mero uraditi. Pixi je gore na haju.
Elimination they've been picking up, but they're on the high ground. They could be the first team to try to get 3 VRs on the day. They already have
Juče su vinali jedan game, Chitin i Pixi. Da vidimo sada da li će vinati. Kanada je ubio Coopera. 2 na 1. Chitin i Pixi. Svaka čast.
It's not a back-to-back for Pixie and Cheatin. Are they just on fire right now?
GG.
I want to repeat what our cast has just said. Are you on fire right now?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
GG.
I mean, you're a man of few words.
Opet vinali, da.
Swedish words for the audience right now. Would you like to say anything to everyone who's supporting you?
Tack för det.
2 vina za redom, braćo.
There we go.
2 vina za redom.
Thank you everyone who said in Swedish. So tell me about that end game then.
Yeah, full stacked again and just play it out. Like we had so many mats and stuff, and we just full tapped to the end game. We looked at high, and then we looked up, and it was free, and we take it.
Bacite like, bacite subscribe, braćo. Pixi i Chitin su ovo. A juče su vinali Chitin i Pixi game, braćo. Ovo im je treći win na FNCS-u.
And what's the secret to this? Have you spent a long time preparing your game plan, or is this just in the moment when you sit down and you just know what you want to do?
We have prepared a lot of strats, and then we just play from there.
And who is responsible for those game-winning strats?
We both. We just both looking for strats together, and then just yeah, looking for our game plan, and yeah, and then we just play our end game again.
A da, Nikola, da.
Well, the target on your backs, boys, is growing ever larger.
Sada kreće četvrti game, nakon ovog gamea.
I'm going to let you go and get ready for game number 4, but right now, everyone, Pixie and Cheating!
GG!
Bro, no shot. No shot. There's 2 stories we're going to highlight. We'll start with the easy one. Pixie and Cheating, the back-to-back. Guys, understand, this is a Globals stage. This is it. This is the peak level of competition. And Pixie and Cheating say, victory out? Nah, let's give you 2.
Pixie and Cheating have to be
Pixie, braćo, su vinali 2 gamea za redom.
of the moving zones. They find out where the high ground is weakest. They go ahead and spray it out, and then they build up. And how they have so many materials going into this end game. Look at their eliminations before they just start to farm them from the high ground, right? They are just finding
Karmi nije ništa mogao tu raditi.
and to end the game with 8 eliminations and a back-to-back win, Levin, like what?
Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff. They literally
GG.
came through and said the win was so nice, we had to do it twice. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Like, you're getting to that end game, and I keep seeing Cheating and Pixie's names in the field. I'm thinking, wait, these guys are still up. And we're seeing all these titans in the lobby falling.
Svaka čast.
Can't able to keep up.
Pa Matej Vajda, vidjet ćemo, brate. Evo kako je tabela trenutno, braćo. Tamo 6 poena, Pixie beži, mislim, Mero beži od Pixija. I gledajte sada ovo, braćo. Peto mjesto ima 110, a drugo mjesto ima 218. Čak 118 poena beži drugo mjesto od petog mjesta. Znači, top 2 ljudi koji su beže od puno beže.
Incredible clutch as they do. I mean, they were on the west side of the zone. They were trying to farm mats. They had 0 builds. And me and Levin, we were like, yeah, I don't think it's going to be a good game from them, right? They're going to fall out of first place. And then somehow they just find a double refresh. And then they take out the team that was following them in that second place. Pink, like the refreshes just kept flying in.
I mean, when your back is against the wall, to do what these guys are doing, forcing their way into the box and forcing the limbs, I mean, it's craziness. And then Cooper at the end there, really a man just possessed right now. The shots onto Rapid and just surviving, outlasting all of these opponents. It was ridiculous.
Jeste Vule, da. Koliko ima još gameova? Još 3?
Cooper just went down in top 5. He solo clutched for that long.
Which is kind of crazy to me because a lot of times when we talk about this duel, we tend to focus
Ja sam rekao, braćo,
on Miro's side, right? Kind of a little more decorated, a little more experienced.
Mero je najbolji kontroler na svijetu. To sam rekao pre nego što su krenuli gameovi. I rekao sam da će biti minimum u top 5, sada je prvi, tako da. Bonki, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, brate? Pozdrav, Irke.
Basically how this duo ended up forming. Miro was like, hey, Cooper, flip a coin, and if it's what you guess, whatever it was, I think it was heads, we'll duo. And it ended up being correct, so they formed a duo.
Hvala, Johnny, hvala ti, brate. Kažem, sad stojka I to je to.
Best coin flip of his life.
Odigrali su 3 gamea.
Just insane. Okay, so really quickly, I want to talk about more of the standings overall. I did kind of just want to double back to Cooper Miro there. I'm sorry, Cheatin and Pixie rather in second place. So they've not been able to overtake Cooper and Miro. And they're kind of, you know, gentlemen of
Pa da, Anele, jedino ako sad ne failaju 3, brate, što ne vjerujem.
As to how they are just going wild right now. How are they making this happen?
I mean, for me, it looks like it's the high ground play, right? Like somehow, you know, we talked about it coming into the day. We expected a couple of teams to be battling out up there, specifically Queasy and Veno and Cammy and Seti. But honestly, we haven't really seen either of those duos in a healthy position to go ahead and contend for it.
Jeste velika prednost.
Left that area of the end game open arms for Pixie and Cheatin.
Yeah, and I think you can see from the interviews, they're not really letting the moment get to them. It's like they're playing at home, chilling, playing some scrims or something, right? It seems to be very low pressure right now. And for a team who isn't as experienced in these kind of moments, that's very alarming almost, right? You don't expect to see that. You expect the players to be shaking and wobbling over their words like, oh my goodness, we're on the stage and we're winning games. What's going on? No, these guys are cool, calm, and collected.
Absolutely. You talk about another duo that's cool, calm, collected. Vico and Pink in third place right now, halfway through the competition. Guess what? Frankie, she's standing by with Vico right now.
I am, and Vico, I think this is the least nervous I've ever seen you. Why are you so calm right now?
Well, it's 3 games in, and well, there's nothing to really win right now, so nothing to lose. So it's just like there's nothing really that we need to like have pressure about, because no one really thinks that we're gonna win or anything. So
I think you've got a good chance. You're in 3rd place at the moment, and right now the drop spot feels quite safe for you because Cold and Acorn, they're not trying to grief you, they're not trying to 50-50, they're actually just giving you space.
Yeah, they're just giving us space. Like we're giving them space, they're giving us space, because there's not really a reason why we would fight. It's just gonna get delayed, and if we both play.
Stojke, Eko Bundle ostaje u shopu, pa vajda, brate. Ne znam, vidjet ćemo, možda da, možda ne.
End game out of the 2 duos?
Probably me and Pink.
And why is that?
Because we practice a lot. Like in these last 3 months that we have played together, we've practiced like almost every day, or like almost every second day. So we have a lot of prac in between us. So
I just saw your coach Bloodex walking past as well. He told me I haven't had to teach this guy anything, but there must be a reason you're working with him. So what's he brought to your duo?
Basically everything. Like he's teaching me how to actually understand the game and actually play the game. Like there's a lot of stuff that I didn't know.
Meni bi bilo drago I čast da samo dođem.
What has he really taught you about playing the game?
Hvala, IC.
To play Fortnite?
Well, there's like stuff like
Buca je top 40, ako se ne varam. Game kreće za nekih 3-4 minuta.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that's ever changing about Fortnite. Given that you are in this 3rd spot, you can go either way now. You can go up, obviously you can go down, and you can go all the way to that trophy. What are you feeling right now in terms of your chances? Do you already see yourself lifting that trophy on that stage?
Well, I don't see myself lifting it right now because there's a huge point difference between first and third place. But these next 2 games, they just show everything. Like Mero and Cooper can choke as well as like second place. I think second place is Pixie and Cheaton. They can also choke. It all depends on these next 3 games because a lot of people will get nervous.
Exactly, and yesterday you did get a victory royale where you scored, I believe, over 100 points. So it might be 100
Buga je
points
isto top
separating you from
40,
the
ja
top.
mislim. Ima još
But
3
I know
gameova.
that you can pull off a big game. So Vico, thank you so much for
Jeste,
joining me.
jeste,
Back
I
to you
see.
and Pink, and let's head back to the desk.
Can I just say, I don't know where he is in here, but Bloodex is the biggest liar there is.
A Fičos, brate, stvarno ne znam. Stvarno ne znam. Od ljude koji smo očekivali da će dosta... Mislim, opet nije kraj, ima još 3 gameova. Od ljude koji smo očekivali da će mnogo bolje odigrati... Razumeš, čokali su, tako da vidjet ćemo, ništa neću pričati.
Absolutely. I mean, and I think too, him being able to kind of take that step back and humbly say, look, I still need
Veno
to
je
sharpen,
top
right? I still
30.
need to focus myself. That's how you improve. If you're just assuming I'm at the top, I can't do anything, I'm the very best,
Fičos,
you
brate,
never
ja se nadam.
improve. Now, we kind of talk about the standings,
Nadam
couple in the top 3.
Almić igra.
Fourth, Seti and Cami. Again, I'm just terrified, man. I feel like this happens all the time. Cami and Seti, though, they might have this like, they haven't quite made it up in the standing. They haven't got a victory on, not even a top 5, whatever. And then they end in first place, right? From this position. And we're only halfway through. In 3 games, they can make it happen.
So far, for me, Cami and
Braćo, ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, izvolite link, uđite, puno znači. Nikola, nemoj sa velikim slojima igrat, a? Fičos, ja sam na početku rekao da će biti minimum top 5 Mero, pošto je najbolji kontroler na svijetu. Vidjet ćemo, brate, kako će na kraju završiti. Moneymaker je 39 u redu, to je dobro. Samo nemoj Marko sa velikim, brate.
They have not had a good game by Cami and Seti standards. Like, the best is still yet to come from these guys, and the fact that they're in 4th, and you could argue their performance hasn't been anything amazing by their standards, just says everything you know needs.
Game kreće još malo.
You know, and we're talking about it a lot, right? Obviously, of course, right now we are on a break, so there is some time to maybe sit back and actually talk with each other, kind of figure out what's going wrong. So
Ko je prvi Mero?
Reset that they need.
I think so, right? I think all throughout the year when they face hurdles, even at times when it maybe looked like maybe this duo would split up and things weren't going to work out for them and it was going to be the end of Cami and Seti, they've been able to work things out. They've been able to get together, get on the same
Pa
page.
Nikola, nadam se da neko sa Balkana, brate.
Absolutely. We saw 3 games, right? Anything can happen. They just need one insane game and they could suddenly overtake that number 1 spot.
Kvizi trenutno je u lošoj situaciji. Gledajte, braćo, ljudi koji su na 5. mjestu. Oni su se boostali iz jednog gejma za 22 mjesta.
And then suddenly we just shift the entire leaderboard.
You know what's impressive to me is that I'm looking at the objectives, right? None of the teams right now in the top 10 seem to have secured Rift Island a single time. So I kind of wonder what's going on with that. Maybe it's actually kind of hurting some of these teams for whatever reason.
Pa navijam za naše, Leone.
Listen, that lead by Cooper.
Pa Marijan i on je loše odigrao. Buca je umro 2 gejma na landu.
5 FNCS titles under his belt.
Fičos, ako prva 3-4 tima failaju, izvinjam se, a Kvizi vina, kažem, sve je moguće, brate, ali treba da se vina game.
There we go. I'm gonna stay. I want to stay. I want to see this halftime show coming up shortly from DJ producer, 2 friends.
Gledajte, braćo, dijete u sredini. Densa plus.
And more critical than ever. We can't be slipping, right? We have to keep moving forward. We have to kind of shore up these mistakes as quickly as possible because there's a championship trophy waiting.
You know, why don't we reference some of the other in-person events that we have had, right? We had Invitational. Now, of course, that was 12 games, so a little bit different. But we checked out the day 1, right? After 6 games, which, of course, was that halfway point. And since we're at that point now, I think it would be very, very relevant to talk about it.
Peron je još 3, još ovaj još 2.
Very much so after we played out the second half of the competition. So I really do feel like there's still so much that could happen.
Yeah, and look, again, as much as a lot of
Trulex i isto tako nešto, 25. ja mislim.
The heat check for Miro and Cooper, right? They might come back, sit down, and they're not really feeling as hot as they once were, right? So hopefully it doesn't mess up their momentum and their flow.
You talk about momentum, we gotta slow things down. We are halfway through the competition, and what I wanna see is a halftime show. Who better to prepare us than Monster D-Face?
Well, listen up, Fortnite fam. I don't want to completely slow things down. I just want to change things up. We've had a lot of gameplay, but now we're going to introduce some music here.
Pa Vule vajda oko 9, brate. Irke još 2. Ovaj još 1. Mislim, ovaj još 2. Znači 3 gejma. Moneymaker je top 40.
Extraordinaire, Two Friends has something never before heard or seen in store for you all here. That's right, it's a very special Fortnite show, one that's going to be fun and exciting. So if you're down on the floor, get ready to stand up, enjoy yourself. If you're up here inside the stands, I mean, enjoy it. And if you're at home, don't forget, turn the music up. Here we have it though. We're going to jump down to the floor. Things are already dimming out.
Teo pa mislim da će do 9. Šta je sad ovo? Jeste, Ivane? Šta je ovo, braćo? Vidim buildove. Ili? Ne, ovo je... Ped! Ovo je ped. Ili ne, nije ped. Ne, tu će vajda sad neko pjevat, vajda. Davide, gledamo finalse, brate. Sad će neko pjevat, vajda. Vuki u 9.
Fortnite, how we feeling, baby? We're Two Friends, so stuck to with y'all tonight.
Aha, Two Friends.
Y'all ready to do a big with us? Make some noise! I need all y'all right here. Put the hands in the sky. Put them up, put them up, put them up. Show me what we got.
Vaske 17. Buga 18. X-Force 19. Cherry. Bricix. Snazy. Buca 23. Cold. iDrop. Quizy 26. Rezon. Zago. Teni 29. Klonzi. Klonski. Izvinjam se. Stain. Bobby. Source. Čičo 34. Mixon. Rev, Vorti, Clement, Fnajen ili Ajen, Hero, Striker, Steno, Vadel 43, Polarized, Kai, Baca ili vajde tako, nisam siguran, Fastroki, Torik, Buga i na kraju imamo Maza. Maz je dobra. Ma ne, Teo. Ovo ja zbog vas, brate. Inače ja ne slušam muziku. ...34. su Trulex. Ziku još nije završilo.
Fortnite, how we feeling out there? Let's keep it going strong. I chase the butterflies you give me, your venom kiss me.
Ceo shop da vidimo. Evo braću, ceo shop, sad ću pokazati. A brutalan je shop, brutalan. Kibo, kad završi FNCS ćemo se dogovoriti. Jeste, Duško, da? Braćo, da kupim Skull Troopera, ne znam. Ili... Ne znam. Ja bi kupio Skull Troopera onako samo da ga imam. Neću ga koristiti. Da, Gold Troopera, da. Ne znam, braćo, šta kažete? Fleki, gledam ja finals, brate. Ne Krgović. Ako kupujete nešto iz shopa, koristite kod Stojka, braćo. I ja. Samo sekund, evo ga. Pa Fleki, brate, dok dođem, dok krenemo igrati, kako se zove? Oni će završiti. Samo sekund, stavit ću build fight map. Kupi Echo bundle, ali ne znam da li da trošim, brate, zbog toga što znam da neću koristiti. Jel završio FNCS? Nije. Pa da, ja ću koristiti Dynamo. Pa kažem ti tvog, zašto da trošim kad neću ga koristiti, brate. Kad će FNCS? Pa ne znam, sad ima neke pjesme. Trulex i Čičo su 34. Pa braću, super je Echo skin. Pa ne znam tvog, onako da ga imam, brate. Ko je vino FNCS? Čekamo, brate. Čekamo, pauza je. Prvi je Mero. Stipa, izvini, brate, preko Discorda. Ima još 3 gejma. Nemanja, Moneymaker. Nije gotov FNCS? Marko na 165. Jeste Luka, da? Pa dobro je, Buco, dobro je. Pa neću tvog. Jel krenulo? Evo ga, tu sad pričaju. Kad krene, braćo, recite mi da znam. Pa nadamo se, Đole. Jeste, tvog. To si u pravu. To si u pravu, brate. Candy X je najbolji pickaxe. Jedan od najboljih pickaxa. I sa Dynamom će mi biti možda main. Možda ću promeniti Cold Snap. Tako da, braćo, čuvajte V-Buckse za zimu. Biće brutalni skinovi, pickaxi, novogodišnje stvari. Tako da, biće stvarno najbolji shopovi tada. Tako da, ako kupujete nešto iz shopa, kod Stojka. Kreće. Ali pričaju sada, brate. Pričaju sada. Još pričaju. Ko je za sada prvi? Trenutno je prvi Mero. To ne gledaš. Zbog toga što je bio koncert. I čekamo da krenu gameovi. Jeste tvog. To je super, Vuk. Hvala ti, brate, ali nemoj mi davati account. Zbog toga što... Ne znam, brate. Hvala ti puno, ali ne treba. Samo da vidim da li je krenulo. Još nije krenulo. Ko je Kvizi? Kvizi je top 40. Evo ga, nešto mi nije radio mouse. Pozdrav, Bojane. Braćo, ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, izvolite link, uđite, braćo. Svaka čast, Buca, to je brutalan pickaxe. To ne gledaš. Čekamo da krenu. Trulex je 34. Možeš pokazat loker. Kviz je 26. Evo ga.
I want to keep the party going, bro. I don't want to stop. Let's just keep it going. Tell them to come back out, man. We can keep it going,
Just
man.
keep going while we continue the competition. Just let it run wild. And of course, I don't know if y'all saw, they had the wristbands. So as they're changing the songs as well, it's just the arena
Nemoj to, brate, Jole.
kind of in like tandem with the songs.
Bojane, hvala ti, ali već smo pinali, hvala. Marko na 165, brate.
Two friends. We appreciate y'all. Casey on the sax. We became best friends. The GOAT. Now, as we kind of get ready here, we have some time before we jump back into the game. The players have kind of taken a bit. They're stepping back, they're getting some food, talking with whoever they need to talk to, and focusing their minds. Let's take a look at the stats by the numbers. Let's take a look at how things are kind of going here in the grand finals. When we take a look at the numbers for most eliminations, you can see Cooper and Miro. No surprise, currently sitting in first place right behind them, Pixie and Cheaton.
Yeah, I mean,
Već sam pokazao, Duško.
Obviously, eliminations are very, very important. But Peterbot and Bilo with 12 sneaking up there for me. I feel like they just started to warm up in game number 3. There was all Peterbot, the mechanics were coming out, and that's what he's known for, by the way. So if that can continue that momentum, they might be flying up the leaderboard.
Yeah, it feels like a blast from the past from those guys, right? Obviously, back when they won an FNCS many seasons ago.
A to neću, Ademe, brate.
From them so often, right? Popping off high elimination.
Moneymaker, stvarno ne znam ko je Moneymaker. Nisam siguran. Mislim da je u top 30.
Miro and Cooper right now. Are they contested? Because it seems right now like they're uncontested there, or if they are, they're just winning off every spawn. But they are so dangerously far ahead right now.
No, I mean, seriously, what it comes down to is making mistakes out of them, and
nemoj to niksa, brate.
Game number 3 was that, right?
Ko je vinao? Ima još 3 gejma. Evo ko su prvi. Prvi je Mero, najbolji kontroler na svetu.
They had no builds. Somehow finding the refreshes in that game tells me that they are even ready for those situations that are
nema mišljenja, Danilo. Koliko gejmo je još? Još 3.
It might be hard to stop that Cooper Miro train.
Yeah, I think one interesting for me, no matter how many games we play, no matter how deep we are into this competition, if Thomas actually walks out, the crowd is going to be and that's what just happened a second
Nije
ago.
Stefane. Pozdrav, Vanja.
And they're all, you know, on top of the world. It'd be good to see those guys start to get in on the action a bit more. You see Manabuka getting ready there, Thomas locked in, focused. These off-spawn battles against Canada and Aegis, they've been going so back and forth, man. And mentally, it must be tough because even when you win, you know this might be the only opportunity you get to actually play out a game, and there's even more pressure that gets added with that.
Yeah, and
još malo, Cone.
attention from 11th down to 20th. I want to highlight 17th place Hen and Vasquez. We've seen double.
A to ne znam, Nemanja.
Rift Island claims. You can see the 30 points.
Marijane, Mero je dosta puta vinao FNCS na svom serveru. Najbolji kontroler na svijetu, kao što sam rekao.
Because actually yesterday we saw a moment where there was like 4 duos that landed on it, and they're like, okay, look, you got here, that's fine, we'll just let you have it.
Isto i
But
Rit.
at least they went for it.
Yeah, and
I
I actually
Rit
saw some
je isto
respect
jedan
there
od
in
najboljih.
game number 3, right? We saw Datus and Stain, right? They were
Ivano,
really
vidjet ćemo
up to the
sada.
weird island spawn, and we were
Mislim,
like,
vidjet ćemo
oh,
tek za
they're
2
probably
sata,
gonna get it,
ali
and they just didn't go up for it.
sad
But I really
kreće
feel like they were in
četvrti
the
game.
position too, so still a lot of these teams not willing to go for it.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because like you said, they went from showing so much respect there for not going for it, then the next game they get in a limit and they start, you know, doing the
Chillno, a brate, pozdrav, dilerku, dobro je za sada.
Choose to give and not give respect is a bit different, and it depends on who it really is. I'd like to see some more teams get involved in
Pa Marko, vrate, prvi je trenutno na svijetu.
Teams who have claimed it twice now in Hen and Vasquez, you can't be letting that happen if you're the rest of the lobby, right? If
Ne,
they now start
Marijan.
to, you know, put on better performances to add to those Rift Island points. then
Šta
you start
misliš
looking
ko
at
će
teams like
vinat? Pa vidjet ćemo, brate. Stvarno ne znam.
Let's take a look at the numbers for Rift Island. So obviously we highlighted them, Hen and Vasquez 30 points. Okay, so Batman, Booga, and Rapid, we did see that not that long ago. And then remember, we've got the forecast towers being 3 points each. So Cami and Seti
Nisi Jaco?
and Bryce and Chubbs have also claimed 2 respectively. So, and I think the other thing we want to kind of, it's not necessarily gone under the wayside, but that
Ima još 3 gameova. Pozdrav Colke, brate, i prvi je Mero.
Cami, though they've kind of been in somewhat shambles situations, have still played so well.
Yeah, for sure. I think you look at the game played without forecast, and they're already.
To ne znam, Ivane.
It's just going to dominate everybody else.
Prvi je Mero.
Be in good positions, and they're going to make you think, how on earth did they know where
Pa
to go?
Marko za Balkance, brate. Što sam bio banan? Nisi bio banan, brate.
And it's like, yeah, they're just always going to be in a good spot.
Ako vam ne radi ili imate nekih problema sa chatom, to je, braćo, problem do YouTube-a nešto.
And where they're on the same page there in box fights, they're still going to make it deep.
Acu 26 su, ja mislim.
Yeah, and if we think about the strength of Frenzy as it stands right now, of course, it is going to be the fact that it is so close to that forecast tower. So the fact that they're kind of like splitting their
No, a prekršio neka pravila o kojima neću pričati. Dilerko najbolji... Najbolji je trenutno Vaske, na 17. mjestu se nalazi.
Yeah, for sure. Well,
A ne znam od stranih, brate.
As much as I enjoyed that halftime show, games are ready to go. Let's send it up to our
Uđite na naš Discord server, izvolite link, braćo. Bacite like, bacite subscribe. Ulazimo u četvrti game. Pozdrav, Aleksandar. Malo kasniš.
The very first
A ne znam ko je
games
Trulex.
today have done nothing except deliver action after action after action. So many insane moments, and we're here to get plenty more because game number 4 is ready to go.
Aha, izvinjam se, Palma, pošto se tako brat zove, zato. Game 3 kreće, mislim 4 kreće, braćo. Game 4 kreće. Da vidimo da li će Kanada uspjeti da zadrži svoj pozitivni rezultat nad Thomasom. 2-1 za Kanadu, Acu.
You can already see these players lighting up the sky. Kanada, Asiers, Malabuka, and Thomas. It's been a relatively even split so far, but this is the time. Thomas and Malabuka need this, but it's Asiers to touch down first.
The game-defining moment right here. Malabuka's already set on the backside, pinned between 2 sides. Agers gets the first one. Kanada gets the follow-up. Thomas is hurt, and the finish. But there's another team here, and they get completely taken out, possibly to the hands
Oba
of
tima su umrla.
and Rise, who were just next
Ne mogu da vjerujem.
Spinks actually
Ne mogu da vjerujem.
shots there, and that's part of the risk as well. With some of those early third-party contests, it's just such easy pickings.
The sad part about that is Kanada has won that drop now more times than Thomas HD and Malabuka. So Kanada and Agers also had equal amount of time to run up the points on the scoreboard, and they were doing it. Finally finding their stride. That's going to be a huge setback for everyone here. But entertainment for us nonetheless. We get to jump in now with Clement and Kaizen, who already have an elimination. If Grols is by himself, then he's having to run
off in the distance as well. Seems as though Pars gonna meet an early demise. Baka tried doing his best to recover, but it's just not enough. Giannis and Reason
going to collect the wins.
Cone pare na kapu nikad nisam uzeo, a skin smo uzeli Aura skin na FNCS-u. Zadnji put. Da vidimo šta je Rezon uradio.
Baka just unable to find those finalizing shots. It's unfortunate, but when you're in those 2 versus 1 situations, it's hard to come out on top.
It makes you wonder if Reason and Giannis didn't, come out of the lower bracket. Baka and Pars had such a great upper bracket day 1 just to qualify here, and today have been put on stalemate, put on ice all day long. Just no room to warm up. Talking about teams that haven't quite had room. Our OCE duo here, Worthy in a 1v2, but no, Teeny claps back and finishes
Čičo je uzdo kill, Teni je uzdo kill. Teni su preživjeli.
Finishes it off when it matters.
Worthy though, making sure to not go down without a fight. At least a minor setback there for Misha and Teeny. But the revive will definitely be a success. Decent amount of action sprinkled across the north side of the map so far.
A to ne znam, Leone.
Here, one more time.
To je Moneymaker.
They've got Fanine and Moneymaker in their sights, but at least for right now, Teeny and Misha, after that last little engagement with Worthy, they're going to take a second to recuperate in the process for actually looking to challenge against Fanine and Moneymaker.
Marine umreli na landu.
Back on over though, Murstache Tayson in the battle here.
Direktno stavi na 10-80. Evo ga Tayson, braćo.
This is the first time we've seen them rotate this south early. And Slappy trying to really force the fight on Trulix, but the timing must have felt good to them because Chicho and Trulix were also fighting as this
Trulix i Chicho.
A triple contest area, and Thoric and Bolts are also looking to potentially swing their
A to ne znam, Leone. Stvarno ne znam, brat.
But no, not this time.
Snazy and Poda side though, you can always tell the moment that they come up on the screen, because the French community here in the arena
Pa Marko, šta da kažem?
always making sure to let themselves be known for their favorites. Poda's
Gledajte, braćo.
wait though. Accident had absolutely no idea for what was waiting right around the corner here. A nice pick-off though for Podesai and Snazy. Curious to see what they choose to do though.
On je failo 3 edita, ja mislim.
High likelihood that they look for that strat they've been trying to repeat where they can farm some damage.
They've done it though. They've continued to, if they can't get to a mushroom, they're using med mist, they're using everything in their power. We love the let's go Snazy cheer and chant there as well. Hey, if you were to join in on any of those you want to celebrate with, that's what this is all about.
Dominik za srč. Prvi je Mero.
Looking solid, scented and polarized. Need to find their footing here. Can they do it? We've only seen 3 games. There's 3 more games in this finals, grand finals run up. So anything is possible as quickly as you flew.
Jeste, sutra streamujemo Monday Cup, braćo.
There's room for others to come and join you at the
Pa
top.
jeste, Ice, jeste.
He's trying to spread his wings here up against Gabs.
Obojica su umreli, Marine.
Not in the sights, but right now, Polarized and taking their time before making the attack. Want to make sure that most of these edits actually belong to them before fully pushing in. How many times have we seen players run into the wrong box after all? Nice peek of the shoulder there for Polarized. But it seems as though more could be joining the fray. These guys aren't able to find it soon enough. Nutty, Abzera applies some decent pressure, but again, keep in mind, Muzz and Paper, they're seeming to close in.
I was just about to say, what is happening right now? You got Muzz and Paper just saying, hey, dog, y'all want to fight down here? Y'all want a clean fight? Well, guess what?
You guys can fight.
We're not going to allow that to happen. They come in and put some shots down, and again, with that visual sound cue, everyone here knows for sure there's a team lurking. It's not worth it. Scented and Polarized make the rotate out. We might see some NA on NA action here.
Tu gledaju sa snajperima.
Set up right now. You say, all right, we'll take your scraps. Now they might be looking to fight Nutty and Gap Zero here.
But the fact that a simple introduction of another party to your initial skirmish, and that's enough to disperse the engagement altogether, because you can just tell, Scented, Polarized, they recognize how much they need these points.
Tadić ništa. Gaming da, sad je krenuo prvi game. Mislim 4. game.
The respect they have for the opponents here, you really have to. Let's not forget, for Match 4 Grand Finals, to get this far into the tournament stage, you had to qualify based off your performance all year long.
Pozdrav, Duje.
Qualify for the weekend, the most difficult and the most competitive of formats we've seen so far.
Treći game, ko je vino? E sad trebam se setiti. Chitin. Chitin je vino 2 gejma za redom. Drugi i treći game je vino Chitin.
They allow for the pickup, it seems.
Oh, this could be dirty though.
Pozdrav, Tadić.
And Snazy, depending on how they actually look to play things out. Exodus just having gotten an opportunity to rejoin and just quickly sent back again to the elimination process.
Prvi je Mero.
It's going to be in vain here, unfortunately, for his streak to continue. But Snazy and Podesai.
Hvala ti puno, hvala ti Duje.
From deep outside of the zone. Granted, it is early enough that the tick damage isn't really
Buga
all too concerned
je,
about, but you don't want to
ne znam,
find
Buga
yourself too far outside of
mislim da je
where some of these other teams might be
u
towered
top
up.
40, tako nešto. Fizi je top 30.
What a sneaky little
Pozdrav, Paka.
They need to score some points too if they want to jump back into that.
Čujete publiku u pozadini.
Conversation. Because up top we have Cooper and Miro potentially starting the runaway train with no breaks. Let's watch it back though. We jumped away from paper for a moment. It seems like as things started to ease up.
Pa ne, nije to Burki, brate. Oni su, pošto pre FNCS-a su svi markali svoje mjesto gdje će landati. I ne smiju landati sad na drugom mjestu i zato. Aha, Buga je 30, dobro.
Seemed as though he was nearly through that revive process, just a little bit longer, and he might have been able to make a huge turnaround play there. But Cammy, just inside of Frenzy Fields, finding some nice shots with that twin mag, and
Vadjel i Sević su top 40.
relatively split right now from Cammy.
Koji game, četvrti?
Trying to prioritize different directions, but some of these teams.
Pa Burki, pošto svako ima svoje mjesto označeno na mapi. Opet kažem, pre kapa su svi odlučili gdje će landat.
And it's not just Noxy and Crisp here who have a problem. The team in front of them are in the fight. These are two of Asia's best going head-to-head. Datus and Stain, Zagu. And Peppo clipped down low. The FNCS champions of the Asia region.
Cone 6. To Robert stvarno ne znam. Izvini, ali ne slušam pjesme, Mihajlo. Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe, upalite zvonce. Sutra streamujemo Monday Cup, da znate.
Well, think about it. Zagu and Peppo, I distinctly remember a content piece from yesterday where they specifically stated, we will trade our lives in order to secure
Nije se pokazala tvoja poruka, Teo?
That is just how impactful having every single visualization of future zones can be. It does make a
Pa
massive
Vision,
difference when teams are
ne
able to
treba mi
control
to,
it.
brate.
And right
Ne
now,
volim to.
honest reason, they're trying to control what's
Rezon, da
happening.
vidimo da li će Rezon uspjeti vinati ovaj fight.
Axe Force, Rubab. But it's a little on the action because other teams just
Pozdrav,
know the
Christian.
action.
That of the Germans here. Already 2
Vaske
eliminations for
pao.
Janus. Showing that they had success at the Slappy Shores. Axe Force and Robot Kebab definitely a strong 2. But then you have Pixie and Cheaton just nearby, ever lurking. Hungry for more points. Already on 2 victories. We were wondering how have they done it. It's just
Vizi i
timing.
Venus
Their
su
timing has been
26, ako se
impeccable.
ne varam.
And if they can time this battle correctly, they'll be right there, earning themselves a good number of points. But no, things slow down. The weapons cache might just go to this team here of Axe Force and Robot.
Could be massive though for Pixie and Chi when you consider that their drop is super far north on the map in general.
Kami je tu, uzima search, mislim, pokušava. Ubio li
Oh
ga?
my gosh.
Yeah, that's all it takes.
He's having a hard time. He's been rebooted like 3 times this game already. And found by different dudes
Pa naravno, brate.
at different stages. What a
Naravno, Teo.
difficult time it has been.
It would have been a lot more menacing though if it was Podesai and Snazy somehow. At least it's a different duo this time. But Seti, sure to make sure that Exodus is not going to
Kako
be
ti je
able to
pravo
get
ime?
involved. He's trying to pressure
Stojanče?
it as quickly as possible. Does not want to let this happen. Exodus though actually manages to get back up on his feet. Another attempt. Success here for
Vidimo da li će
Striker
Seti uspjeti,
as he
ništa,
continues
Dipa.
to do everything in his power to ensure that he gets to play out this match as a duo.
At this point, just let him be. He deserves
Imate gore desno klipa. Prvi su Mero. Hvala Aleksa, brate.
Should be just fine to go ahead and get to the zone, but no strangers, Cammy and Seti, to playing deep zone. We've seen it just about the bulk of the games on the day. Meanwhile, Miro and Cooper have continued to have success in the middle. Let's catch up with these teams. Let's catch up with what's going on with Vivid.
All of the games so far throughout the day have featured some very early aggression, but that is not the case for Cooper.
Cooper je uzeo 3 epic chesta, našao gold spuds.
Rumble Ruins all alone, and honestly, one of the best things about this POI is going to be that Temple Vault. So much loot in one spot to make sure that they can quickly get the loadouts that is needed. And the other thing good about this POI is that it is centrally located on the map, so they can get some storm surge and some early rotations out.
Thanks so much, Vivid. It's definitely clear that their drop at that Rumble Ruins POI is
Viko pokušava uzeti Island.
What's even crazier still is when you think about the fact that
Vole mislim da, ne znam, vidjet ćemo sada. Mislim da je.
Cooper's finals appearances. This is only Cooper's 4th finals appearance, and yet here they are. Game number 4, leading the lobby on that first place in the leaderboard.
Well, with Vico and Pink on
Honeymaker i Grifa. Prolex used to kill nad Polo koji je vino prvi game. Aleksa, da, jesam, nego sad ne igram pa zato sam ovako. Hvala, brat.
Vico and Pick would love to secure this right now, though. It would really make the difference.
It's 15 points. The fact that Hen and Baske have managed to
Uroše, nemoj sa velikim slojima na TCU, brate.
Because it stacks so quickly, but Cooper, Miro, they seem to have other intentions, and the game is afoot here for these two as they continue trying to see whether or not they can close in on any of these other teams surrounding the Rift Island that might be a little bit more distracted with each other still.
Well, this is going to get pretty interesting. We have 1st, 3rd, and 4th place all nearby. Make that 5th place as well, because
Bog ti je pomogao. Hvala ti od srca, Urke. Kines, evo gore desno možete vidjeti. Pixi. Pixi je drugi. Srki, Vaske u top 15, Akvizi u top 30. Evo Uroše, mislim da se vidi, brate, trenutno. Jeste.
It's been claimed. Vico and Pink, that is a massive 15 points bonus, regardless of what happens next for these two.
Pokazao sam Žarko pre game-a.
They've got the loot, but they want some
Dobro,
elimination points to go
chillaju
with
za
it.
sada Vico.
Yeah, look at this. Now they have everything secured. A weapons upgrade as well. And look at
A
all
ne
the other
znam,
teams
Boka
that
nisam siguran.
what they can essentially from the Rift Island here nearby.
A da, Žarko, pokazao sam cijelu tabelu prije game-a, brate.
Miro and Cooper, they're listening to all this go down. They have the material that they wanted from this low ground reservoir. And for them, that's a small victory in its own. It wasn't the checkpoint they wanted.
Ne znam da li je Buga živ.
But the material count was welcomed.
Samo da timeouta Macu. Pošto zna da ne sme da spamuje od pre godinu i po dana i opet spamuje. Ne znam što to radi. Lortix. Dobro igraju, brate. Dobro igraju. Fizz je top 30.
Vino's hurt, Tayson's hurt as well. But they did manage to find the elimination. Team Monaco on Monaco action, and now Rapid and Batman Booga jump in to try to put their touch on the take, and Vino and Queasy want nothing to do with it. You have to heal the
Gore desno možemo da vidimo da je Queasy u top 25, Tomas je pao.
A lot of our favorite picks so far struggling here, but that was just 3 games, right? All you have to do is play even better on the back 3. You can be very much in the competition, in the conversation.
I mean, we've seen just how impactful even 2 games can be.
Yeah.
And considering that we still have 2 games left to play after this one, would never want to count
Publiku,
out
pozadini se dere.
easy in those sort of circumstances. following up now on Iyamzo and Rise. Just kind of surveying the area right now. So many varying levels of elevation up here towards the north side of the map. Very easy to lose track of some of these teams that might be trying to dip down just a little bit behind some of these icebergs. But Rise seems as though he's got at least one party in his sights. Just behind him though, Cheatin' and Pixie, but it's Misha and Teeny. They have been on an uphill battle the entire match so
Teni
far,
je uzo kill I pao je Teni. Pinku ga je ubio.
Having just been knocked, Pink and Vico pushing in. They want these double eliminations secured. The points would make such a massive difference. And it's going to be Vico with the final charge in. A couple of sharp tooth shots is all it takes. That's 8 points secured.
Great job as well, finding the angles there, closing the elimination set. That's gonna put them up in a sweet spot, but now Podesai has to play this one out by himself. He's gonna need the support of his community here for sure, because with only a rocket ram and crash pads for utility and no heals, it's gonna be pretty tough. But
bacite like, bacite subscribe, braćo.
Here it is, he charges it up. Off he flies, out he goes. Shalom and NK pop.
Da li će on ovo uraditi sada?
They're hurt. He gets in, he grabs the wall, but no, slips out the backside. Little does he know, he can absolutely finish them off, and they need a set of eliminations. They need a pair of damage. Podesai changes things around. Here's the damage coming in. Gets the finish, no! Couldn't conclude. More tags from the side.
Nema veze.
Take him out. Papa will fall here, potentially, if he can't find a little more damage before the zone closes. It's Vico who's in front of him.
You could tell MK Papa wants to turn around, but he knows he's got to keep pushing forward. If Vico finds him for even a second, the zip line at this point.
Wow!
Moneymaker je pao.
Unscathed. That is incredible. Coned up for a moment, trying to get this mini shield potion off. Will successfully find two of them, but that's Vasquez knocks him out of the field entirely. The turn and burn though from MK Papa is Vasquez on the retreat.
MK Papa, Asia's last hope of the top 10 right there for now. Taken out and finished, but not before putting up a crazy fight.
Mero koji je prvi na tabeli, trenutno gledamo njega. Ko je Tayson? Tayson je top 20, ako se ne varam.
Starting to find their footing again. They need to fight for it. This is the second game now. Game 3, we saw very much similar circumstances where they came into the game, and the mid-game was such a struggle. Material count, health-wise, just in general, very, very scrappy duo. They do find a set of refreshers there. Meanwhile, Seti and Cammy, complete different story. We've already know they play deep out of the storm line, but they're looking pretty fine right now. It's going to be natural high ground. This is looking
like brate, Lujo, iskreno stvarno ne znam. Za sada su Mero favoriti, definitivno.
They found a decent spot just on the side of the mountain north of Brutal Bastion, but they're not the only ones looking this direction. Ugan threats, box just beneath them. A lot of teams kind of surrounding the edges here. Peterbot and Bila, though, they're trying to put those mechs to work. Bila gonna force his way in.
Mero vina četvrti game, vidjet ćemo.
But Peterbot, we've been watching him do it all.
Veno je uzo kill.
The elimination onto Thoric. The revive onto his teammate.
Nixa, Veno je živ. Stvarno ne znam za Kvizija. Evo, uzo je kill, vidimo gore level.
Solo play by himself when it comes down to clutching up, and he's got that charge. This thing hurts, it hits hard. He can finish player off with one charge up. It's Axe Force though. Will he become a victim of Peterbot? But no. On his first, Peterbot has to dig into his heels now. Decides, hey, I gotta get out of here.
Prvi je Mero.
Why not just
What? Gledajte ovo. Jeste vidjeli, braćo? Isto i ovaj lik.
Sphinx probably has no idea what just hit him between Axe.
Ako vam na sekund padne live, samo refreshajte, braćo.
Those are the most destructive rocket rams that we have seen all day today. But Axe Force putting himself into some very strong positioning for the time being as a solo. It's so common to see players
Kvizi je živ, vidio sam ga.
From that very backside of the zone, but Cheatin' as well. seemingly the same idea here. He's just trying to wait for everybody else to start
Svi
moving
top 5
first,
su
but
živi.
when you're hanging just above the damage threshold,
Mero da vina ovaj game, on je osigurao top 3, da ne pričamo top 1, pošto, ili top 2, za top 3 je osigurao, da ako vina ovaj. Pošto Viko su pali koji imaju 160. Evo tu su Seti koji su četvrti na tabeli. Kvizi je živ, braćo.
Recognizing that low ground was too dangerous, and they're playing a vertical box here for Miro, for Cooper. They're getting to the front side of zone. They're on the hunt right now. Miro loses him though for a second. Lot going on around him.
Miro trying to make sure that his feet are protected.
Jeste, Anon, pozdrav, Anastasija. Jeste, živi su.
Some of these box edits and walls that are made, the smallest of gaps towards the bottom of them, but
Cheatin da vidimo šta može uraditi.
Still find a way to keep moving forward.
Vaske je pao.
This is just so paramount for Cheatin and Pixie's run. They've got to do everything in their power to stay as
A ne znam, Aleksa.
hot on the heels of Cooper.
Vada li uzo kill?
Just looking like he keeps finding moments.
Boža u top 25. To ne znam, Anon.
Jumping in, this opportunity coming in for final moments.
Mixon je gore na haju. Sparkly četvrti, brate.
If they fall now, you give Cooper and Miro potential runway that no one can close the gap on. It is getting that close right now. Mixon, Blaha though, high ground is theirs. They've had it since the
baš mi je drago, duje. Mixon ima najbolju poziciju trenutno i njegov duo.
Still have crash pads and more to work with.
Nije Anon. On je najbolji kontroler na svijetu trenutno i Vino je dosta FNCS-ova. Gledajte gdje su Trulex i Čičo. Koliko lošu poziciju imaju. Ali otišli su gore sa raketom. Cheatin je uzo kill. Ima 6 gameova.
Still has 3 charges left in that rocket ram as well. He's going to make sure to utilize at least one of them. Again, just more builds being completely ripped through here.
Koliko je dobro izrotirao. Ijo!
Very careful here as it bounces back. So unfortunate. It was so close to being perfect, but instead put himself in a bad position. Another player above him. He's going to have to charge.
Jel moguće?
Vino finds him there, and Cooper.
Mero i Cooper koji su prvi su još živi. Ne mogu da vjerujem kakav je ovo duo. Veno i Kvizi su na haju. Da li Veno i Kvizi mogu vinat 2 gejma i postat prvi?
Be careful here on the descent though with Neno on that rocket ram. Queasy gonna utilize some of the last of his splashes. Still has 2 remaining just in case. Right now it's all about the mobility. Soaring sprints keeping him in the air. Possibly a little bit longer than he is intending, but Miro dropping down to low ground.
Mero je najbolji.
Onto Vanyak. And now it's going to be Mr. Savage as well, alongside of Iyamzo, pushing all along the sides here. But Miro and Cooper, they're still managing to stay together, at least for the time being. Cooper, though, completely
Bravo!
it would seem. But that's the knock that they needed.
Nema veze, nema veze.
Finished to stay alive there, and Cooper sacrificed himself, but it wasn't enough. Meanwhile, Seti, Kami versus Queasy on the high ground. Seti's already done enough to take 1 down, but
Kami mislim da vina ovaj game. A Veno je još živ.
We may not think there's a rivalry here, but there sure is bad blood. Seti on fire, still going, but Kami has something to say about it. Vino shuts that down.
Kami, though, finally.
Jel Veno živ? Veno je još živ. Bricix vine u game. Da, to je to. Bricix vina game. Nice. Vinali su, ovo im je drugi game win. GG.
Bryce, the sight of you winning a victory royale is going to be one of the most enduring memories of this entire event for me, because every time you guys have success,
to ne znam, Rile, sada ćemo vidjeti. Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe. GG.
What does it feel like like to take a second victory royale in Copenhagen?
It feels amazing. It's exciting.
And what did you guys discuss in the halftime break? Because you needed the points desperately, and now you're in.
Prvi je Mero.
We got this. We're better than everybody here.
Ovo je bio četvrti game.
Yeah.
Now, I know that this is a first time on LAN for you, Bryce. What about you, Chubbs? How much experience have you been able to bring to the stage this weekend?
Not much, but our skill is there, so we're here to win.
Is that what it's all about? Just the skill?
Yes, that's it.
So tell me about your
Aha, baš mi je drago, Artime.
That seems to be the trend here. The teams that are uncontested
Sedmi su kvizi i Veno. Dobro, to je super. Buga je mislim 40.
Only last game. This game, we're just playing how we normally play, get surge.
So what happens then if someone comes to you to try and get that surge?
We're better than them, we'll just kill them.
Do you believe this, Bryce? Do you believe in yourself now after you've had so many epic moments here?
I do. I think we could win.
And do you believe in this man, Chubbs?
I do.
Amazing. Well, I'm starting to believe in the two of you too. Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations, everyone, Bryce and Chubbs!
Vidjet ćemo sada, brate, ali mislim da je oko top 40. Jeste, mislim, za box fight ne znam, Urke, ali za rank da, brate. Jeste, Boža? Prošao je. Nikola, brate, trebaju svi koji su u top 2 failat game. I treba Kvizi vinat 2 gejma, da je bili prvi. Ugeša top 40. Izvolite Discord server, braćo, uđite, puno znači.
No, and they were on top of that mountain as well. Once we saw Mixon drop down from there, we also saw Vino, Queasy, Seti, and Cammy all fighting for that high ground. And when you have the mountain there, it is so important to be able to grab that high ground because it is so difficult to recover from the mid.
Znate šta? Moguće je Kvizi da budu prvi, a znate šta će se treba desiti? To što sam rekao. Znači, da svi iz top 5 umru. Ili evo, ne moraju svi iz top 5, ne moraju. Nek umru top 3, nemojte, braću, to je loše što se ja sad ovako obraćam. Ali top 3, da umru 2 gejma na landu. A Kvizi da vinaju 2. Kvizi su prvi.
I know all of these things, but I love here. You can just tell if you
Sada kreće peti game uskoro. Prvi je Mero. U redu, Leone. Pa bio bi zahvalan najviše na svetu Bogu, zbog toga što, hvala Bogu, sam dobio tu priliku da uzem te velike pare i volio bi da pomognem ljudima. To mi je cilj. Evo ga Kami. Šta misliš ko vina? Pa trenutno Mero. Trenutno Vero, brate. Mero, ne Vero. Mero.
It's just so funny how many people are saying that they're having a rough day, but they're currently in third place. So clearly their rough game is my best day in the world. But Cammy and Seti, I really got to give a shout out to their aggression early on, going so deep in the storm to try and grab that remaining player before they were able to bring back up their teammate. However, they realized that once they did,
Cone je uskoro.
and said that this isn't worth it. We don't want to get knocked down.
Božidar Veno je sedmi. Kami je treći. Adem, pitali su me šta bi uradio kad bi uzeo $4 miliona. Nisam uzeo pare, brat. Ti ću u top 20. Ima još 2 gejma.
And another thing that they're doing pretty much every single game except for one is being able to get that forecast tower, which is obviously so beneficial. But we gotta talk about the top team, Cooper and Miro. Miro just going
to je to, Duje, hvala ti.
crazy. And there was a
Sljedeći game uskoro, braćo.
sure how they were going to do. You can see here 102 below storm surge there, and that is such a risky place to be this late in the game. But also, I mean, can we talk about the rocket rate
ne
in
znam,
this game?
iskreno.
I don't think I've ever seen so many builds destroyed in just 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that was just because of the natural elevation in the zone. The rocket ram is the item just to smash through so many builds and get to where you want to be without anything getting in the way, or at least breaking everything that could be getting in the way. But this is a fantastic end game from Miro. And I know on the cast there, I think it was Monster, he mentioned that there was like 4 of our top 5 teams all surrounding the
Pozdrav,
Rift Island.
Vukašine.
That's no mistake. That's no mistake. All those teams are identifying, Cooper and Miro being one of them, is that they don't have to go for Island and claim it to get all of the beneficiaries that offers. Of course, you can have so many of those maps that you can refarm. Easy high ground. There's a reason why all of these top teams are going for it, and Cooper and Miro are showing us how it's done.
I swear in the mid game, every single time that we go to Cooper and Miro, they are farming, and it has been every single game, and they are one of the best teams to be able to efficiently farm and use that mid game so that they can have a better late game, and that's what we're seeing.
And we've seen a lot of west zones today, right? Games 1 to 3, all on the west side.
Moneymaker je 43.
On that west side. So for once, we're seeing a zone that isn't in their favor. And I was definitely asking a few questions about. I was like, if the zone doesn't pull
Pa
their way,
Features, brate, ne mora da znači. Iako je Moneymaker najbolji kontroler na svijetu.
I mean, guys, Cooper and Miro, they have a lead. That's a 100-point lead. We have 2 games left to go. As long as they can stay out of their own heads, we could be looking
Mali
at
Buce je top
global
40.
champions. Now, we quickly wanted to highlight Veno. This man's is popping off right
Niksa,
now. He is fragging.
to je jedina stvar što moraju vinat. Druga stvar je da moraju failat top 3. Ako failaju top 3 i vinaju kvizi, to je to. To je onda. A moraju vinat sa 10. Da, sa 10 trebaju vinat. Mislim da to oni mogu, pošto su tu imali 7 killova.
IGL. He tends to take control in these end games whilst also fragging out. What can't he do?
Well, especially when you're in a solo situation, you kind of have to IGL for yourself just a little bit
Jeste,
because
Moneymaker
you
ima
know the situation
14.
the best, and that is exactly what
Roblox
we saw
top
from Veno.
40.
Guys, I want to break down so much. There's just so much happening in this game. But I'm getting word. Games are already ready. We're jumping back all up into the action. So casters, back on up to you.
Thank you guys so much.
Braćo, kreće 5. game za 30 sekundi.
You're absolutely right. We have seen so many pop-off instances, so many different players.
Colke, ovo je 5. game, prvi je Mero. Pozdrav za Kirila. Pa Stefane, na Instagramu, da. Kreće 5. game, braćo. Ovo su sada 2 najbitna gameova. Najbitnija gameova. Ajmo da vidimo ko će preživiti land, da li Buca ili Kanada.
We're watching every single one of these teams begin to depart from the battle bus and look to drop at their respective points. It's always funny too when you see the players in between those brief segments, when they're pointing out which chest they actually want to
Agers ima najbolji drop.
on their loot pass, depending on the bus pathway itself. But right now, Thomas Malabuka, they're trying to prioritize this drop and winning it. Big shots coming in already from afar, and that's going to be an assist there for Kanada, even if indirect. Malabuka still shuddering, but it's not going to be enough. Kanada and Agers will yet again take over the racetrack. But again, the help from afar just did so much there for Kanada and Agers.
This is all he wants. This is all he wants to say. He came to Copenhagen. He showed up to the grand finals. Who had the best
Nemaju Niksa.
right now? Kanada and Agers.
Na drugu stranu nema ništa osim jednog česta.
But what can they do after this last game? They unfortunately were finished so soon. They have a chance.
Pa Nebojša, nadam se da će biti prvi.
Today, there is still so much prizing on the line. The grand finals means so much more than just first place. It's everything in between. It's your legacy. Reason Giannis getting into a fight here against Baka.
Pa onda nik se ne znam, brat.
Turnaround fight. Finally, they get to find their wind, their chance. Bach and Pars for NA now gets put up a little bit of numbers.
A lot of NA representation so
Hvala
far.
Dujek, hvala ti.
With some of these more heavily contested areas, but as far north side of the map, Crude Harbor section is going to belong to Pars and Baka. Definitely got to be feeling really good about that, especially when you consider in the way that this fight initially started.
Traje jedan game pola sata.
We're going to get the better end of things, but Pars doing a beautiful job to just displace the two, finding that side maneuver to really just approach them from a different attacking side and just cause so many issues.
Miro and Cooper.
Mero je pobedio 4 od FNCS titula bez nijednog vina, vajda, kako sam razumeo.
Because he's lost his teammate, but I think he's found his counterpart in this recent major.
Pa Fičo, i zadnji game je važan, ali ovaj game je isto bitan. Dva najbitnije gameova, definitivno.
Second place at 56 is not half bad by any means, especially when you're able to back them like what we saw from Miro earlier.
Braću, treba da zovem za jelo. Mita, nemoj sa velikim slovima, pozdrav, brate.
As well, definitely not an easy position to be in. But a few teams who weren't involved with some of those early engagements, 50-50 drops, right now they're all just on the hunt to see where and when they can acquire their surge tag damage, because the surge strategies they've been coming in hot all weekend long, but they are needed now more than ever here in Game 5.
Yeah, Brutal Bastion's an interesting spot because Pixie and Cheatin have been here.
Da, Nixe, ali ono drugo što sam ti rekao. Mero nije umro ni jedan game od početka, svi endgameovi po njega. I ostalih top 3.
Cheatin are the first duo since Aqua and Nyrox in World Cup with back-to-back VRs at an in-person event at a LAN. And Aqua and Nyrox set history that weekend when they did that, only to go on and take it all away. But today, we see something completely different here. This story, the standings, of course.
Braću, izvinjam se.
Biggest task yet.
Ovo je 6. game, braćo. Mislim 5. game, izvinjam se.
They're certainly the ones to keep an eye out for. I mean, you heard the
Ima 6 gameova.
post-game interview. We're simply better than everybody else here. And granted, the way that they've managed to creep up in the leaderboards might just be backing them up on that. Teeny and Nisha.
Hvala ti, Andrej.
Trying to pressure in onto Kitos and PXN. A nice drop down from Teeny as well. Gonna make
Kenny was a kill.
Kitos and not much left for PXN to do.
Evo ga Moneymaker. Najmlađi igrač FNCS-a. Pa Stefane ponekad.
LAN appearance players have been, including Fnajin and Moneymaker here, as they continue to find their stride here, taking out Bobby. Where is Larpex? I think they got the full. No, instead they pushed everyone out, so just got a single elimination, but this is great.
Larpex just barely managing to squeeze away, but he's got to be careful which direction he chooses to run. A couple of other teams lurking just south of the Creaky compound, so depending on the angles that he approaches, some of those other teams
Ne, Mita.
some trouble. Muzz and Paper.
Veno je živ, da, sada je krenuo game. Evo ga Maz.
To chop out Shari right now. Moderately successful job. Paper looking to push from the front side.
Hoćete da vam kažem nešto što se tiče Maza, braćo? Da, ne u chatu. Jedna jako interesantna stvar koju mislim da ne znate. Koju mislim da ne znate. Možda znate. Neko od vas možda zna. Maz je igrao na drugom serveru. Mislim da je, ako se ne varam, igrao na Oceaniji, ako se ne varam. On je igrao na Oceaniji, tamo je živeo i tako dalje. On je tamo vinuo FNCS. I šta se desilo? On je došao na Nice i tu je vinuo FNCS. Znači, Maz je vinuo FNCS na 2 servera. I sada je Nice player još. Tako da, Ne znam da li ste to znali, ali Maz je jedan od najboljih playera na istu. Na centralu. Vukašine 14. Da, Niksa, to se dešava, to je bug neki. Ja se izvinjam svima ako imate neki bug sa chatom da ne možete da pišete poruke da vam je crveno. To je do YouTube-a. Polo, ko je vino game.
Finally managed to cut him off. Immediate headshot. Yeah, immediate headshot right as you said that. Sphinx finds elimination, takes him out.
Kovač nikad nismo igrali sa braćom iz chata, brate. Chris 14. Ne misli, brate. Evo ga, Teni se opet kempa. Braćo, Teni, uvek kad gledamo Tenija se oni kempaju. Lujo možda heroj, brate.
But their patience could also play off big.
They're in enemy builds right now as well. I think they're onto something. I think they believe.
Da, Niksa, ali ne znam, uvek kad upale Tenija oni kempaju. Kempali su na chestu, sada kempaju tu.
In Peppo are clearly rummaging around right now trying to find something.
Plaši se tebe.
Misha and Tini.
Ma, brat. To je bila jako interesantna stvar. To je jako interesantan cup bio. Kad sam ja ubio Tenija. To je bio trio cup. Hvala Shorts, hvala ti puno, hvala brate. Jeste, Stefane. Prvi za sada je Mero, braćo. Stojke si stariji od Tenija, ne znam koliko on godina ima. Šakić, baš mi je drago, dobrodošao i uživaj, brate.
Rotation would be worthwhile given some of the elevation that comes with it. It's always nice when you can get a good aerial view of the lobby.
Definitely that information download is so important, especially in this game.
Rakić, nemoj sa velikim slojima, prvi game je vinao Polo, ako se ne varam. Ako se ne varam. GG, Lucky.
Very explosive, very aggressive. Misha taking a wall by himself. No builds. What in the world is going on right now?
Klime 17.
I like that. That's weak.
Pozdrav brzi.
Zagu has to clutch this one out right now. His teammate
Prvi je Mero.
Peppo's on the run. In goes Tini.
Ten je pao. Nice.
Misha finishes the job and clutches out for Tini.
And that was massive as well for Tini and Misha because we saw them waiting for so long.
Alexa, to je onda, brate, kad umreš i to ti je reboot card. Ako ti neko uzme reboot card, možete vratiti u game. Veno je uzo kill, Viko je uzo kill. Vidimo se, Farise, pozdrav.
Or should I wait? Pixie in the meanwhile, trying to scavenge around here, seeing what he can find as he's got more health to spare. The problem is Baka.
Braćo, da znate, ova zadnja dva gejma, peti game, trenutno koji gledamo, i šesti, su najvažniji gameovi. Pa Luka, ne kažem da kvizi ništa ne rade, ali oni puštaju ljudi koji nešto rade. Naprimjer, sad kvizi vjerovatno lutaju i to. A naprimjer, evo vidiš, Teni su se fajtali, njih puštaju stalno. Evo ih. Kvizi i Pinku su tu pored. Nadam se da se neće fajtat. Ovo je peti game. Hvala, hvala Niksa. Hvala na pitanju, brate, Urke, sve u redu. Ja sam mislio da me zovu, braćo, pošto trebam da uzem jelo. Pa uzimali su cash, Luka.
For Pink to be aware of the fact that it might be Queasy and Venom rotating out from Kinjitsu.
Yeah, and Cami Assetti right there at the frenzy as well, just to the left. So a lot of danger in that area. Meanwhile, dead center, Acorn and Cold stick to their tried and true strategy. Worked last game.
Moneymaker je živ, da.
It's been a little bit of a middling performance, but it only took one to jump them right back into the top 10. Had it not been for Cooper and Miro's ridiculous run,
Pa ne, Urke, bit će do 9.
much closer inside the
Bit će
top
do
10.
9.
But the conversation surely skewed right now up towards the top. But Acorn and Cold jumped into it. Queasy and Vino have as well. Tasting and Mustache now have room to make their way into these conversations too, taking down Alec and Worthy there. Nicely done. They have the zone more or less not too far, so they'll be balling out here.
Naravno, Urke, gledamo kako će, mislim, ko će biti pobednik i ko će uzeti trofej. Naravno da gledamo. Mislim da nije Buga živ. Mislim, vidjet ćemo sada. Pošto ima 83 ljudi, možda umro na landu, ne znam. Lorke, mislim, Stefane Mero ima najviše šanse za sada. Pa misli, ne vjerujem, zbog toga što su oni 40. Moneymaker ima 14 godina. X-Force ide na Island. Island daje 15 pojena.
Look at this, Rift Island. We've been seeing a decent amount of action pick up as the games go on here. X-Force immediately getting lit up, trying to farm some materials off the roof of this big building here on Rift Island. Unfortunately for him, he's got Rebob Kabam toss him a couple of heals, but at the same time, Misha, Teeny, they managed to fly right in to join the
moraju sad top 3 da umru, na primjer da, izvinjam se što se tako izražavam, ali na primjer da budu top 20 i Quizzy da bude win, na primjer, i jedan game top 2 i to je to.
They're trying to make this money right now, and they're not willing to give it up without a fight. That's what it's all about. This is exactly
Davide, prijatno, vinao je zaboravio se sad kako se zove brat, al Brooksi, tako nešto. Danny? Robert top 40, ja mislim, brat. Bricix, da, Bricix, da. Pa Faris je najbolji kontroler na svijetu. Braćo, Trulex je ubio Pixija.
That he eliminates Pixie in the process there, and yeah, it's just cheating, trying to hold it down by his Losum, but he's locked outside the zone. He's got to find a way to rotate in, but the edge just being so well guarded right now.
Surely has to do with a little bit of greed. They were doing pretty much just fine, but trying to go in there to see what they can find out, and they just get met with a team. Not what you expect.
Ako Mero ovaj game bude u top 2, on je vino FNCS, da znate, braćo. 100%. Gore desno možete da vidite tabelu.
The damage was catastrophic. Cheetah now has to see if he can pick up his teammate's reboot card and pick him up, but you're gonna have teams like Booga and Threats just looking in, trying to see if they can get points.
Ajde, hvala ti, Petre, ajde.
I mean, even if Cheatin does get the reboot ban at this point, just how beneficial is it
really
for himself and Pixie? You have to imagine that Booga and Threats haven't really strayed too far from their initial position. They recognize the fact that Cheatin is a solo. They're still hanging out.
Buga je tu, da vidimo Buga da li može ubiti lika koji će biti rebootan.
And where they need to be as far as the zone is concerned, they might just be able to shoot down Pixie before he even gets a chance to land. Pixie doing his best to try and juke inside the air, and well, it does seem as though Booga and Threats have
Quizzy je pao, a Veno i Quizzy su pali. Veno i Quizzy su pali.
Does seem like trouble in paradise right now as Misha's turning online.
Luka top 20.
Quizzy possibly has fallen as well.
Hvala ti, Novke, hvala ti.
It's going to be Queasy and Mano that have actually met their fate here in game number 5. They'll have to wait it out as well for the battle bus to depart in match number 6.
Ko je to rekao, Farise?
And who better to be the
Evo ga, Rice je tu.
to possibly shut him down? It's
Evo vidimo fight između Quizija i Fastrokija.
Easy and Meadow, they were in 7th place here. And now they've got to sit and wait to see where this leaves them on the leaderboard by the time it
Nema
gets
veze, braću, što neće vinati Kvizi. Kvizi je najbolji player. Isto i Veno. Mislim, jedni od najboljih playera. I liko je prvi, opet kažem, po 10. put na streamu je najbolji kontroler na svijetu. Razumete? Hvala Bogu, Chris.
Pink and Vico are still up. Cheatin obviously is brought back into the game with Pixie here. This competition still standing strong. Miro and Cooper, we get to touch base with them. This hasn't changed for them. Miro and Cooper are struggling in the mid game here, but Pixie and Cheatin are as well. Except one might say Pixie and Cheatin, much worse situation as they were finished off before they can get to safety. Due to the hands of Threats and Booga once again, finding them there on the Storm's edge.
Pa Nixa, brate, zato ima i mjesto od prvog do posljednjeg. Ako je svako mogo da vina, onda ne bi imalo mjesta, brate. Svi bi bili prvi. Pixie je pao. Braćo. Ja sam rekao, ako ovaj game Mero bude drugi, vinali su FNCS. I sad ćemo da vidimo šta će se desiti. Znači, Kami je treći, Mero prvi. Braćo, vidjet ćemo šta će se sad desiti. Nixa, rezultati pokazuju, brate. Niko nije rekao da je on bolji od Vena, ali u ovom turniru je. Rezultati pokazuju, ja ništa ne pričam, ja nemam, brate, ništa da pričam, pošto ja, razumete, ja gledam kako rezultate pokazuju. Nemoj to fikiriš. Naprimjer da je Veno bio prvi, to je to, on je najbolji, ali sad je Mero prvi. A to nisam siguran, Aleksa. Hvala ti puno, Krgović, hvala puno, brate. Pa kad da. Pošto dosta ljudi će sad reći Stojka ti hejtaš Kvizije i to. Ili brat je napisao gore drago ti je što su umrli. Naravno da nije. Ali ako sad je neko bolji od njih, nema veze. To je to. I Mero su uzeli kill. Mero su uzeli kill, uzeli su dosta maca 5-5. Cap su sa macima. Oni mnogo dobro fajtaju, braćo. Oni mnogo dobro fajtaju. Mero i Cooper iz 5 gameova, iz 4 su odigrali 4 gameova. Ne mogu da vjerujem.
But I just keep finding the most perfect refreshes of all time. I mean, Cooper practically max mats. Miro definitely in a good spot. And the fact that they have so many materials now split between them.
Braćo, još jedan like, da vidimo ko će biti brat koji će baciti like. Bacite like, bacite subscribe, braćo. Upalite zvonce.
Is trying to continue playing things through. You can see Miro making a push towards the high ground as well.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they want to play for height right here and close this chapter out, but no. Things start to change, teams start to rocket ram on up. Destruction is ever so near. Head nearby, you can hear the shots. Miro makes the call out, this guy's hurt. I'm going
Braćo, zvali su me. A ne znam što Mero fajta. Mero ne sme fajtat. Braćo, idem da uzmem jelo. Vraćam se. Slučajno sam poslao cheat u Fortniteu. Nemojte ulaziti na link. Šalim se malo.
Storm Surge actually is going to be Miro and Cooper's best friend. Another 4 points to be added in the elimination process. I don't think it gets much better than that.
I think he knows that right now, so we'll see if he ends up going for the loop. But Vico and Pink have A lot to do, a lot of work to put in right now, and a long rotate to make here. Almost no material. They would love a refresh and hopefully a rocket ramp to get on out of here, because this is going up and over. The last two terrains have been very difficult to traverse here. And they have a crash pad, so off they go. Up they go. Miro's out. Rocket ram in full effect here. Lands him on the side. Cooper's here to meet with them, but a team's behind them. Good block there. Keeps him up for a moment. Now, looking for the refresh. It's SETI here in front of him. So close, yet so far. Meanwhile, Cammy's on height, holding things down as Duo meets with them. The big heels come out. They need a bounce back. They need these wins.
Cammy and SETI might be at the very top for the time being, but just across the way, it's Kanata, it's Agers. These zones continuing to force these players pressing forward. Well played though by Miro and Cooper, and that secondary high layer after
Niksa ne postoji sreća.
ended.
Braćo, izvinjam se, bio sam duzem jelo. Pozdrav, braćo. Pozdrav, Dalibore.
Those are some massive shots that he just landed.
Šta se desilo, su preživjeli, Mero?
Buy him a good chunk of time as well.
Fića ne šaje se.
Make sure that he has 100 full shields, because he's going to need every bit of it.
For Bryce, this is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. If he
Hvala puno svima koji ste napisali. Prijatno, hvala puno.
Top 5 is definitely the sweet spot to be in. And any higher, you're extremely happy, but Vico by himself on the move right now. Looking to swing his way around. 5 builds, teams in front, no one behind.
Niksa dan 1 je bio drugi. Hvala ti, Teo, hvala Dalibor, hvala puno svima, braćo, koji ste napisali prijatno, hvala puno. Hvala.
Cooper as well, landing just slightly further apart from his duo, but they found their moment.
I, braćo, ja ništa neću pričati. Da vidimo do kada će Cooper biti živi. Ovo je neverojatno šta oni rade. Ne mogu da vjerujem. Hvala puno svima koji ste napisali prijatno. Hvala, braćo.
Bryce can manage to clutch it out as a solo. Victory Royale might be within his reach here. Crash pad forward, the roaming redeploy gonna get
Britix is super player.
Polarized in the box underneath him. Bryce though, not taking a second to pause. He just wants to look for a closing shot. If he can find some more materials to work with, he might just be able to make it happen. But it's Agers now on height, pressing up. He loses Kanata though in the process. Finds Pars though in the middle of it. A massive shot, but he falls to his demise.
Ran out of builds there in the moment. The win could have been theirs too. But now, back onto the hands of Bryce here, our last standing player inside the top 5, still trying to make a run for it. Swinging his way between builds. He's trying to get caught up and gets trapped in the fly's web there. The spider's web, top 10 now. Threats in Booga, threats in this. Oh my gosh, so many solos still standing here.
We've seen this once already from Threats this weekend, though. Can he make it happen again is the real question we have to ask. Next is Threats hiding just above the water's edge. Recognizes players in the water, and he shoots and he finds it. That's going to be polarized run. Come to an end. Threats on the other hand. Refresh on the builds, exactly what he needed. All of that brick just going to continue to protect him all the longer.
Lucy's still in this.
Čičo je gore na haju. Da li Čičo može uspjeti vinat?
5 elims, 9 total for the team. He still has builds. Threats is looking very healthy, but there's MK Papa who's going to fall there. There's a player on high ground. Okay, so every team's on a different layer. He's got to look around here. Lucy needs to make a big decision. Find Shalom. This is Asia, but no! Clock from behind. Threats does not let the beat drop at all. And up he goes, and now he knows it's his chance here, but no.
Bravo!
He falls too!
Bravo, Čičo!
Takes it all away.
A massive hit there at the very end. Trulex and Chicho needed the points.
Bravo, Čičo!
Right now, what I need, Monster, is to hear from these two.
Wow, wow, wow. Chicho and Trulex, you have done it at the last moment. You've bagged yourself a victory royale and currently 9th on the leaderboard.
Bravo, super, top 10, bravo.
Final moments.
That's really good. I got soul clutched. Trulex died. First moving. He got full max mats. So I just started, got height in last moving and won.
Yeah, and you managed to maintain the focus. What was it like watching all of this go down?
So it was crazy in first moving. No, in like second moving, I landed in like four people in the box, and then everyone died. So I just told them like to come take all the mats and just play the game out. I gave him a rocket. He went to the zone and did the impossible.
It's so tough in the top 10, boys. What are you playing for as we head into the 6th and final game
Top 5, ja
of
mislim
the
će reći. Top
FNCS
5.
Global Championship?
I mean, we're just trying our best. We're contested every single game at one of the worst spots to be contested at. If we were uncon, we 100% place the best, and we're conned by, he says, one of the best Ospan players in the game, but clearly it doesn't look like it.
Who?
50. Kaski is in top 50.
Who is the off-spawn battling duo that you're having to face each time?
Banti and TK.
And clearly, you guys are coming out on top. Good luck in the final game, boys. And congratulations on your victory royale. Copenhagen,
Čičo je, mislim, iz Bosne, nisam siguran.
Trulex, Chicho, congratulations, the victory royale. It's gotta feel so good going into game number 5 with only a single game to go.
Posljednji game, najbitniji game.
They did it as well, of course. Chicho saying right there, solo clutching since, was it first moving zone? Incredible stuff. And that just shows how important it is to have that teammate that can make those big calls right there at the end, which Trulex was doing so well.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Trulex communicating that you have to take all of my material that I have, everything that is in.
Hvala puno svima, braćo, koji ste napisali prijatno ili dobar tek. Hvala, braćo.
For high ground as a solo towards that 10th zone was so courageous and really ended up working well for him.
And that's something that we like to see out of solos in end games. It's very, very easy to sort of box up and try and play as much
big smile on his face.
Oh, he's loving it. This is for good reason, because he's just done something right there that's so confident in going for high as a solo. So many players will just sort of
Hvala, okej,
be a
brate.
little bit more passive, but it's the
Hvala,
players
Klime.
that do take
Hvala, Rile. Hvala, braćo.
even though you're a solo, are the ones that pay off. And look at this, Chicho.
Hvala, Spase. Nadam se da uživaš, brate. Hvala ti puno.
Very similar from like Cami and Seti, Queasy and Veno, right? The difference is when they chose to do it. We kind of did it in these other much larger moving zones with like 25 people left.
Hvala, Palma.
1v1v1, you're like, okay, it's me and 2 others. If I disappear from the equation and I reappear someone else and slam down, crack all these builds, it's going to be enough. It's going to give me a moment to try and strike.
Misli, brate.
Incredible. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. We have 1 game left.
Nikad ne znaš šta se može, brate, desiti za 5 minuta. Kamoli za 2-3 godine. Tako da, ako Bog da smo zdravi i živi, nadamo se najboljem, brate. Hvala puno svima koji ste napisali prijatno. Hvala, braćo, hvala. Trulex je iz Srbije.
If Cooper and Miro go down immediately and then Chubbs and Bryce get the best game that we have seen so far, then there is a slight possibility that, of course, there is still Pixie and Cheatin who have a slight chance.
They do. I was looking at that leaderboard right there. 27 eliminations for Miro and Cooper. And throughout that game, we saw exactly how they got to that number.
Mero ne umire.
These guys are W-keying goats. I don't know how they're doing it, yet still staying alive. And something that
Ja ne mogu da vjerujem, 5 gema, 5 endgame-a, eto.
was so confident in their storm surge strategies. He wasn't even carrying a shotgun throughout the mid game. Their strategy then, going into that 7th zone, 6th zone situation, they try and go for a big refresh. Then he picks up the shotgun. He drops the assault rifle. Then he has that SMG and shotgun to play so well in endgame. And the way that they're taking walls, of course, we have Miro who's actually spraying the wall, and then Cooper's the one that's claiming it. So well played.
And Cooper and Miro, when they ran out of builds in the very end of that game right there,
Bera, to je brutalno.
they waited, stayed on low ground, and where a lot of people will try and stay at the front of zone so they can kind of peek behind them, they stayed behind
Da,
and
Magix, da.
rotated just on the edge, and were even able to get another elimination in that moment just because their positioning was so smart. They knew that it was going to be so chaotic, either on top or in front.
Jeste,
so they
Kronos.
stayed in the back corner. It was perfect.
Just disgusting. Their average.
Prijatno, Paka još nije završilo.
5.25. Wow. Just nuts. Now, before we get going, it's highly likely we're looking at our global champions, but what I want to focus on is the prize money. Yes, $1 million, a championship axe, a championship trophy, and a title. But keep in mind, as we watch these duos go head-to-head, think about this for a moment. Second place and third. If I'm a duo and I can get a single
Zadnji game
point
kreće
difference,
sada, uskoro.
that is literally $250,000 of difference. So y'all need to
Ja ne znam odakle je mero.
pay attention because every single interaction is going to be huge.
That's absolutely right. I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of dollars between each of these places. There's so many different storylines. The story is not over, even though Cooper and Miro are so far ahead. And I mean, who knows what can happen? We saw it at Invitational.
Karki preko Twitcha.
Ooh, could you imagine Cammy and Seti taking a page from the book of Queasy and Vino? We'll have to wait and see.
I would love to, but you know what? We got some special lined up for you.
Ne,
We got
menalo.
our man
Ljudi su me
Levin
pitali
2K
kad
off the
završava
stage to get
posljednji
us
game, ja sam rekao u 10, a završit ću u 9.
The final game is here. It is time to crown some champions. Royal Arena, are you ready?
Jel moguće? To ne, nemoj sa velikim slovima, brate.
On this stage have given everything of their being to be here for this moment, to be here for this trophy. So I need to give you everything you've got. I ain't starting this game until we tear the roof off this building. Royal Arena, are you ready? It is time! Game number 6 is
Jel moguće ovo? Braćo, zadnji game kreće.
Here we have it. Game number 6 is here. The Royal Arena is ready. And the grand finals couldn't be more hype than this. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see how this all
Obriši
plays
sam
out. We
sebi
have
poruku, Niksa, ne mogu,
so
brate.
much to give out, so much on the line.
Almost terrifying for a second there, listening to Levin on that stage, going absolutely
Da vidimo da li će
crazy
Tomas preživiti land.
alongside all these
Šta
fans
mislite,
here in
braćo?
the building. You guys have been ecstatic to witness and watch you cheer on. But some of these players still need your energy for one more game here. Royal Arena as Thomas HD, Malabuka. They've managed to survive
Čiću
the
uzeo
initial
kill.
drop, but the damage is still yet to come next. Because Malabuka, Thomas, a little bit further away from Kanata and Agers, they wish to play this one out to give themselves the best opportunity possible to work their way up the leaderboard.
I brat Nikola
But for Pixie,
je postao member.
trouble for sure.
Hvala ti od srca, Nikola. Hvala puno, brate, hvala puno.
They're off to a pretty rough start right
Hvala
now.
ti, Nikola. Sada imaš
This is gonna
svoju boju kod imena, imaš krunu, imaš posebne emojije.
as that is the hardest to come
Hvala ti
by
puno, brate.
after you start
Nikola,
losing
hvala
these
puno.
opening moments. But it does make you
Viktor,
wonder
još jedan
why
game.
Kanata and Agers just split racetrack before. Why couldn't they survive a little longer? They clearly played so well.
Hvala
when
ti,
they
Artime,
were able
hvala
to
puno.
survive, but that's a story for another time today. For now.
Necessarily just Kanata and Agers at that point, though. Thomas and Malabuka wanted that just as badly as them. And right now, neither side really faring all too well for it.
Well, we're gonna have to put a button on it. Grand Finals match 6 is here. Cooper and Miro have an incredible lead over the competition. And that is, of course, the battle for $1 million.
Hvala, Robert.
Back at the racetrack, there's a little more action going down. Kanata and Agers are on the hunt. I spoke too soon.
Kanada i Tomas se
Close this
fajtaju.
one out in good fashion. NA versus EU all weekend long here. And EU has been the one to pay the price so far, but both times fully situated here to 2v1. Agers and Kanata close the deal here. Thomas HD left to pick up the pieces.
For Agers and Kanata, not a whole lot to grab there off of Malabuka, but at the same time, 4 elimination points is 4 elimination points.
9 su, Robert, ja
More
mislim.
than happy.
Prvi je Mero. Pozdrav, Anele, hvala ti, Nikola.
Kanata
Hvala
and
puno,
Agers,
hvala.
though, seeming as if there might have been a little bit of a rise of interference there in that elimination process.
I was gonna say, find out where that puts Kanata and Agers. You know, they might just have that late tournament stride come back. Hey, there's still plenty of money on the line here.
Luka, nemoj da spamuješ, brate. Hvala ti, Andrej.
Video and Mr. Savage, in the meanwhile, are fighting up here against Thoric. And I got the update. It looks like that puts them at 13th place. Not bad for a team fully contested. Meanwhile, Vidil, though, claps back onto Thoric.
Luka, ako ti nije problem, nemoj da spamuješ, morat ću te timeoutat. Mero je prvi, brate. Pozdrav, Antonio. Zadnji game.
And just like that, gonna be forced to take a step back here, leading Kylie on the offensive, but Kylie's got some great early on to Datus though. No chance that he's
Mali buci iz Rusije.
He's gonna hide behind that tree.
Pozdrav za tvog brata, Urke. Hvala puno.
Strokey and Kylie will win this one for the time being, but Datus might still be able to collect the reboot card, but he's got to be
Ne,
careful.
gaming, ne pratim.
Just doesn't get better than that when your team is hitting you shots like that. The backup can't even come in to support you. Axe Force and Robot. Robot had the run of his life last game, really turning up. And this was the same story. It's all early game fights. They didn't find much. They were hurt, but no! Snipes from behind! And Axe Force is gonna pay the price too as Sherry takes the elimination. It's Paper and Muzz here. They know this team had to be hurt because Robot had full advantage before that happened. And Paper is devastated.
Vidimo se, Ivane. Life je do 12.
Open up any door.
Pozdrav, Bartol.
They find Gyros. Big tags there. Not a finish, but he's hurt.
Absolute miracle that Gyros did not go down in the process there, though. But Muzz, Paper, they are relentless with this charge. Jerry doing everything he can to try and create some distance, but just look at
Nikola,
how hard
vrate.
the split is now. Gyros
Šta će sada biti?
for himself. Paper, Muzz now have their choice.
Jeste, Daniele?
Seems as though they're going to divert their
Andrej
attention to
druga.
Gyros for the time being. Paper, though, recognizing the fact
Pozdrav,
another
Stef.
interference play, this time coming out of Nutty, just outside of Shady.
Evo Stef, brate, pojeo sam i sada možemo gledati zadnji game.
This right now. Just the fact that Gyros and Sherry nearly managed to escape.
Mr. Savage and Vidil close the deal. Close the books.
Gore desno imate tabelu, braću.
On Bolt's run here, back to the tournament lobby he goes. That's going to be it for his grand finals run. And for every team that falls now, for every team that closes their chapter here at the Global Championships, you have to respect them for making it this far. Your 50 best duos across the entire world competing against one another here today, giving us the show, of course, here in person and online. What a celebratory moment here for this $4 million land.
And just look at Cooper boxed up so
I
high
brat,
now. Rumble ruins.
Nikola.
Just in the center of this current
Hvala ti
zone.
puno,
Granted, the zone
Bartole.
obviously very
Hvala
large
ti od srca, brate, Nikola.
being, but still,
Uživaj u
Cooper
finalu.
definitely trying to just
Nadam se da svi vi uživate, braću, zbog toga što na kraju će ljudi, mislim, ko će biti pobednik, će uzeti trofej i vidjet ćete, braću, kakav će trofej biti. Tako da hvala ti od srca, Nikola. Hvala puno, brate, hvala puno. Vidimo tu Venoa. Snika se svom prijatelju Pinku. Jeste, Irke? Teo, evo gledamo finals, brate, zadnji game.
But Queasy and Veno, they want to take their time here. Don't want to panic by any means.
Završava se sada, uskoro.
Not looking good right now for Pink though as he loses all his shield. Look how quickly Vino is coming in to constrict. But no, he's gonna back up. Respects the push, doesn't have Queasy here quite to back him up, so something comes out. Something must have been a little fishy in the air.
Pinku i Veno su jedni od najboljih prijatelja. Sada je ovo bio fight.
Undoubtedly.
Steph top 10.
Continues to move on. Now we jump back to Pixie and Cheatin.
Još, Nikola. Ne mogu da vjerujem, brate. Hvala ti puno, brate. Braćo, ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, izvolite link, uđite.
But Cheatin and Pixie, they still need to ensure that they have a much easier time as far as their rotational positioning is concerned, because that's definitely something that they encountered a lot of difficulties with in the last match. Ruga and Threats able to put a halt to their attempts
I brat Nikola opet.
last game, and here
Hvala ti puno, brate Nikola. Hvala ti puno. Uzo si membera, sada doniraš, ne mogu da vjerujem. Hvala puno, brate. Hvala ti Nikola, hvala ti od srca. Pa Smoky ne znam.
So for now, they are truly the final boss here. Seti and Cammy,
Smreki preko super chata možeš donirati. I jao. Opet. Jel moguće? Hvala ti Nikola, brate moj. GG u chatu za brata Nikolu, braćo moja. Hvala ti puno Nikola, hvala od srca. Hvala puno, brate moj. Hvala ti od srca.
That we are talking about here. So many of these players just on the cusp inside of these top 5 ranges.
Cammy fighter.
Seti trying to ensure that Yumi and Source can't intervene with their plans here at the Frenzy Field, but Cammy gonna look to reorient on his positioning. Sees the snipe attempt coming out from Source, quick on the edits. Not gonna let himself fall victim to that one just yet.
Quick response
2 eura. Mislim, slobodno možete u opisu live-a da vidite, imate dole skroz ko hoće da postane member, imate link, upalite link i vidite. GG!
Who's in front? Sniper's in hand. Bryce showing us what he's got. Doesn't quite land that, but the tags on the follow-up are very good. Meanwhile, Flixie finds a quick knock onto Kanata, so there's trouble in paradise all around us right now, unfolding here for the last game. For Pixie and Cheatin', let's get a little update real quick on them. They're doing just fine inside.
Hvala ti Nikola, hvala. Hvala puno, brate, hvala ti od srca, hvala puno. Hvala ti Nikola. Hvala ti Lazare i hvala tvojim roditeljima, brate. Hvala ti puno i šta da kažem, to mi je drago što ljudi koji gledaju live mogu jesti, mogu spavati, da bude ostao ono live i da ako neko uđe ili čuje nešto na live-u neće biti ništa ružno, pošto smo mi family friendly i jako mi je drago zbog toga, tako da hvala ti Lazare. Pozdrav Marko. Kako da postane member? Imate u opisu live-a ili pored subscribe buttona join dugme ili pridruži se. Ili kao što sam rekao imate u opisu live-a link. Skroz dole piše ko hoće da postane member može to uraditi ovde i imate link.
I like where they're at, just in 7th place here, so real chances to jump up and earn hundreds of thousands.
I ko hoće da uđe na našem Discord serveru, izvolite link, brać, uđite. Može donacija od 100 eura ako uradiš 10 sklekova, jel me zezaš, brate? Pozdrav, Adi. Šta bi uradio za 500 eura donaciju? Ništa, brate.
And that's going to be an easy double elimination.
Ognjen, trenutno je Mero. Braćo, Veno gleda za kill tu.
All day long and just continue playing spoiler for so many of these other teams in the lobby.
Every game we see them taking down different teams of varying degree and skill.
Uradi 10 sklekova. Ali to mi nije, brate, sad će neko reći Stojka, ti gledaš samo pare ili to, ali ne, brate, ako brat stvarno pošalje, ja ću raditi evo 20, ne 10. Tako da, meni nije problem. Braćo, Rift Island daje 15 poena i Forecast 3, da vidimo ko će uspjeti uzeti Island.
At least for teams that were down at the bottom trying to come back, they haven't quite the comeback so far.
They're definitely attempting it, and so far, so good as far as this capture point is concerned, but you can definitely see a couple couple of neighbors starting to work their way into the Rift Island. Teeny and Misha, though.
Pa Chris, meni nije problem, ja ne tražim da neko pošalje, brate, ali brat kaže uradi 10 sklekova i daću ti pare. Ljudi znaju da ja neću skemat, brate, ako neko pošalje ja ću uradit, ali ja ne znam da li će mene drugi skemat. Razumeš, ljudi znaju da ja neću skemat. Razumeš? Ne kažem da će brat Ivan skemat, nego... Hvala ti, Nikola. Hvala ti puno, hvala od srca, brate.
Get an idea of where your opposition might be at, but it seemed as though iDrop and Mappy had no idea that that business turret even been placed in the first place. Well executed mission there from Misha and Teeny to secure.
Čičo je dobio 60 hit.
Does seem as if it's going to go their way. We'll have to check back in on that a little bit later on, but Fixie, Cheatin, continue.
A nije Stef, on je iz Velike Britanije.
Here for first place, as long as Pixie and Cheatin are out, Cooper and Miro cannot count themselves.
Koje su nagrade za FNCS? Pa prvi uzima €1.000.000. Hvala misli, hvala brate, hvala ti. Pa da, Laki, ja mislim tako, iskreno. Cooper i Miro beže, brate, puno. 80 poena beže. I još je živ, ja ne mogu da vjerujem. Već 30 ljudi su umreli, oni su još živi. Mislim da Mero nosi kući sebi 500.000 eura, ja mislim. Vidjet ćemo sada. A dobro, zaslužio je, iskreno. Zaslužio je, najbolji kontroler je na svijetu, zaslužio je.
With some of those dips in the elevation, you don't want to get caught out inside any of these jungle trenches.
Let's see it. Tayson Murstache on the move now. They have to move in.
Pa Laki, brate, to stvarno ne znam. Vajda PayPal.
Tournament at play. Thomas H. and Malabuka survived the drop somehow. Escaping away.
Stefke mislim da je. Gledajte ovo, braćo.
So Thomas actually managed to save Malabuka, get the reboot card, bring
Jel
him back.
moguće? Tu su, Mero su ispod Tomasa, idu dole.
But they have no idea.
I thought they did for a second, I'm not gonna lie. The ambush comes out and Miro puts up a fight already. Now he knows, wait, there was someone lurking underneath us.
Nije Hawaii?
And it's not just anyone that's lurking underneath them, it's Malabuka, it's Thomas. Two EU Titans, well, they might not have had the day that they were hoping for. They're still gonna look to try and pounce back at least a few positions on that leaderboard. And they could definitely put a devastating stop to Miro.
Braćo, Mero neće luzat. Ne vjerujem. Slušajte me sad, ako sad Mero ubiju Tomasa, zašto da se priča ko je najbolji? Vidjet ćemo sad, ajde. Tomas i Buca su najbolji playeri na Europi, vidjet ćemo sada. Nice, super rotacija.
Miro Cooper, they know they've got to keep it moving. They can't afford to get stuck here now. They need to get inside the edge of zone before
4 miliona je cjelukupan price pool. A prvi uzimaju milion, drugi 650 i tako dalje.
Let's just chill out. They go to the boat, they retreat back, go back to the heels that they know are there, and they play it smart. This is
Pa da, Maro, da.
showing that Miro and Cooper want that payday. They want that big check that could be waiting for them. This could be $1 million.
Pixi ne znam odakle, mislim da iz Švedske, mislim. Buca je pao. Kanada je pao.
could potentially give them the ultimate dead side rotation if you think about it, because nobody else is going to be trying to stick around like these two have been.
Quizzy Veno.
So you can see
Chillaju.
teams like Quizzy and Veno, they've continued
Rit use a kill.
to just aggress ever forward into the next zones, but danger from above here. Queasy gonna need a moment just to replenish some of his shields.
You know what? Re and Ritual as well. You got to give them so much credit. They are continuing to find eliminations. They may very well be another team fighting for top 3 by the time this is all over. For Pixie and Chi in here, they're just trying to hold on to their second place and fight their way to number 1. They've already gotten 2 victory royales.
Jeste, Maro? Da.
Third feels near impossible, but it's got to be done if they want to be the global champions.
Emile, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, brat? Šta mislite, ko vina zadnji game, braćo? Ceko po 500.000. Trulex je ubio Janisa. Pozdrav, Kosar. Mero. Pixi. Pixi. Quizzy. A niko ne uzima 4 miliona. 4 miliona je cjelokupan prize pool. Znači cijeli turnir je 4 miliona. Money maker, Viko.
But they are so deathly afraid of losing second place. They are getting pushed back when they could have easily finished the elimination. But this is tournament fear.
Pixie je mislim dead.
Placement fear starting to kick in here.
You can almost see the panic.
This could be one of the most expensive lessons they learn. I hope they fight back here.
It is just crazy right now how hesitant Pixie and Cheatin are and the hesitation.
Pa to ti kažem, Bera, Mero su brutalni igrači. Quizzy je ubio Pinkua, njegovog prijatelja. Jel moguće? Quizzy je ubio i Vikoa. Quizzy, braćo, uzima killove.
Twin Mag not going to do him much good in such close combat. And Pixie now looking for the full retreat, throwing out.
Braćo, imamo nove, imamo FNCS šampiona, a to je Mero i Koper. Svaka čast i čestitke njima, oni uzimaju onaj brutalan trofej i $1,000,000. Čestitke za Meroa. Zasluženo. Nice, svaka čast. I još su živi.
Have the dream run of their lives unfolding before them.
But you can see their composure. There's no celebratory factors coming out just yet. They know Bryce, Chubbs, Cammy, Seti. These are teams that could definitely make a resurgence.
Veno da bude prvi treba mu 25 kill win. A treba da padnu sada Koper. Ako padne Koper i Quizzy vina sa 25, onda da. Pozdrav, Dule.
As a solo, he actually doesn't have Bryce with him. This is a best case scenario for Cooper and Miro.
So tough for Chubbs though. Again, hundreds
To je
of
dobro,
thousands
Beka.
of dollars on the line here. Life-changing money for Chubbs and Bryce. In their third place spot.
Ja bih volio da Quizzy bude top 4. Top 3 može. I top 2 može čak. Ako vina. Top 2 to je brutalno, braćo.
Just gotta play smart. Gotta play to the instincts. Here we go. Rocket Ram comes out. He's off to the air here. Down is gonna land. Potentially on a team. Meanwhile, Miro's in a fight. Continuing to push through this lobby here. Placement points now to be earned. Every team that falls now.
A Nikola, to je jako teško, brate. Quizzy je pao.
Keep in mind though, Miro and Cooper, they might just run into Muzz, and Muzz, he lost paper earlier on. Don't believe he's had an opportunity to look for the reboot either, based on when paper was picked off. So now Miro in the backside. Merstash in Tayson's box. He could go massive here. The shot to connect. Both teams gonna get dropped another layer here. Inside.
Jel moguće? Mero je ubio Taysona. Najboljeg EU playera.
Grow the count. 324 points currently on the leaderboard. And Cooper, despite having been knocked, Miro's still going.
No way, but he finds Kylie there too with a huge finish. And his teammate gets finished off now too. Shot from the side here. He has no more builds. He needs this refresh. If not, it's over.
Mero je vino FNCS.
There is still a run.
Jedino ako Seti ne vineju sa 20 killova. Eto.
they can get over 10
Ili
eliminations
Bricix.
and win this game, that will be a 100-point run. So it's not over yet. Chubbs falls too. Down goes Bryce, down goes Chubbs. It's all or nothing. Copenhagen, hold your breath. Let's see how far Cami and Seti can go. Will you put your money on
Braćo, ovo je zadnji game, ne znam. Braćo, Kami vinaju ovaj sa 20, uzeli su prvo mjesto. Ako se... Zamislite da se to desi. To bi bio najbolji back to back ikada. A to ne znam, Stefke. Bacite like, bacite subscribe, braćo, Trulex je živ. Trebaju im killovi.
Here we go, Cami on the run right now, trying to find some eliminations. Moneymaker might just be the next one, but another team's next door. Cami has a decision to make, misses out on the opportunity to find elimination. Seti here. Still 22 players in this lobby, anything can happen right now. Should they just go on a run? Should they go on a streak? Acorn still
A Striker gore na haju.
As a solo right now.
Teško da će vinati Kami. Ne, ništa. Mero je pobednik ovog FNCS-a. GG. To je to. Završio je cup, braćo.
But it's still the difference between thousands of dollars as far as his leaderboard is concerned. Acorn's gonna try to take a shot from some players on the backside. KBM Rapid looking for his escape.
GG, braćo, GG. To je to. Trulex možda bude top 5. Trulex je još živ i brutalno igra.
They're still keeping the charge going.
How are they still alive right now? Truly fighting for it. Cami needs a second here. He's got to drink the slurp juice, or at least find a siphon. Something up the two. Trulex, Chiche on the low ground here. Have to continue to fight back.
Navijamo za Trulexa.
It's all or nothing now. You need everyone here. They have to finish things up. They have to take out the lobby. Earn as much as you can.
Jel vina Trulex? Da, ne u chatu, braćo. Top 5, 9 ljudi živo.
Will have to fight their way up to earn as much as possible here, but what a run it has been for Cami and Seti. Rapid and Batman Boogar in front of them. Who will be the next to fall?
It is an absolute scramble though throughout the low ground. Teams are just falling.
Trulex i Čičo su na haju. Ako Trulex i Čičo vinaju, oni su u top 5 i bolji. I bolji. Tri tima, 6 ljudi živo. Da li će Kami vinati, da li će Buga vinati ili da li će Trulex i Čičo? Duo solo. Da li Trulex i Čičo mogu ovo vinati? A, Seti i grifaju. I? Bravo! Ne. Trulex, 1 na 1. Trulex, vinaš, polako samo. Vina, polako samo. Ubi njega. Ubi Kamija. Polako, vinaš, najbolji si. Bravo! Uzmi trst. Polako, Midway. Bravo! Bravo! Mero su vinali, bravo, ali Trulex je najbolji. Bravo Mero, najbolji kontroler na svijetu. Ja mislim da je Trulex top 3.
champion.
GG, braćo, ja ne mogu da vjerujem. Ne mogu da vjerujem. Bacite like, bacite subscribe, upalite zvonce i uđite na naš Discord server, braćo.
Champions, they hit the ground running. A second place, a fifth place. They did not stop. Mini Miner Kelly, they had eyes and sight on that trophy. They came into today, they knew what they wanted, and they broke through.
What a start for the day for them. What a finish to the day for them. They were almost...
Znaš šta mi je, braćo? Drago mi je što je Trulex top. Trulex je top 3. Sad ću da pokažem tabelu. Evo, koga zanima cijela tabela, izvolite. Bravo. Samo falio im je jedan kill. Jedan kill im je falio da budu drugi. Ne. Jedan kill im je falio da budu drugi. Jao. Jel moguće? Jedan kill. Jedan. Jedan kill im falio da budu drugi. Ne, brate. Isturio sam vodu. Jedan kill, braćo. Znate šta, da su imali plus jedan kill, uzeli bi još 150.000 eura plus. Da znate. Ne mogu da vjerujem. Nema veze, nema veze. Evo, izvolite, braćo, tabelu. Ja ću scrollati i vi gledajte, slobodno. Idemo igrat rank. Evo sad ću da pokažem price pool. Uzeli su 200.000 eura. Isto kao da su vinali na Europi FNCS. Isto, skroz isto. GG. Braćo, izvinjam se, bio sam ljutan. GG, braćo, GG. GG. Igrat ćemo s Acom, braćo, rank. To je to. Samo sekund. Evo ga. Brzi, sve najbolje, brate. Pa nema trio, fleki. Jedino ako hoćete trio na squad, ali ne znam da li se to isplati. Braćo, idem u toaletu, vraćam se za 2 minuta. Vraćam se za 2 minuta, igraćemo rank. Aco, hoćeš squad ili duo? Da znam, brate. Dobro, duo. Vraćam se, braćo, za minut, 2. Bacite like i igrat ćemo rank. Braćo, izvinjam se, bio sam... Sad sam tu. Braćo, jeste očekivali da će Mero vinati? Ne čuje Sacu, da. Un sekund. A ne, nije da... Hvala ti, brate, ali nije zbog toga što sam ja Makedonac. Ja sam Makedonac, ali... Kako kad trebam da idem u toaletu? Kako trebam to da kažem? Ne razumem. Neću da kažem idem u V, nego hoću da kažem idem u toaletu, pošto je to... To je meni kulturno. Razumete? Tako da... Nadam se da me razumete, braću. Ne znam kod vas kako se kaže. Ali kod mene se kaže kulturno... u toalet, to. Idem u toalet, u redu. Od sad ću to pričati. Zbog toga što kod nas se zove tako i nadam se da me razumete, braću. Ne, brzi, neću to na V, brate. U toalet i to je to. Ne, slučajno, a dobro, ajde. Da, Daco, sad ću. Braćo, izvinjam se. Ne pričacu zbog toga što nisam upalio voice. Me čuješ, Aco? Halo? Ne čujem. Halo? Ja me čuješ? Halo? Me čuješ?
Halo, da.
A čuješ se jako tiho.
Evo sad.
Sad dobro.
Ali smijete mi, aj dobro, gore šljuda, znaš, ovaj rebutani.
A da, eno ga. 11 white, 27 white. A drugi tim.
Drugi 30
Heal,
white,
heal.
leđa. Nisam znao odakle me pucao. Što me puša ovaj... A traži prešao tvojeg mog tamo, ovog iza. A to je 32 white. Paz. Aj, 32 white, moraš ga ubiti, molim te.
Tako je, Urke, hvala ti, brate.
Holdaj taj žid.
Da znaš da smo, 2 tima su pored nas.
A gdje ovaj? Jel?
Šta?
Gdje je ovaj što je 30 white? Snajper.
Ne znam.
Dakle je snajper.
Pobego je.
Eno ga tamo snajper, pazi. Tu snajper, tu je snajper. Dođem s kići. Veš svet. A to je taj.
Ja, plavi skin.
Neki imao je begli neki.
Ne mogu da promenim i neću da promenim naslov zbog toga što ljudi kad hoće nakon streama da vide, na primjer, evo, posle 3-4 dana da li smo gledali finals i to, neće moći da nađu, pošto će pisati rank, a mi smo cijeli stream gledali finals.
Da ubije ovoga.
Pa imam SMG, brate, scope, teško, neću ga ni hitat.
Ništa, da pušamo te.
Trulex je uzeo 400.000 eura, a Quizy...
150k za jedan kill, 150k.
Da.
Dolara, razlika, za jedan kill samo. Koliko je to unlucky.
Ma super. Opet, znaš da su oni znaš, brate, do 4. gema koji su oni bili? 30.
Dobro, brate.
Minus 30, taj.
Moram far na brikove.
Brzi, brate, nemoj to. I baš mi je žao, brate.
Čekaj, gdje su?
Pa, brate, zenite. Ma ja ću da dipam, brate.
Dipaj. Baš je slavo. Dobro, brate, si uspio u životu, šta?
Nemojte.
Zrak nama.
Na tebe?
Da. Baniš me u zraku. 50 white. 20 na white.
Ne mogu ništa.
Drugi dolazi isto. Zrak prosim. Bravo, drugi ti van. Kako na jedan povod sam omreći. Dobro, sam dobro...
O, da. Dođi.
Imaš white.
Dođi samo. Pozdrav, Anastasija, Vejko, evo igramo rank, brat. Ko je vinao? Vino je Cooper.
Ja, budu spoj mene.
Nalazim.
Ma nisu na mene. Da, hila.
I u programama drugim, ne samo u Fortniteu.
105.
Bravo. Bacam bush.
Drugi je white. Ja sam gdje. A drugi tim.
Da, drugi tim je ovo.
Deđan.
Bravo, tu sam macu, tu sam. Imam ti dosta macu, kako hoćeš mogu ti dati.
Ovo je odbacio ovu svoj. Pravi HP,
Bravo, idi. Ja idem. Samo dođi.
Kako sam ga snajpao,
Diže ga, gledaj. Ajde, ništa. Idem ti trst uzet. Ne, ubio me. Dođi, imam ti 6 shockwave-a, dipaj, uzmi karti, dipaj. Trstat će me. Nije uzdu šogove, na moju kartu 6 šogojeva. Nema veze, Anele, brate.
Da, gleda me.
Pa Trixi... Kreneš, brate, od početka. I samo snimaš. Brzi 4-2 za Kanadu je bilo.
No što kako se me njega stavi, on se vrtio po boku, njega samo bumbu.
Koje kvizi? Braćo, znači stvarno neću da pričam više o FNCS-u zbog toga što nisam vidio tabelu koje je, samo znam da je Cooper vinao. Slobodno ko hoće da vidi tabelu imate na Google, Fortnite, tracker i vidite zbog toga što...
Nije Cooper vinao.
Da, zbog toga što neću da lažem. Ko je?
A ko igraš Cooperom? Mero i ko još?
Cooper.
A da, je, Mero Cooper.
Mad Mist? Kart mi nisi uzeo.
Jesu.
Pa Trixi, kreni od toga što imaš, brate. Nikad to nisam rekao, Moki. Ja sam pričao idem u toaletu, brate. Ali sad znam, sad ću pričati idem u toalet. Uzmi Mad Mist, idi mi po kartu. Baci snajper, čuje mini. Misliš za Trulex, junior? Trixi onda, brate, stvarno ne znam. Anon Cooper. Gledaj u zraku bolje sad. Ostavi ga. On nema white, tražio je flopper.
Ima white, tašu u
Nije Anon? Samo beži. Idi levo u šateridu, maybe me da me rebootaš. Pazi, nemaš mac, 5 builda.
Pa mene će da fajta, ne kontam.
Šta kažeš za FNCS pobednike? Pa iznenadili su. Pozdrav Bokile.
Ima puno bolji igrač, on je kao lošim dao.
Hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, brate? Ma, brate.
Nije ni skill. Kako se on vinao, družo? Ja znam da je taj Mero još igra igru, što on je vinao. Nisam je znao. Ali što on je vinao Grand, on se nije ni radao, on se nam pružio ruku, to je to. 500 pravo za to.
Pa šta sam ti rekao, ja ko će vinat? Onaj ko je smiren. Šta bi mi...
Dobit će čovjek 200k.
Pa da, ali drugi će dobiti 500.
Pa nema veze, što njega bolje ovo će dati oko 500, evo će ovo što on dobiti.
Ma ne, brate, i da dobiješ i 4 je dobro. Da. Znaš da za nje dobijaju ljudi koji su imali 0 poena 4000?
Ja samo ležao, stolci igra. Mislim da bi igrao.
Ma da, ti ne bi pokušao da uzmeš bolji placement. Jeste, 6 puta je vino. Da, Marko, da. Pa brate, najbolji ti je PC, Trixi. Znači, komp. Kompjuter, brate. Davide Cooper. Pa sve smo mi to gledali na live-u. Loko. Nisam očekivao da će oni, brate, pobediti.
Nice, man. Dobit ću mini 100%, gledam da ovdje.
Imaš medkit desno, a co?
Mini je 100%, znam vidio su. Sebaru.
A, tu možeš odmah ti reboot. A onda Trixi stvarno ne znam, brate. Pokele, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, brate? Jeste, Loko. Neočekivano, brate.
Koji sam bil u D2?
Oni su... Ne, oni su igrali dan 1.
Dali kandare.
Kilaj se sa medmistu.
Ping. Mam 60 pinga paket los. Izziperam, please. Izziperam.
Probaj me rebootat. Aco je gledao mnogo FNCS i sada volači.
Da.
Imaš mnogo white. Mislim kod auta da ti je leđi nešto.
Mam, imaš gdje što ti me ganjaš. Treba ti pomoć neka.
Aco! Izvinjam se braćo, Aco ne zna šta priča. Imao si tamo i slrpovi i sve.
Ja napaš da sam dobio jedin. Što ja igram? Stojka kako kuriš?
Stoje kako dobiti FNCS pickaxe. Vinaš FNCS i to je to.
Brate, kupiš ga i to je to. Kaže PGM šavam 100 dinara i to je to.
Pa brate, kupi PlayStation 5. Matija Cooper, brate. Pa ja mislim da, Urke. Pa Trixi najbolje ti je onda, brate, da sačuvaš još malo para i uzmeš PC, brate, bolji. Znači, kompjuter bolji. Do 800 eura, primjer. Znam da su to je puno para, ali to ti je najbolje, brate. Cooper, Marko. Veljko 2 puta sam odgovorio. Stojka kupi Skull Troopera, da kupim. Ako kupujete nešto iz shopa, kod Stojka, braćo. Marine 3, brate. Cobra Cooper. Ne, Vejko. Rekao sam hvala na pitanju kako je kod tebe. To znači kao, hvala što si me pitao, hvala Bogu sve je u redu, kako si ti? Nemoj to, Marko. Hvala ti puno, hvala Pero, hvala puno. Pozdrav Ace. Eto. Meni je bila pogrešna scena, vidite, ova scena treba da bude. Sad kad sam htio da vidim da li se dobro vidim na facecam-u, vidio sam da je pogrešna scena, sad sam promenio, dobro je.
Ja rado biti, ajmo.
Trixi FN. Dominik dobro, brate. Ko je vino FNCS? Cooper? Cobra? Ne pratim njega puno, ali znam ko je, brate. Nemam ništa protiv. Sve je u redu. Ne, aco. Pa napitim, kako si ti? Brate, Galović. Ti imaš najbolji lent, aco.
Lama.
Lama?
Da, sam vatni kam. Da sam tišta, da.
Ja sam probudio lamu.
Što si, Josip? Kako ne razmišljaš ti mozgo što ima? Pa ne metak, ali
Chill, dođi, samo dođi. Evo ti, Aco, uzmi, Aco, uzmi. I sve sam ti uzeo.
Imam sam cap food.
Samo cap wood.
To je neki heal, da. Imam neki heal, imaš mythic za kiće, bigove, sve imam čovječe. Nemoj mi sve davat.
Daj mi jedan big samo i to je to. Da mogu popat, da budem full. Hvala.
Tako da je snipe, našokov se rok. Našokov bi se, našokov bi.
Trixi onda smisli ti, brate. Pošto ja stvarno ne znam. Hvala na pitanju kako si ti, Rakić.
Nas big.
Jeste, Đole.
Nas big.
Daj. Kako su klačali Trulex. Oni su nakon četvrtog gejma bili 30.
Svaki game.
I u 2 vinali su, jedan su bili top 2, jedan su vinali i bili treći. Koliko 2 gejma može da ti promeni?
Ajde, kijem ovog lika.
Nemam ganacu. Pozdrav, Aca.
Ajde solo.
Može, brate, Boka.
Boka Romani.
Aco.
Ajmo igrat, kretra.
Ma ne, brate.
Spavi, zovem.
Hvala. Hoćeš big da čuvaš?
Ne mogu. Znači 3 mitka i nije.
Prije flopera sam tamo ostavio. Aj si do 12, brate. Anon, na ovom FNCS-u nisi mogao da učestvuješ, pošto ovo igraju najbolji. Mislim, ne kažem da ti nisi, brate, nego pro player i to.
Pa baca koji da nam da nije ništa ugovor, šta je ovo? Što kaže Boka Romanija?
Da igramo 1-1-1.
Ajde.
Ma ne, brate.
Što?
Ova zadnja 3 dana nisam igrao ranked uopće.
Pa šta?
Samo creative i gledao sam.
Igros.
I koliko?
Igros si malo.
Stojka sviče na kontroler. Ma neću, brate.
Da, bukvalno.
Jeste, Romke?
Rekao si Romke.
Da, tako se zove lik. Zašto?
Aj, pa to sporo. Po slovo.
Ne, onda me zeznaš.
Ali ne da sam sad Pročitaj mu ime slovo po slovo.
Neću, ja se izvinjam, braćo, ja nisam mislio na tome. Brat se zove, znate kako, ja sam samo mu pročitao ime. A nemoj da se šališ, ljudi će stvarno pomisliti.
Rekao sam da se šalim, rekao sam sad.
Pa Lion da, brate, ali ne znači to da ako ja igram na kontroleru da će ja osvojiti FNCS. Mislim, nije šta, i njegov teammate je keyboard i mouse.
Ali ja, da igraš što nam uzom. Ali on igra sa Bokom Romanijom, brate. Šalim se. Look at me.
A ciao.
Možda mrzim svoj FPS.
Lik.
Gdje?
46. U kolnu je. Već sam. Vrate, znaš koliko loše umirem? Sad sam umro mnogo loše. Možeš ih klačat, vjeruj. Znaš koliko loše sam umro?
A kaj boks, a nema, ti kaš brain, ti nemaš možda, brate, kako ti tako fajtaš, ti samo fajtaš onako da ga ubiješ.
A za šta da fajtam, da umrem?
Da polako fajtaš na damage, da igraš, ti uletiš liku u boks.
Ne uletim, brate!
A ne uletiš mu, vidio sam šta su radio. Eto si, ne smij se, eto si pod hitos ga 50, ušao mu do time i to je to.
Eto, vidiš, ušao ti mi.
Ušao sam i ja s tom, ali sam izašao iz boksa jer nisam ništa loadano. Ovo je smijet.
Da mu nije došao teammate.
Pa mora doći time, neće sigurno da igra 1v1. Ovo se smijat, druže, šta je smijat?
Sutra, braćo, streamujemo Monday Cup, da znate. Nemoj, Aco. Aco, hoćeš da igramo ja ti zero build?
Da.
Na Brazilu. Taman, brate, treba će nam. Pošto ovo je zadnji zero build, duo cash cup.
Da, moram ovaj virat. Bože, ako nama zamjerim se solo duo za Stojka. Brišemo igru, brate.
Ima još jedan Monday Cup, još jedan solo cash cup, još jedan zero build, duo cup, ali još 3 duo cash cupa.
Što ti pričaš još jedan duo cash cup ima?
Ne, duo zero build cash cup.
Ima jedan zero build.
Da, pa da, jedan zero build, jedan solo victory, jedan Monday i 3 duo cash cup.
Ne, imaju 3-1 ima.
3-3.
A vidi ima, stvarno! Oooo, Begi.
A co?
2. 3.
Aleksa, brate, Cooper. Ajde, vidimo se, nadam se da će biti sve u redu. Teo, laku noć, brate, pozdrav.
Kad zadnji starta, 11.1. Znači 2 dana prije nove.
Sarugs, hvala na pitanju, brate, kako je kod tebe?
Nice, man. Sutra škola, jo. Ko će poživiti u školu? Da, brate, dozem ring se u Fortnite da ne moram više ići. Dozem Grand Finals da se ispišem odmah. Otvorim 10 restorana.
Jeste, Danilo? A moki, brate.
Ajmo ga 1v1.
Pa Stefane, mislim da.
Ajmo tu. Ne mogu tamo kempat se, ajmo fajta.
Čuješ se loš, Aco.
Fajta se ko čovjek ovdje, ne mogu tamo ići.
Tako ostavi mikrofon.
Ne mogu kad mi je pred očima, kako da igram?
Jeste, Đole, gledali smo na live-u.
Moram ga ovako. Ovo što je, da, FPS. Vidimo se. Ne zdavaj!
A co? Pozdrav, Ziku. Jel dobar?
Uzmi ti kare dipa, imaš jedan šok na ovo. Uzmi kare dipa samo. Uzmi kare dipa. Dipa.
Ko je vino FNCS? Cooper, brat?
Kako svi pitaju to, vidite u
Aco! 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 Ja se izvinjam, braćo, Aco ne zna šta...
Ja se izvinjam isto, ali ne mogu što slušam to.
Aco ne znaš da priča.
To sve kepa kad je to. A trebaš na drugu stranu.
Ne, dobro ovako. Samo da niko nema u frenziju.
To, dipi. Na kuće gledam sve vrijeme. Evo, tršte mene, to metim. Šokove se povećam na tebe. Samo voz! O ne.
Jednog sam hitao 130, Aco.
I'm so sorry. Na time gore bio sam.
Trebali smo safe landat.
Ja se izvinjavam iz dubine.
Ne čuješ sad.
Ja se izvinjavam iz dubine srca.
Amar je 11. brate.
Što se bre, ne čujem fino što se čuo, što pričaš ti Stojko?
Ma ne, sad se dobro čuješ. Jeste, Buga nije dobro odigrao.
Dobro. A Buga i Samero nije dobro odigrao isto. A Mero sad vino.
Pa da.
Znači, da Buge.
Samo sekund. Evo ga. Hvala od srca Vuk, hvala od srca. Ako kupujete nešto iz shopa, nemojte da zaboravite da koristite kod Stojka, brate. Braćo, hvala puno. Vuk, brate, hvala puno.
O, šuti, ne sekunde, pokušaj nešto čuti.
Pa da, Đole, da. Ne, Mićo? Samo sekund, evo ga. Moramo vinat, Aco. Moraš ući u Unreal.
Joj, da, moram, a šta će mi to u životu?
Aco! Koliko si postao?
Šta sam rekao, Stojka, nemoj me praviti lošim osobom, lošom. Ja sam postao 47.
47?
Da.
Što se zezaš, brate? Malo ti fali.
Bio sam 51 malo prije, ne mogu. Ne mogu, brate. Ja moram da fajtam, ne da smijem ovako igrat.
Brate, daj da lutamo i onda fajtam.
To malo pre svaki put lutamo, sve umreš prije fajt u 3 sekunde.
Ne, kako da... Čekaj, kako da ne umrem kad me dvojica fajtaju?
Pa kad jumpaš u box, kad ne igraš polako.
Samo reci pozdrav za sve ljude, svu braću iz chata.
Pozdrav za sve ljude jer niste braća rođena vi. Pozdrav ljude iz chata.
Eto Urke, brate. I pozdrav za sve, braću. Filipe Cooper, brate.
Nervozan u škole, brate.
Pa Đole, šta da kažem? Koja si smena?
Druga, Ranked Battle Royale. Imam sutra, ako imam biologiju sutra. Ajo, čekaj. Imam, eto je to. Eto, matematiku pita srpski, engleski ima. Pita si engleski.
Jeste, Anale?
Pismeni, njemački imamo kontroli biologiju. Daj nam još jedan primjeta odgovaranje neko.
Pa ne idi sutra.
Ne mogu. Kako se smije? Ajoj. Kad se... Prvi put sam... Moram ići druže. Dobro, kjece ću. Zavedajem 5 kečupa, evo bare rekao na kine sam. Išao bogini sam u knjigu. 100%.
Zamisli, imaš iz tih predmeta 5 isto domaći i zbog toga. 10.
10 kečupa.
Rakić, drugi, ne znam ko je bio, stvarno, ne sjećam se.
Drugi je bio Kami i Seti.
Misliš?
Da, znam.
Kami i Seti su bili drugi. GG, Anele. GG, Stefane. Sad Stojka, braću, i dobijete 5 u školi.
Ko da nisu, on mogu ponovno vinati, ono što nisi bilo nekom platio na nevjeri, 100%, znaš. Baš mi se nije igrao, vidio.
Da, ubio sam ga.
Ima ih nada na kuću, je li vi?
Ne znam. Samo njega sam vidio. Ja dobio 5, pa kaže brate, sad Stojka i dobiješ 5.
Laže.
Eto, Aco kaže laži, on je dobio 1. Ja kažem, braću. A što ideš sad kod njega?
Zato što ću gubit, brate, 100%.
Znaš koliko, uopće se ne čuješ.
Zato što ću, ali ne mogu kad neko pred očima ne vidim, brate, vidim mikrofon pred očima.
Pa ako šta?
Pa šta? Ja moram ga ovako ovdje spustiti, jel me sad čuješ?
Da, super, ako ovako možeš.
Tako mogu. Ja od ovog iskat.
Ajde, dolazim.
Što se čuje sve, ako dišem se čuje.
Da, sad nešto si radio.
Ti što lavnoš ovo?
Da.
Ti to čuješ?
Da, pazi sad šta radiš.
Sad moram. Ne sam da dišem.
Da.
Vidjevaj, batic. Ovo nije ni luto.
A, brate, Đole.
Znao si. Osjetio sam ga u dubini, dolazim. Samo expanda, znaš što znači expand?
Ne zna, znači ne zna. Znači, samo učim, brate, učim.
Stavio sam u kon.
Znači ništa ne zna, da znaš.
Jao, što ja radim? Što ja radim?
Imaš bouncer. Mislim crash pad. Ajde, Stefane. Crash pad, brate.
Čuti ti.
Moraš breakat stair.
Joj, majko moja mila. Ono life pjesa, brate. Imaš ti spaz?
Nisam imao shotgun uopće. Imaš to, brate, uzmi. Ona je skroz dole.
Čuti.
500, Anele.
Dobro, gore. Što nije pao dole, ja sam gore.
On je isto solo i on hoće rebootat. Moraš farmat, brate.
A gdje je on sad nešto? S kim se ja fajtam oko mene sramota?
Chill, čekaj za vić.
Moš umrijet više.
Chill, čekaj. Eto mu breakaj.
Ajde, hvala. S kim se ja fajtam, ma što je meni s rukama?
Acu ima osjećaj kao da igra FNCS.
Ja sam se da igram protiv Mera, pa sam zato ovako igra. Merova. A ispušajte me, svi ubiću vas sve.
Aco!
Ubiću vas sve, šta je tu loš? A vidiš, kak ja sad igram game sa 100 HP-a, sa iPhone macima, mid game sam sad još malo. I ja da tako fajtam, brate moj.
A zamisli kako je na FNCS-u, brate.
Meni se to ne bi ni igralo, ja kao tu velo 2 game, meni se ne bi to igralo više. Kako onaj Tomas, 6 put na Land igrao, ja ne znam kako on igrao.
Brate, mora. Kale...
Šta rade kad umoru? Gledaju YouTube.
Ma da, gledaju YouTube 100%.
Šta rade?
Neće igrati creative, gledat će YouTube 100%.
Pa neću, što bi igrao creative?
To ne, brate.
Pa zagriješ dovoljno, samo smislim novi plan.
Da.
Aj nemoj se derat na mene.
FNCS je Vino Cooper.
Jo, ko je vino? Ja sam šokiran.
A co?
Vino je funato sam Mero, brate.
Nemoj to.
Ma Mero je.
Pa dobro, on je vino 7 puta. Da, ovo moj 7.
Ali opet je loš, brate. Mislim, ne, nije loš, ali ima puno boljih od njega. Ali eto, nije dan bio takav.
Jeste, Davide, samo nemoj sa velikim slovima, brate. Fiksali su to. Sad možeš jesti bez... ne moraš uzimat tako.
Šta?
Možeš jesti i dobijat HP, ne moraš tako uzimat posebno.
Niš, ja sam malo pre to radio, nije mi radilo, brate.
Ja, meni je 3 puta sad radilo.
Me radi kao ovako, uzmem picu pa je naljevo, gore, u čošu. Ovo stijem snajper stojka, mislim, bil. Sad nemam konfi, sad sam ljud što sam, zabavljavo sam opet. Čekaj. Znaš što mene nervira kod mene? Što ja, brate, neki loš lik kad dođe. Ja njega fajtam 3 sata. Odmah se iznerviram cijeli dan, budem nervozan. Zbog toga samo.
Aj, brate.
Ja dok lekupam lika sad da se neće smiriti, ja sam biti nervozan kosutra.
Evo
Ja
liko
likova
na
po šatred. Aj, sad će, it's time.
Nemoj to Noxi, brate.
Povlači siza, dođi idemo na njega. Naga, ću. Snajpa ga, ću. Ušao u kuću. Eno ga.
Dolazim.
26, 52.
Pa da, Jole. Koper, Pantić.
52.
A maybe da ne idemo.
A pa ubijamo ga, ajde. 52, dropuj ole fule, mislim.
Fizi je bio 11.
Gledaj ga. Dobro, liči da ću dosta ovako game postoje sve. Imam ovu umbrelu, tako da... Da mu samo jumpam na glavu, a?
Kao hoćeš, pazi da ne umreš. To je već snimljeno, Vejko? Jel još tamo lik?
Da, evo ga. 32, 150, fajte ga, chill.
Probaj ga ubiti.
Full piece, dobar je. Bjež. A nije neki uopšte lik.
Šta se desilo, co?
Ja sam ga full piece, hitao me 90, izašao je na lijevi blok s pampom samo. Nije neki uopšte, ali dobar je. Ali nije loš, ali onako je. A kako sam umro do ovoga? Neću se igrat, ode ja.
Sad da idem kod tebe ili ne?
Kam se igrati s bokom, meni se što ne igra. I šo?
Čuo sam.
Čekaj, nemojte me ovo kurma. Ali ladajte me kal, da ne bude dosadno. Da.
Nemoj vrati u mikrofon.
Prate, kako da ga stavim?
Admire Cooper, brać.
Da ga ovako, ili ovako. Biraj.
Čuti sad.
Kempa tu kon. 1, 2, 3, det. Dipa je bre. Uzeo moju zastavu, nije zastava, kako se kišobran.
Šta je ovo, Aco?
To je Romanija.
Nije moguće da promeni ime posle.
Nije promijenio ime, nego je drugi account. Boka! A igrat ću ti sve kad dugo meni ćeš ne igra. A kad završimo ovaj game, evo. Gdje si, brate? A nije mu ništa rekao, auuu.
Ne čujem ga ja. Pa idem, pošto mi nije prijatelj.
Nije ti prijatelj, auuu.
Jel ovo drugi account nego?
Auuu, da.
A zbog toga?
A stavi je, brate, na vojče da bude za sve.
E pa to. Meni je stavljeno friends only.
Sada ga za frienda, to je njegov novi account sad.
Ne, stavit ću friends and teammates, evo. Sad ga čujem.
A gdje si Stojka, brate moj?
Gdje si, brate?
Šta ima? Kako si?
Hvala na pitanju, kako si ti?
Aha, kako si? Hvala na pitanju, kako si?
Bilo je finale, da. Brate, ja sam Stojka. Nisam Stojke.
Hoćemo sklad ili?
Ne, može sklad.
A da ćete me kao, ne mogu. Možemo sklada od vakijemo samo.
Da.
Može.
Bez lota.
Ko glasa ne vije ruku? Ja sam digao ruku.
Ja isto.
Znači, eto, 2-1 Stojka, znači pušamo sklad.
Stojka?
Imajte fleki onda da igraš
na naš lik. Što imaš što je ovaj vino? Što imaš reći što je vino, Mero?
Slučajno.
Za služnicu.
Cooper je vino, braćo. Ili Koper.
Bez ovdje fleki da igra sa nama ako će.
Može.
Bokara manja je za flekija.
Ma nem gledam možda on.
Gdje je loot? A ti smo ne rebootu.
Aco, evo ti, dođi ovo. Možeš sa mene?
Daj.
Ti?
Tu Stojka, brate moj.
Pa ne, brate Jole, iskreno ne.
Na kask. Kad sam bio? Boko, ću imati jedan pjesmu. Dobro, skonto da se tur sa mikrofona. Skonto da se tur s mikrofona.
Čekaj.
Barone Cooper, pa.
Nema tu ne. A može li nam ke... Bio...
Vino je Cooper, braćo.
Znamo sam.
To je pravo.
Bacite like, bacite subscribe. Igrat ćemo squad nakon gamea.
Aj, kad?
Aj, čut.
Barone, to trebate vidjeti na Fortnite trackeru, to ne znam. Dođe mene. Ja farmam mac.
Ali je bilo dobro što ti ja gledao. Je gledao na početku, on je legao na stolicu, pokrio se ćebetom i ja, brat, ja.
Aha, ja sam, brate, ležao, sjedio na stolici u minus 50, go!
Aco!
Aco,
brate.
Šira.
Što je prirodna stvar, Stojka, nema tu šta derat se, mene. Plašiš me, Stojka, nemam je derat.
Ali tu mala deca gledaju.
Kako gledaju?
Izvinjam se, braćo, Aco ne zna što priča.
Ovaj Boka što radi, loži Stojka, imaš ti healove? On ne trebaju stvar.
Au, šta priča lik? Pa znam, brate, ne znam šta priča.
Ko je to napisao što priča? Ja. A taj lik je gore mene 100 puta kogod napisao.
Aco.
Ali zašto me ljudi pišu to? Evo, ja sam čutim samo, ja samo čutim.
Stojka.
Reci.
Sad ćemo mi sljedeće sezone ići tako na TV obinu, svi će nas gledati onako. Referencije su onako. Zavisno Stojka, nakon ti kreneš da plešiš Get Greedy onako na početku.
Ja ne, ti možda.
Ja ću tek djelo. Kako ulazi onaj Kaz i onaj ulazili na kako naprešte onaj Get Greedy. Ovo je Dario pita šta je luk. Nemoj odgovarati Stojka na to. Hoće da klipaju pa da pravi, a ne edite. Ano krugo belo.
Hvala na pitanju kako ste vi. Nemoj.
Casey pita je li istina da je kliks tweeta FNS zato što mu je falilo 4 puta sada za hvala. Moguće? Nije kvita, šalim se, neću kvitati, pa nije.
Pozdrav Prile. Evo lik gore.
Easy je uzao po 40.000. Easy ovaj. 40.000.
Nemoj Marko. Izvinjam se, braćo. Izvinjam se svima.
Kako da je rekao ka... Igrali su... Ovo Stojka mane špio lik. Ovaj... Kako se ne?
Ne, obojica su ti one, Aco. Da znaš.
A šta mi je kontroler?
Pozdrav Flux, hvala na pitanju kako je kod tebe, brate.
A Stojka Miro je kontroler, jer?
Da.
A ne znam ovaj Cooper igrao na volanu.
Kovačević, brate, svaki dan.
Kad je napisao onaj Lijan da igra na volanu.
Izvinjam se. Kovačević, čekaj, boka. Kovačević svaki dan live u 19 sati, brate. Sutra, braćo, streamujemo Monday Cup u 19 sati, da znate.
Aco, ne spawnaju se više ti biljojedi. Aha.
Da, spawnaju se. Znaš, samo u zoni kad se ne spawnaju.
Da, mislio sam da je u zoni, pošto je tavno nešto.
Vino je FNCS, Cooper, a Moneymaker je bio 40, mislim.
A dobro, kad skontraš, koliko je ovaj uzeo... Ovaj, Trulex, koliko su uzeli?
400.000.
Oni su uzeli 650.000.
400. Za jedan kill nisu 650, za jedan kill.
A da, 400, da vidi. Pa znači svako po 20.000 i to je previše, iskreno.
To je isto kao da si vino FNCS na Europi.
Pa bukvalno.
Moneymaker je bio 30, izvinjam se, braću. Trulex, treći, Quizy, 11.
On je uzeo pare. Moneymaker je uzeo pare.
Znaš šta, ljudi koji su imali 0 poena su uzeli.
Znači.
Da, ozbiljan sam, 4000 eura. Svi uzimaju. Koji su u finalsima. Bravo, Aco.
To je respekt.
Jole do 1.
Pitajte jedan šta je
Kristijane svi su uzeli, brate.
Pickaxe!
Nemoj to, ej.
Pitajte nam što kaže, šta je globus?
Ne razumijem.
Gledko kaže, Aco kaže da će Boka biti security na Wanderku. Stojka.
Samo moj.
Šta?
Samo ja i ti zajedno.
Nisam razumeo, Kristijane. Svi su, brate, naši uzeli.
Ajde, brate, smiri se malo. Vidi ovo.
Samo znam da je Trulex uzeo 400.000, Quizy je uzeo, mislim, 20 ili tako nešto. A ne, kažem Jiggy za posljednje ljude. Ljudi koji su imali 0 poena su uzeli 4000. Jeste, vole. Nema na čemu, brate.
Stojka, ajde stavaj ovu riječ. Ali prvo slovo samo da kažeš, onda mi kad kažem i onda da krene reći
Ajmo šut malo, eto.
Aeromobil.
Šta?
Šta ti to, aeromobil?
Pa, rom...
Čuj, ova će me... bravo.
Nemoj, Boka, nemoj to, brate, molim.
Pa ti si rekao malo pre isto.
Nisam.
Pitaj ja.
Čuti više.
Ajde, Aco, smiri se. Neću imati security na Wanderfonu.
Nijedne.
Znaš kako... Ajde sad krenu da mjauče kad si otišao.
Čo? O, šta bih dao da i koza pregasi?
Aco?
Ace?
Brate, zašto rakete postoje u Fortnite?
Braćo, ja se izvinjam, Aco ne zna šta priča.
Ali koza... Neću, ja sam rekao što ne pričam nijedne.
Pa, napitim kako si ti, drag, brate. Pozdrav.
Sad ću gas svojš.
Ma nemoj dugasiš, samo nemoj pričat te stvari.
Ajde, redi.
Brate, ne mi udat.
Čujem muziku, nemojte.
Ne, čuješ, to da se kont... Evo, opet sam palio slučajno, dobro je. Ja sam mutam, ajde.
Ajde, čao. A stvarno se vraća 4-1?
U novoj sezoni?
Da.
Ne moram pričat, ne mogu čutat, druži, ne mogu čutat.
Pozdrav, Srđane.
Moraš.
Možeš li shop da pokažeš, naravno, brate. Samo nemoj sa velikim svojima.
Ajde, idemo na Wanderkon sljedeći, na Hog. Ne.
Izvini, Marko, znaš šta ću ti reći, brate?
Stojka, ako hvalamo Hog, igra moje ti, tako je. Znači, ako hvalamo Hog, ide Boka sa nam u sob.
A šta ako ja hvalam?
Pa ništa, pa ide, opet sa nam u sob ide.
Ja ću igrati sa... Znaš kim igram ja? S Krizijem.
Sa Quizyjem? Opa.
Krizijem.
S onim Quizyjem što ne može da na FNCS.
Aco?
Sa Crazyjem igraš malo sutra s Crazyjem.
Evo,
Peter, ne igramo sa chatom, izvini, brate, stvarno izvini.
A su Crazy ili on dobri još ili?
Dobri su, dobri.
Naravno, bokile. Anele? Stream do 12, braćo. Trulex je bio 3.
Kako nije bino čovjek, ne.
I dole je huš, braćo. A ja se ne razumijem o monitorima, brate, peca.
Ja se razumijem.
Šta se desilo, Anele?
Šta hoće, ja se razumijem.
Marfit,
ja se razumijem.
3, brate. Za monitor.
Ja znam sve monitor, ali ti nije da vam kažeš, ne moraš.
Nemoj to, Aco.
Gdje li rekao, ti?
Nije, Anele.
Gdje li rekao te pitao, voliš da jedeš pakuljice?
Ne znam šta je to.
Pakuljice su iz Srbije.
Pa pakuljice, one, kako su ti kaže?
Pakuljice, brate, lino i ono. Žitarice.
To ne jedem, to ne jedem.
A voliš pakuljice snježne? A nego šta su? Nebo pistać?
Neko je čovjek žitarice, da.
Pa nego šta? Od čega se pravi? Aj reci samo od čega se pravi.
žitarice.
Nego šta su, ajde reci.
Semenke.
To su ne kaše.
Opsana kaša, nije to žitarice ti kukuruz, pšenica i to.
Fuade nemoj sa velikim slojima, on je kvitao, brate.
Ti dečko, su pričaš ti jaco?
A jesi ti reći, šta si htio reći? Šta si htio reći? Ajmo, naglas momče.
Ajde ti.
Naravno Karix, brate, zašto ne?
Žitarica čovjek rekao, ladno.
Pa jesu, nego šta su, ajde.
Žitarice su pšenica, kukuruz i ječam, zob.
Drogzi,
laž.
Cooper. A to ne znam, brate, koji sam.
Ovsenu kašu.
Ne, Jace.
Šta ide, ne ide.
Ide, aj se sladim.
Stavljaju hemikalije unutra, ne stavljam to.
Pričaš ti bre.
Da stavljaju to ako si bio, brate moj, ko žito, ne bio ko da jedem kamenje.
Pa kad koze pašu travu, oni daju žitaricu.
Pa daju.
Šta ti je bre, Jace?
Nemoj se smijeti.
Izvini.
Pa prošta nam se.
To je to.
Umro sam. Lik imaš šlegan na meni. Da, imaš šlegan i umro sam.
Ubio si ga?
50 fight.
Ne, 96 white.
Ovi umrli.
Umro sam. Kako sam ja pametan čovjek zapravo. Ja sam prepametan čovjek.
Brat, ovo su braće sa streama, 100%.
Šta sam ja preživio, Stojka?
Dođite, mislim da će vam dati killovi, ne znam da li će biti dobri, vidjet ćemo.
Mene nije mogao ubiti sa šleganom na 30 metara, meni nije mogao pogoditi.
Ja sam da mene bot ubija.
Umro sam sad, čut.
Znaju gdje ste sve sa streama.
Zašto ljudi ovo radi? Ima i ovu raketu, no. Ma dobro, te stream snajperi, ono.
Gdje su? 150.
E, taj stream sniper, brat.
Šta bre, brat?
Gdje?
19 fight. Sad bi ja nađi panel, ja se ga
A co?
Dođi ga reportat, ja sam namjerno, sam da nađem ko je. Kako da vidim tu, alo? Kako da vidim da reportaju nekoga, alo? Moram umrijeti.
Da.
Aj umri, ranjem, molim, samo umri.
A nemoj ih reportat, brate.
Hoću reportat, a što ti meni reportaš kada tebe stream snajpam? On sve reporta kad njega stream snajpaju, a kad mene ubiju onda nemoj reportat. Aha, vidi ti njega. Dole, klikni lijevi klik pametnjakoviću.
Znam.
Vidim da znaš.
Jel dobar monitor G2422 HS, Aco?
Šta to? Reći mi herce i to, šta ja znam. To je brand.
Ne.
Ide sa ban, Predrag Bucko ide ban.
Nemoj.
Bokile Q ide ban. Sve redom vas banat. Aj ušte ponovo game, molim vas.
Kezi, nemojte, Marko, molim vas, broćo.
Kako se zoveš od lik? Sad da nađem to teaming.
Ajde, Aco, livaj.
Ne, ajo, kako sam se, harassment, nije, da, harassment, on me abuzuje. Ide sad, Drag ide ban, eto je to, Dragan je dobio ban.
Nemoj, Boka.
Brate, dobro, aj šta će te svaki game stream snajpa Stojka, vidit ćeš. Svaki solo, svaki duo, svaki squad game stream snajpa, živi 2 sekunde i nemoj se bano. Budeš mi report od Doličans.
Aco.
Znaš što oni jedu? Ono... Paradise.
Nemojte, molim vas.
Crveno, jedu žitarice, opštinu kašku, što Boga
kaže.
kaže.
Jedno brownsko, što koza.
Pravano kruglo.
Ja sam čuo da je to zdravo. Ne sam ja čuo da je to zdravo. Od nekog, ne znam od koga.
Šta je tebi, Jaco, vrate?
Ispušta koza.
Žalim se.
Stolicom. Sede ako za stolicom, ako...
Boka.
Slikala pužove u ruci. Eto, možda je moj tata jednom rekao.
jedu puževe.
U stvar neće.
Ne. Boka.
Ne stvarno, pa jede si puževi.
Da stavimo znak Mercedesa i Audija na 2 puže da se trkaju, da vidimo na YouTube.
Znaš da se mogu jesti puževi? Stvarno ti kažem, Stojka, jedu se puževi.
Hoćeš Boka da to radimo, Boka?
Oni jedu puževe za doručak.
Boka!
Puževi i 2 jaja za doručak.
Boka! Možda stavimo na 2 puža Mercedes znaki i BMW i NC trke, mi to snimimo, ja gledamo koji je prvi. Šta je mene sma izludio?
Ne razumem, Rile. Ja ne znam, braćo, šta oni pričaju.
Ova je...
Pa ne mogu, brate. Nemojte više, ajde, moramo vinat, ozbiljan sam sad.
Znate vi šta mi jedu za doručak? 2 jaja i 2 puža. I kajganu, s ajvarom.
Nemoj da smijat, Romanja i čut pre.
Prema ništa nisam rekao.
Evo, brat, ti je napisao koliko FPS i to.
Ne znam ja to, ne razumijem se oko toga.
Ja sam
brate, stavimo BMW na jednog puža, Audi na drugog puža. Ali ne, Boka. Slušaj, stavimo 2 puža, stavimo 2 puža na cestu. Na jedno zalipimo znak BMW na drugog Audija. I on se trkaju, ko bude prvi, opet na YouTube to. Pregledi pa...
Tarik, brate, Cooper.
Skačite.
Naprimjer, trkamo se, ko će prije pogoditi komarca u desno krilo sa puškom. To je isto dobra ideja.
Aco, ti ne znaš šta pričaš, brate.
Nijem dobro, brate. A ne mogu, brate.
Prestani, kad ne znaš nešto pametno reći, šuti.
Snajpovat će ga neko.
Ali ne mogu da šutim, ja ne mogu da šutim. Niko ne ide, eto vidiš, kakav sad igram igricu.
A to ne znam ko je taj monitor se ide.
Joj. Predrag.
Nemoj.
Boka. Izvinjam se, braću, ovaj Boka ne zna šta priča. Nemoj. Lepo ti kažem sad.
Čekaj, šta sam ružno rekao, samo mi to recao.
A nemoj, brate.
A iš rekao je meni svaki dan, svaki sekund.
Nemoj se veliki slovima, brate, eto, ko je vino FNC Cooper?
Lik je rekao da nas užio Predrag i on ti se Stojka uređa.
Što sam ja, ovu Stojku?
Ubio nas je Predrag i što sad.
Vređa.
Boka, brate, šta je tebi?
Aj, slušaj.
Ja se izvinjam, Predrag, brate.
Ne.
Ovaj lik ne zna šta priča.
Svaku riječ što kaže moram izrimovati.
Nemoj, aj, tako.
Može tako, ovo će da bude, ne, cringe da mogu da
može tako, ovo će biti lako.
Čuti.
Smiješ, to mi HC se započelo, sad ne mogu da igram.
Kuda, Stojanče?
Bože, će se sad ću.
Ne.
Šta ti je?
Kako se zabija glavom u zidove. Čovjek ima refleks ko bojler.
Šta ti priča?
Ja stojim zidom 3 sekundi, ja što trčava u zid. Kako se ovaj smije, kao neka bomba kad pukne.
Kad ja sam bih rekao, Zlogaj, ti čuo što ja car bio rekao kad smo umrali da vistim snajpera?
Nemoj to pričat, Boka.
Šta je rekao?
Šta sam rekao sad, Stojka?
Ne, šta je rekao, nisam ga čuo ja.
Stojka.
A šta je rekao, šta je rekao?
Ja rekao, što smo umrli s 3 snajpera, Stojka rekao, nemoj to.
Pa ja sad da kažem, voda je žuta, on će reći nemoj to, ja vidit ćeš.
Pa nemoj.
Ti si rekao kao da nemoj
to tople vode. A što nemoj, šta
pa
si rekao?
Pa kako kad nije?
Pa brate, ne veze, zezam se.
Ne smiješ se zezati.
Nemoj tople vode.
Ne smiješ se zezati, aha, znači da budem ozbiljan ko da sam u vojsci.
Da.
Dobro, ajde.
Tamo se ne smije zezati, brate. Tamo zezaš se...
Komandire Stojka FN, molim vas da...
Tamo se zezaš, brate, i...
Zezaš se, pa ćeš dobiti tamo...
Da.
Pa ćeš dobiti... Neće tako govori. Dobiješ od komandira malo...
Ja kad boš u vojsku, ja tamo za vladu odmah. Pošto predsjednik.
Da.
100%.
Da. Dođi pa oprobaj, sreću.
Zloca igramo rank, brate.
Oborio bi rekord.
Pa vidjet ćemo, Vanja.
Umro bi za 2 sekunde, šalim. Ne, ja svinjam.
Aco!
Čekaj, ti si Stojka.
Ja se izvinjam, Aco, ne znaš što priča.
Tople vode.
Nemoj, Boka.
Ti si nakon 10... Čekaj, Stojka nakon 10 sekundi od Dragovu. Ja sam rekao to i on je nakon 10 sekundi. A čo? Ti Stojka, ja sam rekao da imam refleks kao bojlera. Ne, ovaj Stojka.
Kog bojlera?
A ko bojler? A bojler ima reflekse.
Bog ti pomogao.
Što je
Aca.
Bojler je ono što te grije vodu.
Pa nema,
Pa
zato
čime
što imamo
griješ vodu?
električno. Pa električno.
O, pa se izvinjavam onda šef, ti imaš para, ti stari mamak. You're him, man. Imam 6 stike bombi, ima da ih pobacam, znači...
Da ponesem ja, evo nekom 3 pice.
U jednom fajtu ću ne pobacati.
Evo 4 pice ponesite.
Halo, ako si box fajte, ja bacam svih 6 stike bombe na njih.
I imam 4 ova impulsa, ne impulsa nego ova... Rocket rema, ne rock, šta kako se zove? Sticky grenada.
Pum, to.
Da.
A dosta, čekaj da skinem se.
Stojka? Tu si.
Da.
Evo me.
Tu si.
Momci, šta se radi, momci? Momci i djevojke. Lik.
Da.
Nema ga pogoditi.
15. 30. 15 drugi.
Bravo, blokaš sine. Ide ovo gore. Imam prevelik ovaj.
Ne znam, Anare. Ne pratim ja to, brate.
Aj, chillaj, talo.
Ovaj put rushaju.
Evo.
Na meni.
Da.
Upisan.
Taj. Minijam. Pićiro. Koga je 25?
Upisan. To. Dete.
Jedan pa dole. Imam haj. Čubaš 10 ove na mene.
To.
Healam.
Upisan.
Ova dobe 60.
Upis.
Healam. Chillar, Vanja.
Dede, još jedan.
Dolazim. Ja nemam spas, imam ovo najgori svega na svijetu.
Imaš na meni spas.
Dolazim.
Anki iz Makedonije, brate.
Ja sam ih ubio dvojicu.
Jesi gubili sve? Je šajno što ili?
Ja sam gubio.
Ja sam ih ubio, ne.
A bilo je četvorca, ali tako?
Da, ja sam nakovan.
Četvorca? Ja nisam nijednog ni vidio, druže.
Pa zato što smo ja Stojka rešili. Tako ste ga.
Nešto smo imali shotgun ovaj.
Anele, neću to, brate.
Što ti igraš sa Genosom Stojka sutra ili?
Ne.
Igram ja sa Genosom.
Što Genos rekao da igra s tobom?
Ne igra. Kad je rekao? Pitao ga da igra, nije rekao da igra.
Rekao igramo ja ti Stojka sutra.
Pa pitao ga gdje si pametan toliko.
Aha. Stojka igramo ti ja onda ili?
Pa vajda, brate.
Što valjda?
Vasil je... Kako se zove... Cooper, brate.
A ne i drugi likovi. Krekan, dead.
Pa vajda nije, Anele. Tu, gledaj.
Stavite.
Ja pušim
Baš je svoj.
likove.
Gdje?
Ovaj.
Jedan, 29, 73. Gdje si?
50.
Tu. Aj, dolazim, chill, boka. Ove ima snajpa me. Kopam juice.
100.
Kopam sam juice.
Na meni su.
Chill, ja nemam.
Najbolji su.
Imam baš malo mac. Da. Imam 900 pinga, milion pinga imam. Previše pinga.
150.
A 10... Ma mi igramo 3 na 3 on squad, brate.
So what?
Chillaj samo. Chillaj.
Ko sam juice.
Anki 30.
100.
Bro.
Pozdrav, IC.
Uzo. 50. Ovo pinga.
Samo doći dole na ovaj fajt.
80.
Doći samo.
Anele iz Novog Sada.
Ovo pinga, šta je ovo?
Je, Panki, da. Pozdrav u Kašine.
Ovo je 30.
What, ja sam dead.
Ne, metka, imam 9 metaka švojanja.
Alik imamo 2 kurpa.
Brate, rele.
Malaki, beži s ovim.
Da, Anele.
Umro sam.
To je pobiti taj. Onak. A igramo trio, spad.
Igram van, brate.
Ajde.
Ajde stav se malo. Koliko mi se spava, koliko sam se ismio. Sine.
Pa nije, Anele.
Koliko mi je FPS, šta mi je sa i kompom, brate? Mađe neće biti kad mravi malo mu grafičku, brate. Stavi.
Because I'm happy.
Brate!
Ja sam rekao, because I'm happy.
Pa nemoj.
To znači zato što sam srećan. Šta mi igramo? Aha. Ne znam zašto sam danas srećan malo, ne znam ja zašto.
Kod Stojka ako kupujete nešto iz shopa, braćo. Jakove...
Nisu heroji Stojka.
Super, šta si rekao?
Nisu naši heroji na kraju.
Jeste, da, nisu. Ali večeras dolazi FNC skin, ja mislim.
Opet? Hoćemo Spaz ili Havoc? A mi si igra s Havocom.
A ne znam, Vanja, brate. Hvala, braću, na porukama, ali mi treba sad Stojka i to u poruci.
Au, šta mi je? Gdje je Aca?
Evo Aca. Nisam Aca nego Aco.
Aca.
Aco!
Nepismenci, brate, šta je tu loše?
Loše, brate, izvinjam se,
Uređaš
braću.
mi inteligenciju.
Ne znam šta pričam.
Ne, Stojka, nisi ti. Nisi ti loš čovjek, dobar si.
Upije si. 150. Stojka 150 zabije.
Ti jesi.
Ti 50 zabije.
Hvala Rile, prvi je napisao Anal što se tiče sad Stojka, ali pogrešno je napisao. Napisao je sa bokom i sad Stojka spojeno. Hvala, braćo, svima na porukama.
Hoćeš klip za tebe, Stojka?
Može. Vidim Aco šta radi. Aco će klipat.
Aha, ovo nije moj fon.
Bonki imam... Imam, brate... Imam Glorious mousepad, 3XL-a i neću da pričam koliko sam ga platio. Mislim da možeš da nađeš na internetu.
Kako nije moj zid? Ja sam stavio zid, brate.
Lagano.
Sejde uzvičnik pisi, brate.
Baš me razočarali na nas pisi vino. Šta njima se desilo?
Jeste, Bonki?
Opet evo Serlin.
Da, tako se zvao. Prije.
Ko, ja?
Zacu, kaže.
Kako se zvao?
Ne znam, brate, ne pisu u četu.
Ovo Stojka, kad te...
Si ga hitao nešto?
Nisam ga ni taknuo.
Op. Idemo klip.
A neću to, Vanja. Kriki ne gledam, brate, sport. Mislim, ne pratim sport.
Pa gledaš sport. MMA.
Pa da, ali ne gledam. Brat me pitao za koji sport navijam. Mislim za sport koji navijam. Za koji klub, da.
Za UFC. What? Nije mi se, kako mi se?
Aco,
Šta je?
upali chat, brat te pita.
Ne mogu.
Kaže da ti je komšija.
Ko bre?
Da, stvarno je upali chat da ne mislim.
Daj.
Bog ti pomagao,
Sam ubio.
Urke. Ako Bog da za novu godinu, braćo, novi chapter dolazi. Da znate. To čekamo zajedno.
Ako niko to nije napisao, šta ti pričaš isto?
Evo, vidi, pitaj ga, jel zna?
Pitaj ga, zna ko je Srle, to je to.
Pa da.
Pa znam ko je Srle. I ti si je ladno rekao da je neko rekao da sam komšija.
Pa da bi vidio poruku, morao sam da te izvini. Pošto da sam rekao, idi vidi, brat ti je zvao, ne bi otišao, razumeš? Morao sam tako.
I on je Stojka, ovo nisam očekivao od tebe.
Šta?
Dođeš slagat.
Moram da vidiš poruku od brata. Kako bi ti vidio poruku? Ajde reci, ne bi vidio.
Znaš kad zadnji put nekog sad otvrče, znaš kad zadnji put nikad, evo, niko.
A čekaj, kako bi ti upalio?
Ali ne moram
vidiš.
Ne moram ako neću.
Pa vidiš, brat te zove, evo, opet te zove.
Ne moram ako neću. Ne, sad neću govorit nikad.
Izvini, brate, ali...
Ne izvinjavaj se. Se zahvalio za Stojk, nemoj da me koji šiš pitao.
A co?
Ja sad kad pogledam ovo, sad jednom neđe pogledam, odmah ne slaže, sad nije nikad pogledam, nikad.
Hvala ti Panki, hvala brate. Braćo, sutra igramo Monday Cup u 19 sati, streamujemo.
Sa Bokom Romanijom.
Nemoj tako.
Romanija, što je rošlo? Odatle sam ja.
Romanija, leg sa futbola.
A ti si govorio da je dobar video.
Pa jest.
Sad me vređe.
Pa ne vređe, jel nije leg sa futbola Romanija?
Ne! Kako sam nije? Au, brate, šta je me izgrlo, viš?
Josajka! Šta bi ja da imam samo normalan FPS u game? Na šta bi dao, brate? Dao bi prsti, 100% bi dao. I to je najmanji, šta će mi on? Sve bi dao.
Ti ja sad ne znam šta pričaš.
A no joke, dao bi ovaj mali prst bi dao da ima sjeku. Za dobar FPS. A no joke,
šta ti pričaš, brate?
A no joke sad.
Ti ne znaš šta pričaš.
Uzlav Jarnik se 100%.
A uspok je njega s timu.
Ja se izvinjam, braćo, on ne zna šta priča.
A 100% buzo.
Ne, ti ne znaš šta pričaš.
Bok. Dobro, Boka je stoko dobar.
Boka je lit.
Na ovom accountu lit. I to sam stigao za 2 dana ovo lit.
Laže, nije on igra, nego neko igra na accountu.
Karlo Cooper, pa.
Dobro, Boka Romanija. Crashfight. Sad ide odavno š. Znači.
Reci Jaci da je mali prst jako bitan. Kada stegne ruku, mislim šaku dosta jače može da stegne kad ima mali prst.
I šta će mene što ja stegnem šaku? Jedino kad novi monitor onda mogu stegnem šaku.
Šta ti pričaš?
Imam i lijevu ruku, tako da mogu lijevo stegnem, ne moram desnom. Aha, čuti me.
Kudla mi ruke.
Stefan i svima se izvinjam, braćo, ovaj lik ne zna šta priča.
Pa šta, imam lijevu ruku.
Ti ne znaš šta pričaš, bratač.
Brate, ja sam... A šta će mali prst? Ajde mi zašto će mi mali prst?
Brate, ako nije mali prst bitan, ne bi ga ti imao.
Bukvalno.
Nije bitan.
Da nije bitan, a odsjeti pa vidi da li te nije bitan.
Iskreno reci mu, brate.
Ja se tebe ubijam.
Pa šta zuje, zbudla me neko zvanje? Aj ti me daj pare pa ću osjeći ga odmah, evo sad nurim odmah preko sekundu.
Hoćeš novi PC dati, pošaljem.
Hoću, od 3000 eura hoću.
Evo, pošaljem ti prvo sjeci prsiš.
Hoće. Ako ne pošalješ, vraćam prst, lijepi ga.
Pa ni falam da ga samo.
Ne, moraš kup novi prst onda.
U mesar imaš. Od svinje.
Osjećam prst od muka, brate.
Nemojte.
Onda kad ubodim nekog, neće ništa.
Evo, znaš šta kaže brat?
Ne.
Dam ti ja 5000, nemojte braćo.
Jes, dam milijardu.
A co, ti to uradiš, brate.
Ja bi to uradio, no joke, evo. Kad mi neko dao mnogo više 3 eura, ja bi to odmah uradio.
Crno.
Ako da nastijeđem.
Ti ne znaš šta pričaš, Aco.
Pa da nastijeđem.
Ti ne znaš šta pričaš.
Šta će mali prst?
Meni...
Budem komad zemaljac, budem poseban.
Brate, meni da daju sve pare ovog svijeta ne bi to uradio.
Ne bi nija.
A čudo 4 prsta, ja sad pokušavam 4 prsta prijatelj što igrati, navikao se.
Pa ti ne koristiš mali prst.
Koristim da držim miš.
Pa dobro. Možda treba skasta, ne treba ti.
30 fight. 30 fight.
Nice, GG!
Hoćeš da pustaš account, bratu? Boka.
Ja.
Ko bre? A Bok traži, mene traži, dobro, ne, sve u redu.
Na kojoj ruci, leva ili desna?
Na bilo koju osjeku, na bilo koju.
Nemojte ga pitat, braćo.
Na lijevoj
Stvarno će to uradit, žalim se.
Na lijevoj ne mogu jer na lijevoj moram tasaturu, na desnoj.
Brate, meni previše djeluje ovo.
Ti ja co ne znaš šta pričaš, brate, evo stvarno.
A bi uradio to.
Ti ne znaš šta pričaš.
Šta će mali prst?
Braćo, nemojte slušati tacu, molim vas.
Tama ne mogu ići u kol.
Za nikakve pare nemojte to raditi.
Da, rate.
Ne, a co, brate?
Što?
Nemoj, brate, nemoj si igrat.
A daj, te nekad ne ponudi milijardu eura, ti nekad ne boci.
Ne.
Aj, čut bre.
Ne, što pričaš ti, brate?
Ja boci koji 2 prsta.
Ne.
Jedan na lijevo, jedan na desno i mali.
Nikad.
Imam vanzemaljske ruke. Šta je ovaj Bok Ramanija? Ikad.
Ne radimo to, Rajkić, izvini, brate. Evo, Aco, hoćeš mu ti boostat?
Hoću. A za pare. Stavio sam stir, prsta mi malo da ovo.
Nemoj to, Stefane.
A brate, aj nek do neko 2 eura raču otkim prst.
Aco, šta je tebi? Nemoj si igrat, brate.
Brate, to nije igra.
Zamisli neko donira 2000 eura. Onda ćeš morat.
A pa dajte mi 2000 eura, evo otki, ja ću otkinut.
Šta ti pričaš?
Onda da mora da boli, ne bi nikog otkinuo, ali ovako bi otkinuo. Da mogu da me ne boli. Pa ima ja na stage za to. Ubodim se u ruku i ne boli me.
Šta ti pričaš?
Čet, ko bi za 2 eura otkinuo prst?
Niko, ja vjerujem da niko.
Evo, ajde, sad ću vidjeti.
Ajde.
Čet, ko bi otkinuo?
Niko, nemojte, braćo, nikad. Za nikakve pare.
A ne snada.
Evo, braća kaže niko, ne.
Ovo braćovi, dobro, ništa, dobro. Nisam ništa rekao, šta si ti bre? Od nas mnogo pretvarala sam zemaljac.
Đerko do 12,
brate. Bude najtraženiji čovjek na svijetu.
Da. Da, zamisli, znaš.
Kunjo klip Boka dobio ovu.
Kuka, brat, ti sve fotoš Stojku, namjerno mene gledaš.
A ti me neka si ubio kad sam ja FK.
Nisam te ubio, ne, nisam ja ubio, Stojka te ubio.
Onda me Stojka ubio.
Ne!
Ti ubio Stojka?
Nisam, brate.
Kad sam rekao za ono komšiju, neko me to ubio kad sam...
Da, Boka te ubio.
Bebo pistać.
Aha, a šta kad ja te ubijem onda? Viš koliko ste vidjeli? Koji Stojka kaže? Bana, kad njega ubijem, vame tu vas baname, a kad mene ubije 4 lika, Dragan, Sin i ovaj drugi, treći, četvrti, onda ne mora.
Predraž. I Predraž.
Sin, Dragan.
Ja se izvinjam, braćo, Aco ne zna što
Šta je
priča.
smiješno tu? A šta to? On je rekao Predrag i Sin.
Boka, brate, kad čeruješ?
On je rekao sve njih.
On je rekao, ja sam rekao Sin i Dragan.
Prasko, popper, brate. Aco ne zna šta priča i zato luza. No.
Sad je rekao no, a nije rekao no. Boka.
Pa to ti kažem, brate, Stefane. Nemojte slušati Acu.
Što kaže Boka, uzem uto kod druga, dodaju da će neko da smije da pisne na Boku Romaniju.
Ja,
toga sam vidio, umro sam od njega. Šta imam, koji gane?
GG, Tadić.
Gledam rap, nozi, čekaj.
Ali neće. Uroš.
A što tu vi vanate, brate?
$40. Je, Tadić je. A Uroše, pitao sam ih, brate. Ako hoćeš da... Aco je rekao da mu platiš, a Boka je rekao... Hoćeš da boostaš ti, Boka?
Ne mogu danas, mogu sutra. U stvari sutra imam u kapu. U stvari mogu sutra, ali negdje koji 1-2.
Nisam, Stefane?
Koliko se ne sutra u school, brate?
Aco dobio se kvit.
Nemojte to, brate, Tadić. GG, Lavzi.
Stojka, znaš ti da sam ja bio drug sa Kneletom?
Nemojte. Sad nije lepo to da pričaš, sad sam ozbiljen, prečeruješ.
O što?
Ko to htio da me ubije tako ono? Šta radite vas dvoje? On ima me uvek, gdje smo zame najboljeg playera jedi.
Najboljeg, misliš najgoreg?
5 vinova imam.
Najgoreg si prvo griješ da bude zanimljiva igrica, ako nisi znao.
Didi.
Tako nisi blizu, vojnici
a to?
Što tu nismo vraći na streamu?
Prijeći ovaj blokara manija.
Mašina.
Dobro, Stojka dokle ide, dokle, još doćemo do štra.
Moraš ga ubiti, Stojka.
Ne moraš.
No!
Mašina za mlevenje.
A neću to squeezy, brate. Nemojte, Boka.
Nemo ne rekao je!
Boka.
Što si me loše rekao? Dobro, Stojka, ti slušaj Acu i to je to. Ti zasme.
A co?
Dobro, Stojka, ti njemu veruj.
Rekao je mašina za mlevenje.
Nemojte, Boka.
Sad je rekao, Aca.
Aco!
A to je on rekao, ja sam rekao šta on rekao.
Ne, ti si rekao to i onda sam ja ponovio samo. Ti si prvi rekao, kad si pevao.
Ne, nisam. Ja sam rekao mašina, ti si rekao za mlevenje.
Da, bravo.
A dobro, što je za zid? Joj, ja me ide na živce! Ne mogu dencat, stavljaš mi dencove.
Ajde, okej.
Što vam mislio?
Kako je nikad nema reloadano ništa?
Dance, sing!
Joj, više. Jesi tu, Stojka?
Stojka.
On se mute.
Kad? Što se mute, bre?
Brat, kako mi ne vasio kad sam bio mali.
Da. Amo. Kad?
Izvinjam se, braćo. Daj ki koper, brat.
Full box? Kon?
Aha.
A da, znam. To ne znam kako da se reši, Stefane.
Što si me prije dao da pijavam, sad ne mogu da pijavam.
Nemoj, brat.
Još sam pijao pjesmu kad sam bio mali, sad ne daš da pijavam to.
Dobro, zero finger.
Mogu da pijavam ovog nisi htjela na grizu.
A co?
Mogu li?
Ne. Ništa nemoj
Bilo
pijavam.
šta. Ma pija, srećan rođendan.
Andrija, brate, Cooper.
Šta ovaj Boka radi, jao, šta je uvačan. Bilo ovo double edita može da reći. Ne, what am I watching?
Brate, šta mi je ovako pinga?
Pa se izlači.
Pa pinga mi. Ja sam mogu
Šta
spajki
ti
te
pinga, bre,
kapture.
to je da ti pinga. Što mi ovako, smisli, pinga. Šta mi ovako, pinga. Milijaj se, bre, čovječ.
Pa ne mogu, vidiš.
Svako kura. Sad tu, pa se vrat nazad u box pa je dole, ne mogu ti.
A dosadan ki buba.
Boka!
Ki bubica.
Nemoj to, brate.
Ki bubica.
Pa, brate,
Joj,
aga sve zavisi.
Mogu kaj ti mi pjesmu u školi.
Nisam, Stefane.
Kak ide nas taka pjesma kao da se zapalit ću školu da ne bude zima. Čekaj, meni na linunicu imalo benzina, da zapalim školicu.
A co?
Baš. Za.
Pozdrav, Matija. A neću to, skvizi.
Ovo su najbolji igrač.
Dobro, ja ću dožem kilove.
Tako je, IC.
Kako nije to?
Ajoj, ajoj. O, šta je ovo? Što iz mene sad?
Brate, meni ova mapa previše greja, ali stvarno mi previše greja. Nisu lijepo optimizovali uopšte. Opa.
Sam si mesno bio čut. Nice.
Manac, no.
No.
Stoga, sad gledaj mene, sad gledaj klas, sad gledaj klas.
Nemoj gledat, njegove gleda.
Sad mogu HP-a gledaj
Ne
klas.
može, ne. Pa jem je manje HP-a.
Onda PlayStation 5, brate, aga.
Stoga, gledaj samo Acu.
Hvala, Matija, hvala ti, brate. Ajde, sad ću gledat Acu.
O, ping.
Hvala ti što gledaš Acu, stvarno.
Stefane. Nema veze, brate.
Ajde bre, što? Ovo, mene tu mire.
Hvala ti što si ostao da gledaš live. Acu ima 13 godina.
Ne umire, alo.
Ajdine, brate, koper.
Ne tu mire, koliko je cringe čovjek.
GG.
Ne mogu da buildam, internet mu umire.
GG.
Aga, šta je tebi bolje to, brate?
Somala.
Nemoj to.
Ubio bi ga, druže.
Nemoj to, boka.
Kako je Boka bio prvi dan pogubljen kad igrao STOJKA. Znaš što sam vam pričao? On kaže, gdje je Aca? Ispala nešto u oko. Ja sam umirao, brate. On bio full loser.
Samo znam, Ajdine, da je Trulex treći bio. Za drugi ne znam.
Ja sam igrao full malo, pite Spike.
Drugi je Kami. Šta?
Šta kažeš da si izgubio prvi dan kad sam igrao s tobom?
Da jesi.
Šta pričaš? Ne znaš Spike-a. Dobro Spike-a.
Aco nije stojanč.
Stojke. Misliš što sam sada Stojke za sitnice? Moram da platim.
Ovo me nadmudrio.
30 HP-a, Stojka. Ubi ga, molim, Stojka.
Ne, ovo nije moje.
Da jeste tvoje. Nije ni moje ni tvoje onda.
Moje je bilo. Ubi ga.
Moram ući u box da se healam.
O šta je meni za grulom?
Nije u boksu, znam da nisu u boksu.
A to sam malo uplaštio. Joj, šta ste mislili?
Njemu je kon.
A ti imaš zero delay.
Sad je dobar ping.
Kako ti imaš tako zero delay, Jaco?
Nemam 0 zero delay.
Imaš, brate.
No.
Ne, nemam zero delay. Jednostavno sam najbolji, to je to. Sabadu.
Moram vas teći.
Jel hoće da pjevam, chat?
Ne.
Pacijent, Aco.
Boka!
Ako hoće da kažu.
Pa
Ako
te.
hoće da pjevam.
Pa šta pričaš, Boka, ozbiljan se sad.
Šta sam rekao?
Večeruješ, brate.
Rekao sam pacijent.
Nemoj to još jednom. Izvinjam se, vraćam, ovaj lik ne zna
A
šta
rekao
priča.
je, au, Boka. To je moj zid steka bio, BDV. Aka misa medi, brate. Možda ja sad dobijem. Samo dipam da me nemaš čovjeku.
Starus, izvini, brate. Stvarno izvini. Ali ne igramo sa chatom, izvini, brate. Imaš medmis, uzmi jacu.
Kako stavio kun?
Ja, GG, Starus. Kažem, sad stojka i uđeš u Unreal.
Sad je fan uđeš u Unreal 1. Gledaj se klip, steka. Svirao da mislim, molim te gledaj. Chat, gledajte klip sad, da ga nađem gdje.
Ne možete mene klipati, ja sad ću se balkim sama. Ajaj.
Koliko je on predictable, ali ja ne znam što radim. Neću da builda, a dar 0 ping ima, što je to, aj čut.
Šta nisi rekao?
Jel sve treba da se produžim preko mikrofona?
Nemoj,
Jel treba?
Nemoj, molim te.
Jel treba da sad pali mašinu? Zamlevenje mi, sami se.
Stojka, ništa nisi rekao za ovo.
Nisam ništa ni rekao.
Nemojte, brate.
Rekao je sada, si čuo Stojka? Da treba da pali mašinu.
Nemojte, ja ću vas
Stojka
smetati.
vola biti nas zanimljivije live, ali ljudi hoće da bude
Ne,
zanimljivi
brate.
live, ja to sam zbog live radim.
Nemoj, onda.
Ljudi, evo sad ću ja chat. Ljudi, jel sviđa da se više ovako ili kad samo čutimo igramo? Sad svi napišite. Čutimo,
Ne, nikad nismo čutili,
Da
brate.
se šalimo ili da igramo.
Ne, nikad nismo čutili.
Pa nismo čutili zato što ti pričaš i mi samo čutimo. Da se ne šalimo, mi samo čutimo, sve vrijeme igramo, brate. Ide ovo ping. Aj sad či govorite, da pričamo ovako ili da čutimo samo? Ako kažu ljudi. Ubio sam te s jednim buildom, ajde ima ljudi šta će napisati u chat, ljudi, ajde. Da vidimo, da.
Ja sam se mutio i rekao ljudima da ništa ne pišu, ali jedan brat je napisao šalite.
Aha, ajde. A vidiš, da ne pišemo ništa, da znaš šta će ljudi reći, ti znaš. I onda nećeš, koliko si ti pokvaren zapravo.
A co?
Prvo mene lažeš, pa sad ovdje ljude nagovaraš sa leđa.
Vidiš, ja ništa nisam rekao i ti mene vređaš.
Ne, ali zato jesu radio, ne moraš ti reći da ti nešto... Vidi ovog s Romanije što je došao. Au šta ja igram, nakon CS final se vam je tu, šta?
Dao mi je 200.
Ja sad gledaj Acu.
Aga 200, brate.
Nemoj ga gledat, ne gledaj.
Ne moraš gledat, gledaj njega, ajde da vidiš kako dobija čovjek. Kako se dobija porcija.
Ja sad ću da gledam Macu.
Nemoj mene gledat sad, hoće vidiš kako se... Yes, ajde pucam.
Isto Aga.
A vidi pinga, čime špeca, odmah mi se pinga. Čekaj, stani, ne mogu pucat. Paketless imam.
Damjane Cooper, brate.
A ovo me fajta. A ovo ti sramanja. A vidi mi internet, brate. I opet je ludo.
Kako?
Pa brate, ja ne znam šta to znači, Relja.
Tu je druga smena, jel?
Mene pitaš?
Čeka. Da.
Da.
I kad to vraćaš kući?
A ne znam, brate.
Hoćeš letiti nekako?
Ne, brate.
Kako to?
Znam, Relja. Jel jelo?
Da umiram.
Ako je jelo, onda znam.
Jel ponovno ideš čeka na kraju nešto ili?
Šta?
Jel? Imaš jedno jelo ili nemaš?
Ne. Jeo sam, brate, zadnji game, FNCS.
Bacaj to, Stojka, molim te.
Ma neću.
Mišu mi je dobar čovjek, neko tipa kvaren.
Ti si meni bato 3 runde.
No.
Jako nisi blizu.
A, pa dobro, Relja, brate.
Idem ja još ovu rundu, idem ja da jedem nešto i čuvam vas sutra.
Ajde. What, brat? Vidimo ko će vinati game, da li Aco ili... A, mnogo je daleko, moram Aco da vidim.
Ne, pa dobro Stojka, izvijem.
Da, daleko si, brate, otisaš sa šogojom. O, ja moram Aco gledat, on će tebe klipat.
Možda ga pikir sam i ne ubijem ga na kraju.
Ivane, nikakav problem, Cooper je vinao.
Koliko šljud puta pitao.
A co? Ljudi nisu u mogućnosti da vide, brate, i nemoj posljednji put to da čujem. Izvini, brate, ovaj lik ne zna što priča.
Nisam rekao njemu samo, nego rekao sam svima koji su to pitao.
Pa pitaju ljudi koji nisu bili slobodni.
I'm sorry. Evo ja, on sam bio jedan mrtav da sam njega htio biti pravi. Kako je on free, brate. Što ga nisam ubio odmah, što ga pikik sam, brate, ne znam stvarno.
Da.
Mogao sam tu free.
Stojka, spektijetaj.
Ajde.
Aj, spektijetaj, čekaj.
On se kempa u boksu, GG.
Što sam ja mislio? A nisam edit, brate, umio bi mrtav da sad lik.
Ovo je fight, koliko dugo traje?
A bio bi već jedan gotovo, sam njega htio zapraviti, nek sam htio pikik sad.
Nemoj to dore, brate.
Konde.
GG.
Ja sam bio zirom vas.
Ajde, tu sam ja, Stojka.
Ajde, brate, laku noć.
Vidimo se, braće moja. Laku noć i močetu i svima.
Evo, swipe igramo creative, brate. Šta ćemo igrat? Aco, hoćeš duo zone?
Ajde.
A moraš me sačekat. Ajde. Samo stavi duo. I ti igraj, nadam se da ćeš dobro odigrat, da mogu da te ljudi gledaju.
Da. Ti si lider, ovo.
Znam. Braćo, idem u toaletu, vraćam se za
20 minuta da se kupat.
2-3 minuta. Bog ti pomogao, Urke. I onda ću da se vratim i igramo, braćo. Ne, Mićo? Vraćam se, braćo moje. Za 2 minuta. Bacite like.
Životinja, on će nam više reći. Nikola, kako si?
Ja se ovo čulo. Sad braće, gledajte kak se igra, znači sad dođemo, koji tim će da mi da uđemo. Tu sad ide win. Ping najveći mun. Imam milijardu pinga. Building.
Braćo, nadam se da nisam puno bio... Izvinjam se, braćo, bio sam u toaletu. Jel tu Acu ili je otišao? Samo da vidim. Izvinjam se svima, braćo. Cooper je dobio FNCS. Stefan je 185. Acu, jesi tu?
Tu.
Braćo.
Tu sam.
Kako si odigrao game?
Umro od pinga.
Koji tim dođem?
U 6.
6? Da nije neko s tobom možda?
Nije.
Ne vjerujem, brate. Sad možda će neko reći Stojka je to moguće i to, ali... Stvarno ikad nisam učio školu, brate. I mene to nije sram da kažem, ne volim školu, brate. Tako da. Nice. Vidimo da li ću uspjet Reizu vinat. GG. Tad se sećam se kad su pitali, ne znam ko je bio. KSI ili Logan Paul, ne znam ko je bio. I kao jedan od njih nije znao tablicu množenja. Mislim, to nije loša stvar, brate. Ako ne znaš. Mislim, ako radiš neki posao, trebaš da znaš. Ali, na primjer... Pozdrav, Fleki. 185, panki.
Aj, moram ići po sebe.
Pa idi ako trebaš sad.
Aj, sam ovo.
Brate. Okej. Fleki, ako hoćeš, možemo ja i ti igrat duo zone, pošto Acu ide.
Box.
Vidim.
Veća.
Čilaj, izađi. Ne znam sad gdje je slurp bio.
Propao dole, mislim da je.
Ne znam gdje.
Ne, evo ga uzeo, ništa.
Svaka čast, Nikolić.
Pratim.
Na tebi. Trebam healat.
Treba.
Hvala.
Gledaj, pogledaj. Pinga mi, bro. Drugi 100, krekan. Uleti drugo.
Da, Acu ide posto ove.
U zid.
Šta sam ja mislio, brate, ti da vidiš?
Bilo 100 taj. Bok sam drugi, dead, koliko sam dobar. Možeš na mene?
Da. Stefane, ne, brat. Tu sam.
Ne, ali dobro, ne radim.
One HP.
Ne radim se.
White mi treba, Aco.
Dođi do me. Dođi do mene. Imaj me white, dođi.
Hvala.
Sada, dođi.
Bravo. Moram healat.
Hodno se, chill. Dalje.
Fleki pita zašto ideš?
Moram ići.
Opet nisam najbitniji shot.
Pa dole jedan. Full boxan. To je 100. Midi su ići. Ne, sviđao sam. 3.
Tu ima splasha, vidim. Jedan.
Što mrdim ovakve zone.
A to stvarno ne znam, Stefane, stvarno ne znam. Ako mene pitaš. Ako ne... Zašto Cooper? Jel ideš, Aco?
Da.
Ajde vidimo se, brate. Ajde. Idemo solo rank, braću. Ako ne igra Fleki. Samo sekund. Ne, znate šta možemo? Igrat ću solo zone, braću. Igrat ću solo zone. Marijane, baš mi je žao, brate. I sad, jel imaju šanse proći, ili? Pa vajda će proći. Ili? Ako je ovo druga utakmica, vajda imaju još 2. Ili? Ne znam, nisam siguran, ne pratim futbol. Imaju. Dobro je. Onda dobro. Pozdrav, Tonex, brate. A čekajte, ja, braćo, poštujem sve, kako se zove, sve reprezentacije što se tiče Balkana i u svijetu. A Hrvatska nije bila brutalna. Šta se sad desilo? Hvala, brate, Slepane. Opet kažem, poštujem i volim, braćo, sve iz reprezentacije, da li je to Balkan ili u svijetu, ali mislim da je, ne znam. A šta se desilo, Tonex? Znam da je Hrvatska jedna od najboljih reprezentacija na svijetu, brate. Petre, ušli smo, brate, pred 4 dana u Unreal. Pozdrav, Đole. GG, idemo prvi game. 28 ljudi, ovo je full lobby, braćo. Ako ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, izvolite, braćo, uđite. Link. Tonex, brate. Bit će bolje. Vajde imaju još 2 utakmice. Mislim da će proći. Marijan je druga. Pozdrav, Marko. Nikolić 17. Ja ne mogu etati. Nemoj to, barone, brate. Hvala Bogu, Stefane, hvala Bogu, brate, za sve u životu. Nemojte, braću, u chatu da se svađate, molim vas. Samo eto to neću, da bude svađa u chatu, nemojte. A Tadej Cooper. brate. Ne vezi, dobro je bilo drugi. Nemoj to, barone. Pa Davide... zašto bi bio, brate, nervozan? Ili nešto bi radio drugo. Naravno, bit ću smiren. Braćo. Htio sam da vidim koliko poena ima, mid-lik me ubio. Htio sam da kažem, braćo, da ima koliko poena imam, ne veze. Pozdrav, Petre! Braćo, sutra u 19 sati streamujemo Duo Monday Cup, da znate. Iza lik, brate. Kako ga nije čuo? Laku noć, Nikolić, laku noć, pozdrav, brate, vidimo se. To je super, Barune, baš mi je drago, svaka čast za tvog tatu. Nemoj da ga zoveš Čale, brate. Mama i tata, ne postoji drugo. Hvala ti Nikolić, hvala puno. Pa loše je to, Baron. Da, Nikolić. Da nije odigrao tako zadnja 2 gejma, ne bi play-so. Pa da, Vanja, to je jako loše, brate. Uvek, braćo, mama, tata, nikad nemojte to drugo. Probam da idem high ovaj game. Teško. To je loše, Baki. Mislim, Bartole, Baki. Pa to je loše, Sergej. To ne treba tako, brate. Gledajte, oni se timaju. Jeste vidjeli? Aha, da te zovem Baki. Dobro, Baki, brate. Pozdrav, Filipe. Pozdrav, kliks. Verone Cooper. Shotgun mi daje 30. Ne vezi, dobar game. Pa da, Nikolić, da. Pa dobro je bilo, Verone. Trulex je bio treći, vrat. To je najbolji placement od naših. Izvinjam se. GG. Eto, i brat je poslao GG. Samo sekund. Jeste, Sergej. A dobro, opet. I top 3, to je brutalno. Daniele do 12. GG. Čuo sam lika da mi jumpa na glavu. Braću, jel vi nam ovo na heal off? Da, ne u chatu. Ne vjerujem da ćemo vinat. Mislim, možda, vidjet ćemo sada. Malo su nas grifali. Aha, tu, dobro. Ništa. A znate šta sam mislio? I stao sam na sekund zbog toga. Ja sam popao na 50 HP-a slurp i... Kako se zove? Otišao sam u zonu, bio sam na 20 HP-a. I stao sam, mislio sam da nisam popao slurp. I to sam izgubio vremena. No dobro, ne vezi. A nemoj to, brate, Nikolić. Ako ti nije problem, pošto smo mi family friendly, ako ti nije problem da ne koristiš te, brate. Mislim, ako ti nije problem da ne koristiš te ružne reči. Na šta resetaš building? Na scroll. Samo scroll, brate. Mislim, samo scrollam i resetam, mislim. Na scroll wheel. Splash! Mislim da vina. Fish. Možda i ne. Nice. Dobro je što ga je hitao sve. Da ga nije hitao, ne bi vinao. Ovako. Samo sekund. Evo ga. Pozdrav! Kosar! A da, to znam Sergej, tako je bilo i Mongralu prije. Bartole, brate, ako me pitaš, ne znam da li me pitaš od uvek ili od kad sam krenuo na trovu. A ne znam da li da to igram, brate, ali... Slasher, brate, nikakav problem vinao je Cooper. Pa, brate, sa YouTube-om sam krenuo od 10 godina. Ali, ako me pitaš ozbiljno, za svaki dan, stream i tako dalje, to je to je januar 2022. godina. Ale ne, to je teško, brate. Ja ne znam igrat zero build, mislim... Nisam ja zero build player. Sad sam dead. Ništa. On je imao, braćo, slurp na sebi i ovaj egzotic Maven koji daje puno. Gledajte sad koliko daje Maven. Gledajte. 100. U tijelo 100. Nisam Nikolić. Ja sam stojka, brate. Nisam stojke. A Slasher 11. I da li ću uspjet vinat? Fish. Ništa. Pa brate, igramo, boka. Mislim, ja ću ti sutra ujutro reći za sigurno, brate. Pa žera zaslužili su, brate. No. Pa brate, Slasher, šta da kažem? A pa Nikolić jeste, brate. Stari pump je brutalan. To je isto kao spaz, ali samo nije sharp tooth. To ti je spaz koji ima 5 metaka. Ovo ima 4. Da, Nikolić. Ranije spas braćo 200 davao. Koliko je to? Zamislite. Zamislite, jurite lika 10 minuta kojeg ste ostavili 1 HP i on samo vas pampa za 200 i to je to. Pa ne vjerujem Bilki. Izvinjam se braćo. Do kad je live? Do 12? 12, brate? A opet me lik krca. No. A što? Lik me 2 puta krcao. Ja ne znam kako njega ne pucaju ljudi. Dok on koristi raketu. Ovog lika pucaju. Miki zbog toga što smo upalili danas live u 4, ne u 7. Dokić, Cooper, brate. Hvala Nikolić. Ijo. Anile da ako hoće ljudi posle nedjelju 2 da vide FNCS kad smo gledali da mogu da nađu. Pošto mi smo gledali 80% live-a FNCS i ako ja napišem sada pri kraju live-a igramo ranked do Unreal-a i promenim naslov. Razumeš, brate? Pa Marine zbog toga što eto pri kraja live-a, mislim nije pri kraja live-a, ima još 50 minuta, ali pozdrav, Rile. Nemoj sa velikim slovima, eto, brate, i kako se zove, Vino FNCS Cooper. Da, Verone. Ne, Rile. Znate da ne igramo sa braćom iz chata, braćo. Igraću, Petre, da završim ove, evo ga, brate, još. Ova je sad posljednja, sljedeća. Igraću 1v1. Ne, više ne sa chatom. Da, nikakav problem. Hvala ti Marine, hvala od srca, brate. Imam sada ja raketu, mogu sad da idem ja na high. A ne znam, ja ne koristim Anele, stretch. Kobra nema mišljenje, brate. Svi se grifuju za high. Dvesta hiljada, Marine. Ne razumem, Igore? Što svi gledaju, what? Svi gledaju. Stavi performance mode, ali ne razumem, brate. Kad je, već igramo na performance. A da, znam, Marijan. Ali htio sam isvajtat lik i lik me iza. Jeste, slasher, da. GG, idemo igrat 1v1. Dokić ne zbog toga što škola mi ne treba. I ne volim školu. Evo ga. Hvala ti Petre, hvala brate. Meni piše da je direkt. Gdje piše, brate? Idemo, braćo, Speed 1v1 igrat. Speed Realistic, ovo je jedna od najboljih mapa. Meni. Pa Dokić, na primjer, prođe godina i na kraju trebaju staviti ocene i to. Za kraj i meni kažu Stojka imaš 3 jedinice. I kako se zove, ja kažem u redu, šta trebam naučiti da bi to popravio. Oni meni daju, ja to naučim, hvala Bogu popravim i prođem godinu. Pa nije mi cilj i ne bi voleo da radim, Nikola. Ne bi voleo da tražim posao, brate. Pozdrav, Niksa. Pa Nikola, ako Bog da radimo ono što volimo i što nam je cilj i najveća želja. A to je meni streamanje, content kreator, ako Bog da u budućnosti. I da budem najbolji, brate. To mi je cilj. Tako da, sad imam 17 godina, imam još godinu i po dana. Ako nisam dobar finansijski od posla koji bi voleo da radim, a to je streamanje i content kreator, onda ću da radim, brate. Ali pošto meni ne treba puno za život, brate. Ja ne izlazim, ne pijem, ne pušim. Razumeš? Tako da... Pozdrav, Kylix. Ko je vino FNCS? Cooper, braćo. Bacite like, braćo. Hvala od srca, Kylix. Hvala ti puno, brate. Hvala ti puno. Ako Bog da, brate. Pa Marine, ovo je najbolje, brate, da. Kirat, izvini, ali ne igramo sa chatom, brate. Pa... Gledaj sad, Marine. Ovo ti je najbolji FNC zbog toga što je LAN. Zbog toga što je LAN. Prvo je World Cup, onda... Ovo je FNCS, meni. Hvala puno, brate. Kylix, hvala ti puno. Stojka, koji ti je najteži rank? Pa iskreno, meni je bio Diamond, brate. Diamond i Elite su mi bili. Pozdrav, Pikirić. Ko je vino? Cooper? Aj, misliš da će biti neki World Cup ili FNCS kao ovaj? Pa iskreno da bude svake godine jedan FNCS kao ovaj, to je brutalno, brate. Bar meni. E to ne znam, Dokić. A voleo bi naravno i World Cup. World Cup... Brate, to... World Cup ti je veći od ove FNC-e za 10 puta, razumeš? Kylix... Neću o tome, brate. Mislim da nije u redu o tome pričati. Pa... Nikola igra ću 1v1, brate, neću zone. Do sad sam igrao public zone i... Pa dobro, Marina sad. Ima dobrih fightera, brate. Pa je Verone, ali htio sam da kažem LAN FNCS. Kao što ovaj put bio. Pošto ovaj put nismo mogli mi igrat. Samo su najbolji playeri. Nemoj to Nikola, brate. No. Ajde, ajde, laku noć. Vidimo se, brate. Pozdrav, Niksa. Braćo, da znate sutra, mislim, znate da svaki dan, ko ne zna, svaki dan live u 19 sati. Pre toga, pre live-a, svaki dan novi YouTube video, svaki dan TikTok video. Sutra u 19 sati streamujemo Monday Cup, nakon nedelju dana, što nije bilo kapa, tako da. Au, Nikolić. Koji kap je sutra? Sutra je Monday Cup, brate. Jeste duo Monday? Brate, slasher. Stvarno ne znam. Ako Bog da, brate. Hvala ti, Kylix, hvala puno. Gledajte sada, braćo. Ništa, htio sam da izbjegnem, ali morao sam me fajtat. S kim igraš kap? Pa vidjet ćemo, brate. Stvarno ne znam. Ne gledam. Kylix, ne pratim to. Svaka čast, crazy, svaka čast, brate. Ja kažem, sad Stojka i učiš u Unreal. Laku noć, Igore, pozdrav, vidimo se, laku noć. Našao sam bio Galu Sandalu u game, ako znaš ko je on. Znam, brate, znam. I opet kažem, to sam pre neki dan rekao, hvala mu puno. Pomogu mi je za jednu stvar, tako da... Hvala puno, znam njega. Stream je do 12, da. Jel igraš sutra kap Stojka i sa kim? Igramo kap, kao i svaki kap, ali ne znam s kim ću igrat, vidjet ćemo. Možda sa Bokom, vidjet ćemo. Željko, mislim da gold. Ajde, Kylix. Hvala ti, Crazy, hvala ti. Ništa, sad trebamo naći novog lika. Pa voleo bi, Nikolić. Naravno da. A evo, ušao je lik. Dobro. Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe. Ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, izvolite, uđite. Puno znači. Pozdrav, Naume. Like je samo mi napiši u chatu, brate. Vidim da li me Fleki pozvao. Nije dobro. Ništa, GG. 1-1. Idemo se sad suozbiljiti. Sve sam mislio. Pa da, Nikolić. Tri, dva. Evo, braćo, sad Stojki imate aimbot. Pa crazy, brate. Ja sam prije bio jedva kontender, on je najveći, mogu si dobiti likovi iz Championa, a ti kontender, da. Arena je bila teška, brate. Mislim, nije bila toliko teška, ali ti si trebao da budeš u Championu da bi igrao cash cupove, a tu trebaš biti gold samo. Razumete? Crazy, da znaš da ti nije to lepo što si napisao i ako ti nije problem u budućnosti nemoj to pisati. Pošto je to loše što si napisao, da znaš. Pozdrav, Bartole. Pa da, Marin. To što si napisao, brate, Crazy, neću sad da pričam. Tako da. Johnny, pa brate, iskreno ti kažem je. Pre nego što sam upalio live, bilo je hladno. Bilo je hladno. I zato sam morao da se obučem u dugim rukavima. Snapi, brate, Cooper. Ali sad ne znam da li je hladno, ali vajda je, brate, pošto bilo je popodne hladno. Crazy samo, ono, brate, znaš šta, lepo vidi, mislim, lepo razmisli šta si napisao i vidjet ćeš gdje si pogrešio. Velik me klip. Pa brate, Nikolić, šta da kaže? Full box. Ništa. Ne, Johnny? Crazy, ne mogu da pričam, brate, ono što si ti napisao zbog toga što nikad to ne bi rekao u životu. I ti dobro znaš šta si napisao, tako da... Da. Slasher, naravno. Idem. I evo opet si pogrešio, Crazy, vidit ću. Opet si napisao na kraju poruku koja je loša. Nikolić, sad ne znam ti odakle si, brate. Pošto vidim da si pogrešio. Znači, ja sam hrišćanin. Ja sam pravoslavac. Ali ima ljudi koji su, na primjer, katolik. Tako da... Ja sam pravoslavac. Hrišćan. Davude, Koper. Ako mi je duo, nemam duos. Pa da, Dane, ali... On zna šta je pogrešio, brate. Ja to znam, tako da... Ogi, nemoj to, dobit ćeš ban, brate. Slasher... Ja... nekad, kad znam da treba, da. A nekad ne. Hoću uvek da budem iskren. Ali... Znam da grešim kad to radim. I... Nadam se ako Bog da u budućnosti da ću svaki dan kad treba da postim, da znam kad je to i onda da mogu da postim. Pa da, razumem Dane, ali ja znam, brate, da zna da je pogrešio. Pa da, Toni, ali to je bio samo naslov, zbog toga što za takav tip videa ne mogu da stavim drugačiji naslov, brate. Pa da, Crazy, ali ti znaš šta si pogrešio, brate. Kad si napisao tu poruku. I nemoj to više i to je to. Hvala, Kylix, brate. Pa Crazy, brate. Nema veze, samo nemoj, brate, da lomiš stvari i to je to. Pa Mata, vajda ću igrat sa Bokom, brate. Od koje sezone igraš Fortnite? Chapter 1, sezona 9. Od koje vi igrate, braćo? Pošto jednom sam tu u chatu ljudi, bilo je dosta OG playera, brate. Fleki igrat ću sa ovim likom, brate. Izvini, stvarno. Chapter 1, sezona 7. Chapter 2, sezona 6. Chapter 1, sezona 4. Eto, brat OG. I brat je drugi OG koji je sezona 1. Ne, Crazy, ti si drugo nešto napisao, brat. Opet ti kažem, više neću o tome i to je to. Pa to je dobro. Sergej. Chapter 1, sezona 1, brat. Da, imao bi OG account. I da li vraćaju stari chapter? Pa, vidjet ćemo, brate, 4. novembra. Na live-u, čekamo novu sezonu. Tako da, vidjet ćemo. Pa ne, Crazy, nego... Ne mogu ja ti kažem, pošto... Ja to nikad ne bi rekao u životu, razumeš? I zato ti ne mogu ja to reći. I drago mi je zbog toga što ti ja to ne mogu reći, zbog toga što je to mnogo loše i to nikad ne smiješ ni pomislit, kamoli napisat, brate. Tako da. Da, 3. novembra, da. Izvinjam se, 3. novembra. Vidimo se, laku noć, pozdrav Johnny, laku noć, brate. No. Da li pušiš cigare? Ne, brat. Nemojte ni vi. Nikad nemojte. Alkohol, cigare, nešto drugo, nikad, braću. Nikad, ikad. To je mnogo loša stvar. Tako da. Nemojte to nikad. Hvala Benjo, brate. Vidimo se, Kobra. Laku noć, brate, pozdrav. Zahvali se Flekiju za ovu donaciju. Pixara, hvala ti od srca na velikoj donaciji. Hvala Fleki. Hvala od srca, braćo. Hvala puno. Hvala puno za donaciji. Izvini Gaba, ali ne igramo sa chatom. Izvini, brate. A, brate. Crazy, ja... Ja to ne radim, brate. Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe. Sutra u 19 sati streamujemo Monday Cup. No. Pa sutra nema kvala, brate. Nikolić, sutra ti je cup za practice. Najviše, da. To ti je practice cup. Hvala ti od srca, Željko. Hvala ti puno, brate. Izvini stvarno, ali ne igramo sa chatom. Izvini, brate. Stojka hoće u update-u biti arena ili rank. Pa vidjet ćemo, to stvarno ne znam, brate. To stvarno ne znam, ali nadam se da će biti arena. Pozdrav, Petar. A Nikolić, vidjet ćemo kako će biti, brate. No. GG. Ovaj lik je dobar, braćo. Moram se uozbiljiti. Kod nas su, nisu ni dinari, ni dolari, ni kune, kod nas su denari. Isto kao dinari, samo denari. Nije i nego e na početku. Ne razumem, Nikolić. Koliko je 1 euro u denari? 60. 60 denari je 1 euro. A na primjer, ako je 60 denari kod nas, u Srbiji je 120 dinari. Ili dinara, kako hoćete. To ti je 20 dinara, Petre. Nije. Nikolić, 1 euro u dinarima je 120 dinara. Dinara. A kod nas je 60. Ako se ne varam, jesam u pravu ili? Ili sam pogrešio? Pa brate, crazy. Dobro, idem iskoristiti ovo. Tako je Danilo. Ne, htio sam ga no-scopat. Što je kad ćeš počet adat braću iz chata? Mislim sa streama, pa brate, neću to uraditi. Ja poštujem i volim braću iz chata koji gledaju streamove i to, koji podržavaju, stvarno hvala od srca braću, ali ja to neću. Pozdrav, Prile, tako je, Nikolić. Ne, Petre, ja sam ti brate blizu Skopja. To ti je 10 centi, Petre. Stojka, znaš da je Banja Luka? Ne znam. Ali znam da je Fleki, da su Fleki i Jacu iz Banja Luki. Je, Ognjene? Pa hvala puno, Crazy, hvala puno, ali šta da kažem, brate. A, GG, Nikolić. Nije pukao shotgun. Da, to znam, Danilo. Ali... mislio sam da me brat pita kao, ja znaš gdje je na mapi, naprimjer, da li je blizu Sarajeva ili tako to. To ne znam. Stojka, da li bi volio nekad dođeš u Srbiju, da li si bio u Srbiji? Bio sam u Srbiji 3 puta, brat. Baš mi je drago, Daniele. A izvini, Crazy, ali znaš šta ću ti reći, brat? Stojka, jel si trenirao nešto? Jesam, futbol. Prije, futbol. Kako se prezivaš? Velkovski? Evo ga. Samo sekund. To je to? Koliko si trenirao nogomet? 6 godina, tako nešto. Hvala puno, Urke, hvala ti, brate. Do kad je live? Do 12? Messi ili Ronaldo? Obojica. Kako je tebi pravo ime? Stojanč? Neću o tome, Benjo. Jeste, Rile. Jeste, sutra live-amo kao i svaki dan. U 19 sati je live. I u 19 sati streamujemo Duo Monday Cup. Pa da, Nikolić, koja ide prva smjena? Nikolić do 1. Crazy, ja živim u Makedoniji, brate. Naravno da makedonski. Hvala ti od srca, Urke, ali ovaj put tu nema nagrade. Ovaj ti je turnir kao da vježbamo za duo turnire, a tek u petak, isto u 19 sati, streamujemo duo cash cup, tu ima nagrade. A izvini, ali neću, brate, Crazy. Ja volim i poštujem moj jezik, moju državu, ali neću. No. Pa Crazy zbog toga što sam jednom rekao nešto na makedonskom i braća su mi pisala ajde opet i to mi je loše da ih ignorišem ili odbijam, razumeš? Tako da neću to. Hvala ti puno, Benjo, hvala puno, brate. Idemo probat klipat, 200 mac imamo. Nije pukao shotgun. Jeste, Viktor, live je do 12. Stojka, upravo sam kupio emote od 200 sa tvojim kodom. Hvala ti od srca, brate. Hvala ti puno od srca i ako kupujete nešto iz shopa, kod Stojka. Vidite? Jedan hit trebam. GG. Uradi onaj... Ne razumem, Crazy, brate. Od koje sezone igraš? Chapter 1, sezona 9. Sjećam se kada je bio heal off u Chapter 3, sezona 1. Brate, vi meni vjerovali ili ne, ja sam znao heal offat, braćo. Ovo je, ja ne lažem, ozbiljan sam. Znači, idemo na kraj mape, fišamo. Bacamo flopere gdje treba i preživjeli smo 9 zone i vinali smo. Bez fajtanja, bez ičega. Znači samo heal. Hvala puno, Benjo. Hvala ti, brate. Hvala i tebi i tvom bratu. Hvala od srca. Aha. Pa to je brother. Da, to znam. Kad pričam sa nekim, to je tako, da. Hello, brother. How are you, brother? Ako kaže za to. To je to. GG, Danile, to je super. A jeste, da, Nikolić, to su bili contender kapovi tad. Brate, Simpi, ti imaš OG akaunte puno. Wait. Pa to ne mogu reći, brate, crazy. To mora da bude takva situacija. Nikola, misliš vrap, vajda, vrap, misliš na vrap? Ne znam, brate, zbog dileja. Svaka čast, Benjo. Ti si isto OG, brate. Braću, svi koji su u chapter 1 su OG, iskreno. Ja sam kupio skin sa tvojim sacom. Hvala ti puno, vidjet ću Nikolić nakon streama. Stvarno ti hvala puno od srca, brate. Pa... Crazy, iskreno ti kažem, najbolji trenutke sa live-ova, ili najbolji trenuci sa live-ova, to je, brate, isto super video. I ono, interesantan, tako da. Tad sam pričao sa tim likom. Tad sam, ako se ne varam, tad je bilo arena i tad smo dosta vinali gameova. Znači svaki game nam je bio win sa 40. Hvala Simpi, ali ne treba, hvala, brate. Echo skin. Echo skin, ne znam koje sezone izašao, ali stvarno je predobar skin. Ne igramo sa chatom, izvini Nikola. Aha, chapter 2, sezona 2. 1200 V-Bucksa. Iskreno vredi 1200. Dobro, crazy, vidjet ćemo, možda, brate. A neću to, brate. Nikolić, to neću. Stojka, imaš Candy X i da li ga planiraš uzeti? Nemam Candy X i volio bi da ga uzmem sada, dolazi zima. Za mjesec i volio bi da uzmem, brate, da. Sa sacom Stojka, naravno. Heroj i Siren. Ali dobro, Heroj je skup. Koliko je Heroj? V-Bucksa, 1000 i... ne znam. Petre, brate. Mi smo te probudili sada. Da li je skup previše? Je. Heroj je baš skup. Pa Simpi 1500, brate. Ali vredi, iskreno. Vredi, brate. Ja ću ga kupiti. Pošto jednom izlazi. Jednom samo. I to kad je zima, tako da. Pozdrav, Stapa. Pa je, skup je, ali vredi, Nikolić. To izlazi jednom u godinu dana, brate. Evo vidite, brat je kupio. Sebi. Pa Petre, vidjet ćemo. Mislim da da, brate. Je, Petre, brutalan je. Da, isto i mogul će biti kad bude nova godina, mislim zima. Biće dosta dobrih skinova, braćo, kad bude zima. Tako da ja trebam čuvat V-Bucks, ne trebam da trošim. A jeste, Simpi? Ajde, klip. Pozdrav, Lazare. A sad sam waste sve mace, ajde sljedeći game. Ću probati. Hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, Lazare? 87. Hvala puno, hvala Crazy, ali čuvaj za sebe, brate. Pa da, Petre, bit će stvarno predobar show, brate. Hvala ti, Nikolić. Hvala Urke. Jeste, sutra, braćo, se borimo za što bolje mjesto na kapu. Iako je to practice cup, ništa se ne dobije, ali zašto da ne play samo top 100 framer, evo. Da li imaš save the world? Petre, duo Monday Cup. I sutra streamujemo njega u 19 sati. A da li imam save the world? Nemam, brat. Ko ti je duo? Pa vidjet ćemo sutra s kim ću igrat, ali mislim da ću sa Bokom. Pa vidjet ćemo. Možda i sa drugim. Pozdrav, Nedeljko. Hvala ti puno, brate. Naravno da neću. Hvala ti od srca, Urke. Hvala puno, brate. Hvala ti. Evo ga lik tu. What? Nice. Braćo, to je to što se tiče današnjeg streama. Nedeljko, slobodno možeš da vratiš live i da gledaš, brate. Pa da, znam, Crazy. Pa i zato kad me pitaju ili imaš duosa, kažem ne. Zbog toga što... Braćo, za u chatu, ko hoće pozdrav ili pozdrav, kako hoćete. Pozdrav Petre, pozdrav Rile, pozdrav još jedan brat Petre, pozdrav Uroš, pozdrav Benjo, pozdrav Crazy, pozdrav Simpi, pozdrav Nedeljko, pozdrav, hvala ti Nemanja od srca, hvala brate, nadam se da ti se dopao stream. Pozdrav Lazare, pozdrav Nemanja, pozdrav Nikolić, pozdrav Kajlix, pozdrav Filip, pozdrav sve ljude, braćo. Čujemo se i vidimo se sutra sa novim videom i sa novim live streamom u 19 sati. Sutra streamujemo Monday Cup. Lako noć, braćo. Vidimo se sutra. Pozdrav, Vasilije. Vidimo se, braćo.